States are here parading around the field. The band from Menasha, Wisconsin, the high school championship band, has formed the letter W out in the outfield back of second base in their cadet gray trousers and blue jacket and the white pom-poms. A marvelous band. Right in front of us now is the Flandreau band, all decked out in red coats and white trousers. And all these bands, a good many of the members of the band are girls. The Michigan band from Benton Harbor paraded the field just a moment ago. A whole Florida delegation, which came in an automobile train of 47 cars, is gathered, a few of them right here, but a whole bunch of them over back at the first base line, including one fellow that weighs at least 500 pounds more than me, wearing bathing trunks. And thank you very much. From Lakeland, Florida, eh? Well, got some matches all the way from Florida. Okay, that's fine. The band right here now is spread out all the way from here at the dugout down to the end of the left field line playing, and somebody's firing off blank cartridges in the grandstand. The Florida delegation, all their cars were yellow, and they're wearing these yellow sun helmets, and it's really something worth looking at. Incidentally, all around here... Yeah, I knew Dixie's a lion. So am I.
Well, you sent me over to tell you that.
Sure. We're all lions. I think I belong to 4 different clubs. I don't know. Did you? Well, Dixie's very proud of being a lion. I know that. And where are you from?
Chicago, Uptown
Lions. Oh, you're Uptown Lions.
Uptown Lions.
Well, I think that's where I first was made a lion, in Uptown Lions. I went up there and made a speech about, 10 years ago.
Well, I just started a year ago to make speeches up
I
there.
see. Well.
And we organized an auxiliary up there last fall, and out of that I conducted a breakfast for 1,200 lionists.
Oh, that's
We had
marvelous.
4 of the
Dixie
ball
came
players.
out,
We
eh?
had Dixie Walker, the pitcher, Dietrich Sewell, and we had the noisy one,
Mr. Benura?
Mr. Benura up there this morning.
I stole one away from me. I had the Epling with me. He went on the air. He said he was supposed to go to that breakfast too, but he couldn't make it. Another Southern boy, you know.
Another Southern boy.
So you know how they like
Well,
breakfast.
we kidded Zeke Benura this morning and told him that he was a bachelor and that he had a girl. And everybody wanted to know who his girlfriend was, and when I told him that it was mother, you should have seen him and you should have seen the women. They just went wild.
He was afraid you were going to give something away. Incidentally, ladies and gentlemen, it's sort of, here's the Cowboys out here now with their blank cartridges, and it's a Wisconsin day out here also. I was talking to George Dobbins of Wyowega, Wisconsin. There's a good word to pronounce. He was past district governor there. And among other things, they brought some souvenir boxes of cheese down here. You know, up there in Wisconsin, they produce 1 million pounds of cheese a day, about 57.5% of the cheese produced in the entire country, and they're down here helping to celebrate that. The Wisconsin band is coming off the field now, marching in through the outfield, led by 2 very charming young ladies in two very charming young ladies are leading the band in here, and followed by a man leader. I want to introduce Frank at that. Frank Birch of Milwaukee. I understand you're going to be the next international president.
Well, I like that, yeah.
Are you vice president this year?
First vice
What
president.
kind of convention you having?
Oh, we're having a marvelous convention.
How many people are there at the park today?
Oh, there must be 5,000, 6,000 out there.
You just closed up all business?
All right, they're here from Hawaii and Alaska and all of the United States.
Yeah, that's marvelous. I think you're putting on one of the finest shows I ever saw put on in a ballpark. And one thing I liked to start with the ball players while they lost their fielding practice sort of grinned and said, well, sort of fun to have all the noise around.
Well, the way the Sox have been going, they don't need much fielding practice, I guess.
Hey, your club up in Milwaukee took a couple of bumps lately. We got to do something about that.
Well, all right. We'll you check out our good players and put them in the big leagues, though.
Well, that's right. You had a great club last year, and they're all doing well up here. Hamlin and York and Ravs and all the rest of them. That's right. Well, Frank, I wanted to say hello to you and congratulate you on your... When do you get elected? Tomorrow?
Friday noon.
Friday noon.
Nothing goes wrong.
Nothing goes wrong. Well, there's no flats or eyes.
That's right. No,
I'll you're elected.
No dark horses.
Okay, Frank. Thanks a lot for saying hello. Now, here's Clint Brown. He's gone movie camera mad now. He's coming around here. Clint, how long did you hold off before you started going for this movie business?
Oh, a long time.
Today your first day at it?
Yes, first day at it. First day at it.
Well, you probably
I got it
broken.
yesterday, so I got a good
Broken already. You checked it out. The two managers, Bucky Harris and Jimmy Dykes, are being presented by Mr. Dobbins with the souvenir boxes of cheese out there with the Wisconsin band in the background to form the picture. And the Florida delegation is still grouped all over the plate. And the Flandreau band over here with a fellow in an Indian costume is still playing out back of us while we try to do some more. They're announcing now that the presentation of the cheese is being made. Incidentally, I got the other one. I got me a little souvenir today. The players really didn't get much in the way of practice on account of all this excitement. I almost wish I was upstairs where George is, where you could really see it, and not be right down in the middle of it where we are, because half the time you can't see, everybody crowds around. But that's all. Hello, Luke. How'd you make out this noon? All right? You're a bad referee? Oh, you missed one and they caught you. Luke Appling sent him down to be a referee on Charlie Lyon's show today. Here are the, they gave me one, Frank. That's the same. Thank you, Frank, very much. Huh? All right, I'll take it up to George. That's all right with you? Or do you want it to go to one of the other boys? There's 4 others up there, so if you better take one up, you're going to have a fight on your hands. Well, we'll take it up and ask them to. I'll be willing to pass them around for you. Yes, sir, absolutely. That's right, okay. Okay, it's been in Wisconsin. I told them all about it. Here's the lineup for today, ladies and gentlemen. For Washington, Almeida center, Lewis third, Travis short, Simmons left, Stone right, Cool first, Meyer second, Rick Farrell catching, and DeShong pitching. For the White Sox, Hayes second, Krivich center, Walker right, Bonura first, Radcliffe left, Appling short, Berger third, Poole catching, and Dietrich will do the pitching. When we get upstairs, we'll find out just how the umpires work. More fireworks. Boy, what's a lot of fun. Well, everybody's starting up in the stands now, and I don't know whether it's safe for me to come up there, George. Are they shooting up that way, or are they just shooting? Anyway, I think that we've had enough excitement for the moment. Everybody filing into the stands. It was a grand show, and now the White Sox and the Senators are going to put on a show that they hope to be just as good for them. And now, George, I'm going to start upstairs. Looks like I'm going to have quite a few people to get through because there must be a good, I would say 12,000 people at this ball game today, which is a terrific crowd for midweek, and it's cash, too. Cash on the line, my friend. So now, if you'll do a little switching in the studio, I'll start upstairs. Okay? Righto.
Thousands of requests for Texaco's 1937 baseball scorebook are pouring in every day. Don't wait any longer to send in your request card for your own copy. You'll find it great fun to score these games play-by-play just as Hal Totten does. The system is explained simply and in detail. In addition, day by day, as unusual plays develop, Hal Totten will tell you how to score them. The book is crammed with other interesting baseball information. You'll find pictures and rosters of both teams, complete schedules of all major league teams, many pages of interesting data on the Cubs and Sox. The 1937 Texaco Baseball Scorebook is something worthwhile having, and it's easy to get. All you have to do is go to any Texaco dealer and ask for a request card, stamp it, and put it in the mail. Your own copy of the Texaco Scorebook will be mailed directly. Remember, the 1937 Texaco Baseball Scorebook is absolutely free. Get your request card in the mail today. And now to give Hal Totten a chance to get up to the booth out at Comiskey Park for this afternoon's ball game between the Chicago White Sox and the Washington Senators, we'll give you the schedule of the other games to be played in the major leagues, together with what sporting information we have time for. Taking first the National League, the Cubs are in Philadelphia today playing a doubleheader against the Phillies. The Cubs won the first game today 4-1 with 4 runs, 10 hits, and 1 error. To the Phillies, 1 run, 8 hits, and no errors, with Lee and Hartnett, the Cub battery for the entire game, and for the Phillies, Johnson and Grace. In that game, Collins had a home run in the first inning, and Camilli of the Phillies had 1 run, a home run in the ninth inning to make the only tally for the Phillies in the first game. The second game has not started yet, but will start in about 15 minutes. In Brooklyn, the Dodgers are taking on the Pittsburgh Pirates and lead the Pirates at the end of the first half of the second inning, 1-0 with Bowman and Todd, the Pirate battery, and for the leading Dodgers, Jeffcoat and Spencer. In New York, the Giants entertain the Cincinnati Reds. At the end of the first inning, it's a scoreless tie between the Giants and Reds, 0-0, with Hollingsworth and Davis, the Red battery, for the Giants, Castleman and Danning. In Boston, the Bees are playing a doubleheader against the St. Louis Cardinals. At the end of the ninth inning, the score is tied at 1-1 between the Cardinals and the Bees, with Blake and Owen, the Cardinal battery, for the Bees, Petty and Miller. And now in the American League, in St. Louis, the Browns will take on the New York Yankees again this afternoon, and the game will be played because it's clear in St. Louis, so the game won't start until about 4 o'clock Chicago time. In Detroit, where the weather's clear, the Tigers will take on the Boston Red Sox. In Cleveland, the Indians are entertaining the Philadelphia Athletics in 2 games. The first game has started, and at the end of the 4th inning, the Indians lead the A's 3-0 with Thomas and Conroy, the athletic battery, for the Tribe, Harder, and Sullivan. Scores and complete batteries at the end of the 3rd, 6th, and 9th innings of today's ball game. And now for a bit of baseball and other sporting information from around the country. Lou Gehrig of the New York Yankees and Ducky Medwick of the St. Louis Cardinals continue to set the pace today for the Major League hitters. Gehrig topped the American League batters with a mark of 379. Following the Yankee first baseman was his teammate Joe DiMaggio. Sam West of the St. Louis Browns, Cecil Travis of the Washington Senators, and Bo Bell of the Browns. Medwick headed the National League sluggers with a .412 average. Paul Wainer of the Pittsburgh Pirates was second, Gabby Hartnett of the Chicago Cubs third, Archie Vaughn of the Pittsburgh Pirates fourth, and Billy Herman of the Cubs was fifth. And now, speaking of baseball, here comes a surprise story from St. Louis that one of the greatest baseball players in the history of the National League was dismissed today as manager of the 7th-place St. Louis Browns. Manager Rogers Hornsby was given his walking papers as pilot of the Browns by President Don L. Barnes. Barnes made the customary announcement that Hornsby had been ousted for the best interests of the club. The dismissal was effective immediately. One of Hornsby's aides on the coaching staff, the former first base star, Sonny Jim Bottomley, was named to succeed Hornsby as manager of the team, which has won only 25 out of the 75 games this season. The rift between Hornsby and the President Barnes of the Browns came as a surprise. Recently, Barnes told Trans Radio that he considered Hornsby the best manager in baseball. At the time, Barnes said, quote, "Hornsby works morning, noon, and night for the best interests of the Browns. He thinks baseball and lives baseball. Hornsby is a splendid man to hold down the manager's job in our new setup, which stresses the development of younger players," end quote. The deposed manager Hornsby and his successor Bottomley were stars of the first order. Hornsby was perhaps the greatest right-handed hitter ever to walk to the plate. Hornsby led the National League in batting 7 times and set an all-time Major League batting mark of .424 as a member of the St. Louis Cardinals in 1924. Raja hit .400 3 times during his career. He played 22 seasons in the big show and wound up with a lifetime average of .359. Hornsby came up to the big leagues from Denison, Texas, in the Western Association. The young second-setter was sold to the St. Louis Cardinals for a reported $500. $500 for a man destined to become one of the most colorful second basemen of all time. Hornsby was made manager of the Cardinals in 1926. He proceeded to give St. Louis its first National League pennant and a World Championship. No sooner had St. Louis finished its celebration than Hornsby was traded to the New York Giants for Frankie Frisch, the present Cardinal manager, and Jimmy Ring. The Giants traded Hornsby to Boston in 1928, and Hornsby became manager of the Braves. The following fall, Hornsby went to the Chicago Cubs for a reported price of $200,000 and several players. Hornsby was voted the most valuable player in the National League during his first year in a Cub uniform. Aggressive Hornsby was made manager of the Cubs in 1931 and was released in 1932. He went back to the Cards the following year. Hornsby was released by the Cardinals in 1933 and appointed manager of the St. Louis Browns to succeed William Killefer. The new manager, Bottomley, is an old friend and teammate of Hornsby. Sonny Jim played first base while Rogers was at second on the St. Louis Cardinals World Championship team of 1926. Coach Charles O'Leary of the St. Louis Browns was fired today along with manager Rogers Hornsby. The Browns president, Donald Barnes, announced that the former St. Louis Card manager, Gabby Street, would succeed O'Leary. And now for a bit of sporting information other than baseball. From Chestnut Hill, Massachusetts, former national tennis champion Wilmer Allison will continue his quest for permanent possession of the Longwood Bowl in the 3rd round match today. The 1935 title holder, twice winner of the Longwood Cricket Club tournament, will take on Howard Stevens of Yale University this afternoon. Gilbert Hunt is paired with Norman Bickle, while Brennan Markham will clash with William Murphy. And from London, the tennis world agreed today that only a startling upset can prevent the United States Davis Cup team from returning the international trophy to American shores. The magnificent uphill battle of Donald Budge to defeat Baron von Kram of Germany installed the United States as the overwhelming choice to defeat England in the challenge round starting Saturday. Even without a strong number of 2 singles players, the American squad figures to win at least 4 of the 5 matches. On form, Budge should win his 2 singles duels. Budge and Mako should take the doubles, and the American number 2 singles player should defeat the English number 2 performer. Bunny Austin looms as the only British winner. And from Chicago, 8 young boxers were named today to oppose a Dubuque, Iowa CYO team Friday night in a series of intercity matches. The bouts will be held here in Chicago. The Chicagoans will be fighting also for a chance to be among the Catholic Youth Organization members who will meet a team of South American champions at Soldiers Field on August 25th. The 8 Chicago boxers include 2 who have already fought at Dubuque, Frankie Cainrath and Jackie Goodman. And from Chestnut Hill, Massachusetts again, Grayson Wheeler of Santa Monica, California, and Mrs. John Van Ryn of Austin, Texas, advanced today to the quarterfinal round of the women's single matches in the Longwood tournament. Mrs. Wheeler won her third round by defeating Mrs. August Callis of Richfield, Connecticut, 6-1, 6-4. Mrs. Van Ryn won her third round match from Virginia Ellis of Boston in straight sets, 6-love, 6-love. In 2 other third-round matches, Mrs. Bonnie Miller Blank of Los Angeles defeated Grace Turber of New York 6-1, 6-0. And Norma Taubo of Scarsdale, New York, won from Mrs. E.B. Corbier of Southborough, Massachusetts 6-1, 6-4. The country's third-ranking tennis player, Mrs. Sarah Palfrey Fabian, defeated the Japanese star, Mrs. Takuku Nakano, today to advance to the quarterfinal round of the Longwood women's singles. And now I see that Hal Totten is ready, and we'll go back to Comiskey Park to the baseball game between the Chicago White Sox and the Washington Senators. Take it, Hal.
Back at the ballpark, ladies and gentlemen, after our hectic start, boy, look at that outfield. You can see where those bands really P-rated, can't you? All over the outfield is stacks of bandsmen walking here and thereabouts. The White Sox been waiting while Benura was in the clubhouse, apparently getting his gloves fixed. He finally gets out there in the field. Now umpire Owens is standing out here at the right of the plate, talking to Lewis, the second hitter. Almeida's already there. And I don't see just what the delay is being caused by now. All of the White Sox are on the field, and Dietrich has finished his warm-up. Umpire Owens standing there talking to Almeida and Lewis. Other umpires talking to the 2 coaches. And apparently the fans have all finally gotten back in the grandstand, or maybe a few of them are still getting back in. That may be the reason for it. The Florida delegation ended up out there at the plate with a big presentation to the 2 managers, featuring the huge man in the bathing trunk and carrying the alligator. And both teams lined up, one along the first, one along the third base line. It really has been a very, very spectacular display out here, and one that everybody in the park will well remember, because things like that don't happen around big league ball orchards very often, and they're very, very welcome for a change. Now umpire Owens is walking over there to the stand to the right, because apparently some of the boys are still hanging over the edge, and maybe they don't realize that they really have got to get things in off the field before we can go on. But apparently they've done that now to suit him, and Rick walks back out here to start the ball game. Finally takes his place up there behind the catcher. Dietrich out there getting ready to pitch the first one. Starts his easy swinging windup. And pitches in. Almeida gets a good strike over the outside corner just above the knees. 1 strike on Almeida. Pitcher again starts to wind up. Throws, and Mel takes a ball. It missed the outside corner across the way. It's breaking in toward the hitter. And it's 1 ball and 1 strike. 1-1 the count. 1-1. He swings the next hit, a long drive, deep right field. The Walker's way back there near the wall, but it goes in through the stands for a home run. A home run into the lower deck of the right field stands for the first demonstration for the benefit of the visiting Lions out here. And that ball was really hit. And now some of those cowboy boys downstairs start unloading the blank cartridges, which echo through the stands. And Almeida opens the ball game with a home run into the right field stands to give the Senators a 1-0 lead over the White Sox. And it brings Lewis, another left-handed hitter, to bat. Dietrich starts to wind up throws, and Buddy takes a high one wide for ball 1. 1 ball called. Pitcher again winding up pitches, and the hitter swings to foul the ball back to the screen, and it's 1-1. 1 ball and 1 strike. Dietrich waits out there for the next sign. He has it. He starts to wind up again. And pitches, and the hitter gets the second ball wide across the knees, making it 2-1. 2 balls and 1 strike. There comes the third ball, another wide one, and Dietrich's famous Lack of control is starting to bother him very early in this ball game. Very early in this ball game. It's waiting out there again. Starts to wind up. And throws, and the hitter takes ball 4. It's over the plate, but it's too low. And Lewis gets a base on balls. Well. Things aren't looking at all well for the White Sox and that pitcher. And the result is that they have a runner on first base. Nobody out in the first inning. One run already home on Almeida's home run. And Travis, the shortstop, still another left-handed hitter, is at bat. And the White Sox start somebody warming up. I believe it's Kane warming up in the left field bullpen. And the first pitch to Travis is a sharp-breaking curveball that goes inside and low for ball 1. 1 ball call. At the first base, throws again. The hitter swings, hit a fly in left field. Radcliffe is racing back into his left and makes the catch out there for the first out in the first inning. Chasing Lewis back to first base. And Buddy's on first base still with 1 out. 1 run already home in the first inning. And Simmons, Al Simmons, the Washington left fielder, is at bat. Dietrich stretches, gets ready to pitch the first one. Wow. Pitches, and the hitter takes a slow curve and misses the outside corner across the way. Al is a right-handed hitter, the first to face Dietrich so far. Al takes a look at first base. The runner's on the go. The hitter takes a wide one. Sewell's throw gets out there, and the runner slides in safely, stealing second. A good steal of second by Lewis, putting him on second base with 1 out, 1 run home in the first inning. Simmons still at bat in the count 2-0. 2 balls and no strikes on Al. Dietrich throws now, and Simmons swings and falls the ball on the ground. It hits the catcher's foot, bounds over to the right, and Sewell trots over there to pick it up, looks it over and throws it back. Now he's going to take it back to the umpire. Apparently too marred up for use. Now the next pitch to Simmons is the third ball. It's wide and low, and so it's 3-1 on Al. 3 balls and 1 strike on Simmons. 3-1 the count. Here comes that pitcher again, ready. But the second throws, and Al hits a long drive to deep left field, so way back. Looks though that's also in there, and it is a home run into the second deck of the left field stands by Simmons, and he's starting around second base. The ball bounded back into the field. But Al trots on around the bases, and it's another home run, this time with a man on base. And Mr. Dietrich, I don't believe, will be with us very long if his luck persists in that manner. He's given up 2 hits, both of them home runs. In between times there was a walk. And the man at bat is Stone, taking the first pitch wide and low for ball 1. 1 ball called. Washington now leading the Sox 3-0 in the first inning. Result of 2 home runs and a walk. And the next pitch, he finally gets one over down around the knees, and it's strike 1. So it's 1 ball and 1 strike on Stone. Dietrich winds up again, pitches, and the hitter falls this one into the second deck, above and to the left of the plate, and it's 1 ball and 2 strikes on Stone. 1-2 the count. Dietrich throws again for a wide one and ball 2. So it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. 2-2 the count on Stone. He's ready out there again, has the sign once more, starts to wind up. Pitches, and the hitter swings at an easy bounder down to Hayes, who scoops it up, throws to first base, and Stone is out by a step for the second out in the first inning. And it's a 2 out of the first inning for the Senators. 3 runs are home. And Joe Cool, the first baseman, is at bat. Cool up there at the plate. Another left-handed swinger, by the way. and he takes the first one wide and low for ball one. One ball called. Again, the pitcher starts to wind up throws, and Joe starts to swing but changes his mind to take a high one inside, and it's 2-0. 2 balls and no strikes on Cool. 1-0 the count. Joe takes the first strike now. Fastball over the inside corner down around the knees, and it's 2-1. He swings the next to drive it into center field for a base hit. Well hit base hit, too. He makes the turn for second, but Krivich makes a hard throw right straight to second base. Appling got it right over the bag with out a hop. Turns as though to throw to first, but Cool is on it all the way back there by then after making a wide turn. And it puts him on first base with Buddy Meyer. Buddy's a seventh hitter this inning, and 6 of the 7 have been left-handed hitters. The first pitch is high and wide for ball one. One ball call. He waits there again, takes another look at first base, and throws, and the hitter swings in a high fly, coming down foul to the right of the plate, back of it a little. Sewell is back there and gets it for the third out, ending the first half of the first inning, but not until dire damage had been done to Bill Dietrich. 3 runs, 3 hits, and 1 man left on base. The 3 runs being due to 2 home runs, a home run by Almeida to open the ball game, a home run by Simmons with Lewis, who had walked on base, and then the single by Cool left him on base. So, the Senators are leading the White Sox by a score of 3-0 as the White Sox come to bat in the last half of the first inning with Jackie Hayes, White Sox leadoff man, and second baseman, the first man at bat. Hayes up there at the plate. Jimmy DeShong is the pitcher for the Senators today. And Jackie steps up there to the plate after the umpire dusts it off and pulls on his mask. Strong out there, starts to wind up. He's right-hander. And pitches, and the hitter takes a wide one across the knees for ball one. One ball called. Strong waits there, has the sign again, starts to wind up. Pitches, and Hayes takes a fast one for a strike over the inside corner across the chest, and it's 1-1. 1 ball and 1 strike on Hayes. 1-1 is the count. He throws once more, and it's a curve ball wide and low, making it 2-1. 2 balls and 1 strike. There comes a wide one across the knees for ball 3. So it's 3-1 on Jackie Hayes. 3 balls and 1 strike. And there's the second strike. He let that one go by. It's over the plate down around the knees. And so it's 3-2. 3 balls and 2 strikes. He throws once more. The hitter swings the high fly and short center field. Center fielder coming in fast and grabs for the ball, but it just drops out of his glove. Stone grabs it fast, holding Hayes at first base, and it's a base hit. A pop fly into center field on which Almeida made a great try and managed to just touch it with the tip of his fingers as it drops out there back of second base, and it goes as a base hit for Hayes. Putting him on first base, nobody out in the first inning for the White Sox, and Mike Krivich, White Sox center fielder, is at bat. Krivich up there at the plate. Towards the first baseman throws. Mike hits a long fly, but it's foul down the right field line, and going back into the seats out of reach. It's 1 strike on Krivich. 1 strike to count. The Pitcher has the sign again, now throws, and Mike swings it a long walk to deep left field. Way out there, and it's another home run. And boy, that one went way back into the lower deck of the seat. Way back, almost to the very rear of the lower deck. And Krivich is trotting around, steps on third base, and trots onto the plate. Oh, these Lions are really seeing some hitting out here. They come out here and they've seen 3 home runs, and there's only a little more than half inning been played. So the score is 3-2 in favor of the Senators now in the first inning, and the White Sox have Dixie Walker at bat. Nobody out, 2 runs home. And the pitcher throws the first one. Dix takes it high and wide for ball 1. 1 ball called. Well, there isn't a strong wind blowing out either. As a matter of fact, it's a strong wind from the east. And Almeida's hit was against that wind. The others might be getting some support from it, but not enough to carry them in. The next pitch is ball 2. It's also wide, and the count is 2-0 on Walker. 2 balls and no strikes. And there comes ball 3 inside and low, so it's 3 balls and no strikes on Walker. 3-0. DeShong stops to rev up the ball now before pitching the next one to Dix. The umpire calls for the ball, seeing whether it's all right or not. Owen's examining the ball down there. Finally hands it back to the catcher. He throws it out to DeShong, and Walker, left-handed hitter, steps up there to the plate again. He throws, and Dix takes strike 1. Fastball that came over the inside corner across the chest, and it's 3-1. 3 balls and 1 strike on Walker. He throws again, and Dix gets ball 4. It's wide. The base on ball, and Zeke Vanura is at bat. Vanura up there at the plate. Zeke stops to dig in with his right foot there and gets ready to pitch now, or to hit rather, as DeShong gets ready to pitch. Jimmy suddenly steps off the mound, but umpire Moriarty over here at first base calls time, and Walker tosses his glass case to Merv Shea, coaching at first base. Friendly got out there and discovered he still has his glass case in his pocket. Those glasses cost about $18 a piece, you know. And the first pitch to Zeke is a high fastball inside for ball 1. 1 ball called. He has the sign again. There's that stretch. He stretches his arms out in front of him instead of over his head and throws strike 1 over the inside corner about waist high. So the count is 1-1. 1 ball and 1 strike on Vanura. Walker on first base. Nobody out. 2 runs home for the White Sox in the first inning. And Zeke gets the second ball high and wide to make it 2-1. 2 balls and 1 strike on Henry. Husky, right-handed hitter. 2-1 is the count. Still watching, finally gets his sign again. Pitches, and it's a strike over the outside corner across the knees. Henry lets out a howl. You can hear clear up here. He says, oh, but the ball curving away from him just nicely caught the corner down around the knees. And it's 2 balls and 2 strikes on Vanura. 2-2 is the count. Two and two, pitcher throws again, and Zeke swings at a pop fly coming down back of the alongside the pitcher's mound, and the catcher Farrell goes out there to make the catch for the first out in the inning. Vanura pops out to Farrell out there near the pitcher's mound. It's 1 out in the first inning for the White Sox. Walker is still on first base with 2 runs home, and Rip Radcliffe, Ray the Ripper, White Sox left fielder, a left-handed hitter, is up there at bat. Going to hit an easy batter down to Myra, gets it, flips it to shortstop. He throws the first, but Walker's across the bag, well ahead of the throw. Ball was very slowly hit on Myra, didn't have much chance to make the play start any faster. The pivot was done perfectly by Silas. And so Radcliffe is on first base with 2 out in the first inning, 2 runs home, and Luke Appling at bat. Score 3-2 in favor of Washington in the last half of the first inning. Sean throws the first one, and Luke takes a high one wide for ball 1. 1 ball called. Strong waits out for the next sign, seems to have it. He's ready. There's the stretch. He pitches, and Appling hits the ball into center field. Almeida comes in nicely, though, and makes the catch for the third out. And it's 2 runs, 2 hits, 1 man left on base in the last half of the first inning. And at the end of the first inning, Washington leads the White Sox by a score of 3-2. Washington leads the White Sox 3-2 at the end of the first inning of this ball game. The best is none too good, where 90% of your driving safety is concerned. Be sure your car has the best in chassis lubrication. Have it Marfax regularly. You'll save money, too, because Marfax is the exclusive Texaco chassis lubricant which lasts twice as long as ordinary grease. Here is Rick Farrell at bat. Starts the second inning for Washington. Dietrich out there is getting ready to pitch the first one. Starts his easy swinging wind-up. Pitches, and Rick takes a fast strike over the inside corner a little above the knee. 1 strike on Farrell. Dietrich winds up again. Throws, and Rick swings to foul the ball back into the second deck above and back of the plate. And it's 2 strikes on Farrell. 2 strikes to count. Again, the pitcher throws. Rick swings at a slow bounder. Appling comes in nicely, gets it, throws to first, and while the throw is low, Benora gets it nicely to get Farrell out for the first out here in the second inning. One out of the second inning for Washington, and DeShong, the Washington pitcher, is a bat. He bats right-handed as he pitches, and is already waiting there at the plate. Dietrich gets ready to pitch the first one to him. Bill's getting his sign. Starts his wind-up and throws, and the hitter swings it a high fly to right field. But Walker's back waiting for the ball. He has it, and it's 2 out in the second inning. 2 out in the second inning for the Senators, and Almeida, the Washington center fielder, is at bat. Almeida up there at the plate. Winds up, pitches, and it's a strike over the heart of the plate just above the knees. 1 strike on Almeida. Throws again. Almeida swings it, a line drive to left field. Ratcliffe's in fast, gets it, and it's 3 out. No runs, no hits in the second inning for Washington. And the score is still 3-2 in favor of the Senators as the White Sox come to bat in the last half of the second inning. First White Sox hitter being Bosberger, White Sox third baseman. Broadcast of the White Sox-Washington game comes to you direct from Comiskey Park, the home of the White Sox at Chicago, as a presentation of your neighborhood Texaco dealer, distributor of Texaco Fire Chief Gasoline. Broadcast reaches you through station WCFL in Chicago. Don't forget to get your request card and send it in for the 1937 Texaco scorebook, which is now off the presses and being mailed out. Some of them probably arrived this morning at your home. Stop in at any Texaco dealer, ask for a request card, fill it in completely with the information that the spaces are provided for. Mail it to me at WCFL. Don't say NBC, that wouldn't be quite right with it. Although if it lands there, we'll see that it goes the right place anyway. But to WCFL, and then we'll see that you get your scorebook by return mail. It'll be mailed direct to you, no delay in delivery this time. A bigger, better book, and much more complete than last year. Berger at bat hits the first pitch, a tremendous ball to deep right center, but Almeida goes over there beautifully to make a nice running catch of that ball for the first out. That Almeida really covers ground. The way that ball started, I thought it was really through there. With Stone coming fast, I didn't think he had a chance, and Almeida came out of nowhere to almost overrun the ball and still make the play. So it's 1 out in the second inning for the White Sox, with Luke Sewell, White Sox catcher, at bat. Sewell up there at the plate, score 3-2 in favor of Washington. Sean winds up now, throws, and the hitter swings, hit a slow bounder down the third baseline. Third baseman Lewis gets it, throws to first, and While Cool had to shift to the back of the bag to take a rather wide throw to the left, he got the runner easily for the second out. That makes it 2 outs in the second inning for the White Sox. And Bill Dietrich, the White Sox pitcher, comes walking up there to the plate. Dietrich at bat for 2 out in the second inning for the Sox. Pitcher waiting out there for Stein. Pitch the first one to Dietrich. Starts to wind up. And throws, and the hitter swings and fouls the ball in the ground. Hit the ground and bounded out back to the plate. And Sewell was walking on back to the bench, and the ball bounced to him. He very casually caught it, looked it over, held it out to the umpire, and pointed at something umpire had it, and the umpire says throw it out of play. So Luke rolled it on over to the dugout, and the next pitch comes back for a strike over the outside corner. Dietrich didn't go after it. So it's 2 strikes on Bill. 2 strikes to count. And he swings at the next one to hit a hard bounder down to the third baseman, who gets it, throws the first, and the runner is out as Cool leaves the bag to take the throw and then steps back on the bag for the third out. The ball was hard hit, but straight to Lewis. So it's no runs, no hits in the second inning for the White Sox. Score remaining 3-2 in favor of Washington at the end of the second inning. It doesn't pay to experiment with motor oils. Always buy new Texaco motor oil and be sure that your car is getting complete lubrication. Texaco resists heat, and it doesn't burn up inside the engine, and also it lasts longer, saving you real money. Lewis is at bat to start the third inning for the Senators and takes the first pitch inside across the knees for ball 1. 1 ball called on Buddy, left-handed hitter, as I mentioned. Dietrich throws again for ball 2. That also missed the inside corner down around the knees, and it's 2-0. 2 balls and no strikes. He walks up onto the mound, stands there watching the plate again. Finally has his sign, starts his wind-up, and throws, and the hitter takes the ball 3 high and wide. He got a walk in the first inning and rode home ahead of Simmons on Al's home run. Now he's on his way to another walk from the looks of things. There's the first strike. It's over the outside corner, a little above the knees. So it's 3-1, 3 balls and 1 strike on Lewis. Three and 1 is the count. 3-1, but the throws again, and there's a strike over the heart of the plate just about knee high. So it's 3-2, 3 balls and 2 strikes on Lewis. 3-2 is the count, but the throws once more. Buddy swings it a fly in left field. That's just racing back very, very hard and makes a pretty, pretty running catch way back toward the left field corner. And still on the go, running very hard when he made the play. So it's 1 out in the third inning for the Senators, and Cecil Travis, the shortstop, is at bat. Dietrich got him out very nicely after having found a 3-0 on him. Got 2 strikes on the man, and then he hit that fly, which Radcliffe captured, although he had little trouble catching up with it. Dietrich throws now, and the hitter swings, hits the line drive to left field. Radcliffe gets over there fast, takes it on the hop, turns and throws it into second base by fast fielding, holds it to a single. The ball was well hit down the left field line, and Radcliffe coming over fast, caught it on the bounce. And now again the White Sox start Keane warming up in the left field bullpen. Simmons steps up there and suddenly stops, smooth down the dirt in the mound. The umpire, rather than the batter's box, the umpire called time for him. Al is back up there again, though. Dietrich's ready to pitch to him, throws, and Simmons swings hit a fly coming down foul on the roof of the stand above first base. 1 strike on Simmons, 1 strike to count. Still watching first base, finally throws again, and it's a high one inside for ball 1, making it 1 ball and 1 strike on Simmons. 1-1 the count. One, but the team set once more. Throws and the hitter swings, hit a bounder down to the shortstop. Appling gets it, flips it to the second baseman. Hayes throws the first, but Simmons had beaten the relay there. It was a slow bounder, and they even had to make a very fast play to get Travis at second. So Hayes' throw to first had no chance of beating Simmons. So it's 2 out in the third inning for the Senators. Simmons is on first base, and Johnny Stone, the Washington right fielder, is at bat. Stone up there at the plate. He watches the man at first base and pitches, and Stone takes a strike over the outside corner a little above the knee. 1 strike on Johnny. Waits there again for his sign, has it, swings around as he gets it, takes a look over his shoulder to the man at first base, then pitches, and the hitter takes the ball. It's inside across the waist, and it's 1-1. 1 ball and 1 strike on Stone. 1-1 the count. He gets ready again, pitches, and the hitter swings, hits the throw bounder at the end of the bat. Berger comes over fast, grabs for the ball, but fumbles it, and the runner is safe on Berger's error. Looked like rather an easy ball, but I think it took just a little bit of a low hop, and while Bose managed to hit it with the glove and slow it up, he couldn't get it where he could reach it in time to make the play, and is charged with an error on it, and it moves Simmons to second base. So the Senators have runners on first and second with 2 out in the third inning. And Cool, the first baseman, is at bat. Cool up there at the plate. He hits the first one foul down the left field line. Well hit ball right along the line, but foul by inches. And it's strike 1. 1 strike to count. Ball was thrown in there, rolled in along the line. The one that had been hit, Cool got it and scooped it up in the Cool's hand. He batted it back to Cool. He just tossed it to the umpires. There was a regular juggling act going down there by the 3 of them. 1 strike on Joe. He's just ready to pitch again. Keeps watching the man at second. Finally pitches, and Cool hits a beauty out to deep left center. Ratcliffe's going back to have it. It's over his head. Bounds up against the wall. 1 run is scoring. The second run in. Cool is on his way to third base. Appling gets the ball and throws it in. 2-6. And he stops it in the center of the diamond. A triple to left center by Cool. Driving in 2 unearned runs because they would not have scored if there hadn't been the error by Berger. And it gives the Senators a 5-2 lead over the White Sox. Senators leading 5-2, which is an unfortunate break for Dietrich because he isn't having a good enough day, apparently, to be able to weather those bad breaks like that boot, and the boys come up with trouble for him as soon as it happens. Now the man at bat is Meyer, the second baseman, and Buddy takes a strike over the outside corner about waist high. 1 strike to count. The throw together, the hitter swings the bounder down to Appling. It takes a very nasty hop, and Appling has to throw it his glove to bat it to keep it from hitting him in the face. By the time he recovers it, another run is home, and Meyer is safe at first base. It is probably a base hit. Yes, it is, a base hit, because that one took a very bad hop. Appling, who was in front of it, had to throw up his hand to keep from getting hit in the face. Just managed to bat the ball to the ground, and by the time he recovered it, the runner was across first base, and Cool had scored the 3rd run of the inning to give the Senators a 6-2 lead over the White Sox and bring Rick Farrell to bat. Farrell, a right-handed hitter up there at the plate. Farrell swings hit a high fly to short right field. Walker's coming in easily under it. Comes in a little bit faster now and makes the catch for the 3rd out. Ending the first half of the 3rd inning with 3 runs, 3 hits, 1 error, 1 man that's on base. And all 3 runs are unearned runs because the error was made on a play that would have been the 3rd out. And so the score is 6-2 in favor of Washington as the White Sox come to bat in the last half of the 3rd inning with Jackie Hayes, White Sox second baseman and leadoff man, the first man up. Broadcast the White Sox-Washington game comes to you direct from Comiskey Park, the home of the White Sox at Chicago, as a presentation of your neighborhood Texaco dealer, distributor of Texaco Fire Chief Gasoline. Broadcast reaches you through station WCFL in Chicago. Hayes stands there waiting while Deshaun goes through his warm-up. Remember, the 1937 Texaco scorebook is now ready. Book containing not only the complete rosters and sets of pictures of the White Sox and Cubs, but also several pages of data on them and their record, several pages of information about plays and questions that come up in baseball, rule interpretations, our complete scoring system with symbols and explanations, and pages of illustrations showing how the scoring works out, and more pages for scoring games than ever before. Stop at any Texaco dealer, get a request card, fill it in and mail it in, and the book will be mailed direct to you immediately by return mail. No delay in delivery this year. Hayes hits the first pitch, a long drive to left center, but Almeida's back there, sauntering back easily, and makes the catch for the first out in the third inning. The ball was well hit, but Almeida had no trouble getting over to deep left center to make the play. So it's one out in the third inning for the White Sox, and Mike Krivich, White Sox center fielder, is at bat. And the first pitch is a strike over the heart of the plate just above the knees. One strike to count. Pitcher again winding up, throws, and the hitter takes a wide one across the knees for ball one. So the count is 1-1. 1 ball and 1 strike on Krivich. One and one is the count, but throws the next one. The hitter hits a long drive to right field, but the right fielder Stone is waiting for that, gets it, and it's 2 out in the third inning. 2 out in the third inning for the White Sox, with Dixie Walker, White Sox right fielder, at bat. Walker up there at the plate. DeShong has always been more or less tough for the White Sox. While they started out in the first inning as though they were going to make things tough for him, he's caught up with them since then, and with a 4-run lead, is going along pretty well. He throws now, and Dixie takes a wide one across the waist for ball one. 1 ball called. One ball called. It's ready again, winds up, and throws, and the hitter swings to foul the ball into the stand to the right of the plate, and it's 1-1. 1 ball and 1 strike. One and one the count. And the pitcher seems set again as Walker was out of the box, but he steps back up there to the plate once more. Stands there watching his sign. Takes a look around at the boys out there in the field, looks at the plate once more. Then starts his wind-up. And Walker hits the next, a high fly in the center field. Dalmaida's coming in nicely under it, slows up a little bit, but not much, and makes the catch on the run for the third out, ending the third inning with no runs, no hits for the White Sox. And at the end of the third inning, Washington is leading the White Sox by a score of 6-2. And now, for scores and batteries from other cities, we return to the studio.
In the National League, the Cubs took the first game of a doubleheader from the Philadelphia Phillies 4-1, with Lee and Hartnett the Cub battery for the entire game. For the Phillies, Johnson and Grace. In the second game, the Cubs lead the Phillies at the end of the first of the third, 5-0, with French and O'Day the Cub battery for the Phillies. Jorgensen, Grace opening, Mulcahy pitching in the third inning. The Dodgers lead the Pirates at the end of the sixth inning, 5-0. Bowman and Todd the Pirate battery for the Dodgers, Jeffcoat and Spencer. The Reds lead the Giants at the end of the first of the fifth, 6-3. Hollingsworth and Davis the Red battery for the Giants, Castleman and Danning opening, Smith pitching in the fifth inning. The Bees took the first game from the Cardinals 5-1, with Blake and Owen the Cardinal battery for the Bees, Petty and Mueller. In the second game at the end of the first inning, it's a scoreless tie, 0-0 between the Cards and the Bees, with Dizzy Dean and Owen the Cardinal battery for the Bees, Lanning and Miller. In the American League, the Tigers and Red Sox are tied at the end of the second inning, 1-1. Grove and Deshotel the Red Sox battery for the Tigers, Bridges and Haywood. The Indians lead the Athletics at the end of the seventh inning, 7-3. Thomas and Conroy opening for the A's, with Nelson pitching in the fifth inning, and for the Indians, Harder and Sullivan. And now back to Comiskey Park and Hal Totten. Take it, Hal.
Back at the ballpark for the fourth inning, Kane is now the White Sox pitcher, and the first pitch he throws to DeShong, the Washington pitcher, is a curveball that goes wide for ball one. DeShong bats right-handed, and Kane is a right-handed pitcher, as I believe you remember. Shiv starts to wind up again. Throws, and the hitter takes a strike over the outside corner just above the knees, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike. 1-1 on DeShong. Once more, the pitcher starts that wind-up throws, and Jimmy swings and misses a fastball for a strike, making it 1 ball and 2 strikes on DeShong. 1-2 the count. Again, King starts to wind up throws, and the hitter swings it a high fly. Cleavage is coming in under it. Now he stands waiting, backs up a couple of steps, makes the catch easily, and it's one out in the fourth inning. One out in the fourth inning for Washington and Almeida. Mel Almeida, the Washington center fielder and leadoff man, a left-handed hitter, is at bat. There are only 3 right-handed hitters in the whole lineup, 6 left-handed swingers. Simmons, Farrell, and DeShaw are the only ones batting right-handed. Pitcher throws now, and Mel takes a curveball wide and low for ball 1. 1 ball called. And the pitcher seems ready again, winds up once more. Throws, and the hitter reaches out, bunts one, but it goes foul back to the stand, and it's 1-1. 1 ball and 1 strike on Almeida. 1-1 the count. One the count, with the pitcher winding up once more. He throws, and Mel takes a strike over the outside corner across the knees, and it's 1 ball and 2 strikes on Almeida. 1-2 the count. He swings the next, foul it back, and it's still 1 ball and 2 strikes on Mel. 1-2 the count. Seems set again, rubs that new ball up. Finally steps down the slab and is ready once more. Winding up again. Throws, and Mel swings, hit a bounder down to the shortstop. Atling follows a very bad hop nicely. Throws rather wide to first, but Venora reaches way out to the left and gets it for the second out. So it's 2 out in the fourth inning for Washington. And Lewis, Buddy Lewis, the Washington third baseman, is at bat. Lewis up there at the plate. Winds up to pitch first one to Buddy. Throws, and he swings and misses a curveball for strike 1. 1 strike on Lewis. Buddy waits out there again now. He starts to wind up once more. Throws, and Lewis takes a strike over the outside corner above the knees. And it's 2 strikes on Buddy. 2 strikes to count. 2 strikes to count, but winds up once more, throws, and there's a ball up so low it gets away from Sewell, throws back almost to the screen, and it's 1-2. 1 ball and 2 strikes. One and 2 is the count, but she stands out there waiting again. Takes quite a while now. He's winding up. Throws, and the hitter swings in a high fly to short left field. Ratcliffe is in there waiting for the ball. He's under it now. Has it, and it's 3 out. No runs, no hits in the fourth inning for the Senators. And the score is still 6-2 in favor of Washington as the White Sox come to bat in the last half of the fourth inning. First White Sox hitter will be Zeke Venura. This broadcast of the White Sox-Washington game comes to you direct from Comiskey Park, the home of the White Sox in Chicago, as a presentation of your neighborhood Texaco dealer, distributor of Texaco Fire Chief Gasoline. The broadcast reaches you through station WCFL. You see Donald McGillity come up here just a few minutes ago? You know, I bet another one's listening in, too, recuperating from some injuries he got in an accident. He's also spending his vacation in bed. That's Alex Robb. He's doing a lot of listening in, both at the hospital and now that he's home at home. I think he listens to me once in a while. At least I've heard he does. And we're all doggone glad to hear that Alex is getting along better, although, again, I'd say it's an awful way to spend the vacation. Here's Venura up there, and Zeke hits the first one, a fly to right field. Stone is going back on it. Oh, he gets over his head, bounces back into the field, and he gets it and throws it in as Venura pulls up at second base. Mr. Stone was going to be nonchalant that time, and he started back on that ball very slowly, just taking a step or two, and then he stopped and looked, and then started to race back, but by that time the ball was over his head. Man, that fella Venura really hits the ball, you know. So it's a 2-base hit for Zeke, putting him on second base. With nobody out in the fourth inning for the White Sox. And the man at bat is Rip Radcliffe. Rip takes the first one inside across the waist. It's ball one. One ball call. One ball call. The team's ready again. Throws, and the hitter hits the bounder down to the shortstop. Travis comes up with the ball, throws to first, and Radcliffe is out easily for the first out in the inning, with Ventura having to stay at second base. The Rip is on second base with one out in the fourth inning, and Appling, Luke Appling, White Sox, shortstop is at bat. And there's a high one wide for ball one, and the count is one ball called on Luke. One ball called, but the team set again, pitches, and Appling swings, then tried to stop his swing, but couldn't. He fell down trying to stop it, and he missed a high fastball inside for a strike. Umpire calls time as Appling steps out of the batter's box. But he steps back up there to plate again. The count is one ball and one strike. Keeps watching second base, throws again, and the hitter hits a foul down past first base. It goes on down the line to the visitors' bullpen, where one of the boys gets it to throw it back in. And it's 1-2. One ball and two strikes. 1-2 is the count. And there is another ball. It's wide, and the count is 2 balls and 2 strikes on Appling. 2-2 the count, but you wait there again for the next time. Takes another look back at second base, throws, and Luke hits another foul down the right field line, this time back into the seat. Hits 2 balls and 2 strikes on Appling. 2-2 the count. Two, but waiting there again. Hands on his hips while he gets the sign now. A stretch in front of him. Looks back at second. Pitches, and it's ball 3. Appling step back to take one just above the knees inside, and it's 3-2. 3 balls and 2 strikes. The end 2 is the count, but the waits out there again. Takes another look at second base. Now he's ready. Pitches, and it's a curve ball wide and low for ball 3, or ball 4 rather, and Appling gets a base on ball. Puts him on first base. The White Sox have runners on first and second with 1 out in the 4th inning, and Lou Berger, White Sox third baseman, is at bat. Washington leading the White Sox by a score of 6-2 in the last half of the 4th inning. Still watching second base, throws, the hitter swings and drives the ball hard to right field. Stone goes back nicely this time to make the catch after starting to just wait as he did on the ball that Ventura hit, but he got back that time to make the catch, and it's 2 out. Makes it 2 out in the 4th inning for the White Sox. They still have runners on first and second, and Luke Sewell, White Sox catcher, is at bat. Sewell up there at the plate for his 6-2 in favor of Washington in the last half of the 4th inning. Pitcher turns and throws to second. Meyer takes the ball and tags Venura, who was already back on the base. So Zeke takes his lead again. White Sox runners on first and second, 2 out in the 4th. Sewell at bat. Ready now, throws, and Sewell takes the curve ball wide. Rick Farrell came up with the ball, hands at the umpire. Seemed to take off that time very peculiarly, as though it might be something wrong with the cover, but the umpire decides no, throws it, hands it back to Cashew, who throws it back to pitcher. And the pitcher's ready out there again. Seems to have the side, and there's the stretch once more. Takes another look back at second, pitches, and it's a wide one across the knees for ball 2. And the count is 2-0, 2 balls and no strikes on Sewell. 2-0 the count. 1, nothing. Pitching's ready again. Throws, and Sewell swings hit a high fly in a short left field. Simmons is in waiting for the ball, and he circles around a little bit, finally makes the catch for the third out. Al seemed a little bit indecisive that time. He danced first one side, then to the other, but he finally made the catch, as he usually does, for the third out. And it's no runs, 1 hit, 2 men left on base in the last half of the 4th inning for the White Sox, and the score stands 6-2 in favor of the Senators at the end of the 4th inning. Tourists are the people who roll up big mileage every year, and they have ample opportunity to compare the pickup, power, speed, and mileage of many different gasolines. And tourists buy more Texaco Fire Chief gasoline than any other brand. They know that Fire Chief gives them more for their money. Why don't you try Fire Chief in your car? Donald McGibbon, he's a busy man out there. Oh, look, he's got Joe Allegretti with him down there. What do you know about that? A lot of wires here. What's this from Hepburn out the Texas Company in Rockford? Unable to secure 2 tickets Sunday game. Only game I can see this season. Greatly appreciate any assistance you can give. Thanks. Sorry, my friend, it's too late. You just can't give any assistance because there just are no more tickets to be had. That is, reserve tickets. There'll be 40,000, 45,000 tickets placed on sale on Sunday morning. 40,000 grandstand and 5,000 late here. C. Dobbins again, say hello from me. Charlie Comiskey knew him well. C.J. Broughton from Wilmette. Oh, here's Dick Gardner. 3 runs is nothing, Al. Call me after the game. Okay, and little Dick Travis. Got that. One fella sitting right out here in front of us, R.G. Hertzka, Taylor from the south side here at Chicago, who says he's seeing his first game, although he's been in this city for 50 years. He went once back in 24 and fell asleep during the pregame practice and so never saw it, so he's taking a look today. The first man at bat in the 5th inning, Savage hits the first pitch down to Epling, and is thrown out at first base for the first out in the 5th inning. 1 out in the 5th inning for the Senators, and Al Simmons is at bat. Al Simmons, the Washington left fielder. Pitch winds up now to pitch the first one, throws, and Al takes a curveball wide for ball 1. 1 ball called on Simmons. Pitch winding up once more. Throws, and Al takes a wide one across the knees for ball 2, and the count is 2-0. 2 balls and no strikes on Simmons. 2-0 is the count, but the Whites out there smooths the dirt down in front of the slab, then starts his wind-up, and pitches, and Al starts to swing, but stops to take a ball that's over the plate but too low, and it's 3-0. 3 balls and no strikes on Simmons. 3-0 the count. Nothing. Pitcher seems ready again, winds up once more. Throws, and Al takes a strike over the outside corner about knee-high, making it 3-1. 3-1 is the count. Hitter swings the next one to hit a high fly coming into right field, and Walker comes all the way in almost to the infield to make the catch, and it's 1 out. Or rather 2 out in the 5th inning. Stop to take a look down here. Question Ernie asked, and so discovered it was 2 outs instead of 1. And it's 2 out in the 5th inning for the Washington Senators. And Stone at bat. Oh, get me one of those 6-shooters. That would have had me some fun. Yowza. There's our Moonon friend, George. And the first pitch to Stone, he takes wide and low for ball 1. 1 ball called. One ball call, pitcher ready once more, starts to wind up. Pitches, and the hitter swings, hits the ball hard into right center for a good base hit. Walker's over there fast, so is Krivich. Dixie makes the play, throws the ball into second base, and the runner gallops back to first, a single to right center by Stone, putting him on first base with 2 out in the 5th inning for the Senators. And Joe Cool, the Washington first baseman, is at bat. Cool up there to plate. watching first base now, looks at the plate, gets ready to pitch the first one to cool. Now he has the sign, there's the stretch, looks back at first base, pitches, and it's a high one inside for ball one. One ball called. Kane has the sign again, takes another look at the runner, then pitches a slow one. The hitter swings it a high fly to short left field. Radcliffe coming in hard, calling for the ball. He has it. Appling had started back fast, but slowed down when the Ripper made the call. And so Ray gets the ball for the third out. It's no runs, one hit, and one man left on base in the first half of the fifth inning. And the score is still 6-2 in favor of the Senators as the White Sox come to bat in the last half of the fifth inning. Kane himself, the White Sox pitcher, the first man at bat. Broadcast, the White Sox-Washington game comes to you direct from Comiskey Park, the home of the White Sox at Chicago, as a presentation of your neighborhood Texaco dealer, distributor of Texaco Fire Chief Gasoline. The broadcast reaches you through WCFL in Chicago. Kane is already standing up there alongside of umpire Owens, who's been talking to Ewell Haas, White Sox reserve outfielder who's on his way down the first base coaching line. Hayes out here waiting to swing. Hi, Don. How's that Northwood tan of yours coming along? Yeah, I saw Joe out there. The pitcher's ready now, winds up to pitch the first one, throws, the hitter swings and fouls the ball back to the screen for strike one. One strike on Kane. And the pitcher winds up again, throws, the hitter swings and misses a curveball inside for a strike, and it's two strikes on Kane. Hitter swings the next one. It's a bounder. The first baseman, Cool, gets it, runs over, steps on first base, and it's one out in the fifth inning for the White Sox. One out in the fifth inning with Jackie Hayes, White Sox leadoff man and second baseman, now at bat. Pitcher waits out there now to pitch the first one to Jackie Hayes. Pitcher starts to wind up. And throws, and Jackie takes a curveball inside and low for ball one. One ball called. Pitcher again starts to wind up, pitches, and there's a high one wide for ball two, and the count is 2-0. 2-0 is the count with the pitcher ready again. He winds up once more, throws, and there's a high one wide for ball three, making it 3 balls and no strikes on Hayes. 3-1 is the count. Waiting out there again now, stands there getting his sign, starts to wind up, and pitches, and Hayes gets the fourth ball. It's high and inside, and it's a base on balls for Hayes, which can bring him on first base with one out in the fifth inning and Krivich at bat. Pitcher stands on the rubber there, getting his sign to pitch the first one to Krivich. And the pitch comes over the plate for strike one. One strike on Mike. And there he is, ball one, and the count is 1 ball and 1 strike on Krivich. 1-1 the count on Mike. Hayes on first base, 1 out in the fifth inning for the White Sox. Washington leading 6-2. And he hits the next one, a line drive straight into the shortstop's hands. He gets the ball, throws to first, and the ball bounces out of Cool's glove. However, I think Hayes had managed to get back there just in time. Ball was well hit, but straight into shortstop Travis' hands, and he threw past the first to try to complete a double play, but Hayes got back, and then the ball bounded out of Cool's glove anyway. However, it's 2 out in the fifth inning for the White Sox, and Walker Dixie Walker is at bat. And the hitter swings it an easy bounder down to Meyer, who gets the throw to first base, and Walker is out for the third out. So it's no runs, no hits, one man left on base in the last half of the fifth inning for the White Sox. And the score at the end of the fifth inning, the Washington Senators are leading the White Sox by a score of 6-2. And now again, for just a moment, we return to the studio.
Stop for filling of Texaco Fire Chief gasoline. When you've tried Fire Chief in your car, tested it, given it a thoroughgoing third-degree trial under every driving condition, then, and only then, will you know what emergency action really means. Texaco Fire Chief gasoline meets rigid specifications for emergency use, for use in fire engines, ambulances, and police cars. With Fire Chief in the tank of your car, you get everything in power, speed, and economy. That's why more tourists from coast to coast buy Fire Chief than any other single brand. So stop for a tank full of Fire Chief today. You'll get more for your money, yet you don't pay 1 cent more for Fire Chief than you do for ordinary gasoline. And now back to Comiskey Park for the continuation of the baseball game. Take it, Hal.
Back at the ballpark for the start of the sixth inning, ladies and gentlemen. The first man at bat for the Senators will be Meyer, Buddy Meyer, the second baseman. Left-handed hitter, he's already up there at the plate to start the sixth inning. Washington leading by a score of 6-2. And the first pitch is a wide one for ball one. One ball called on Meyer. One ball called, which waits out there again, steps up to the hitter, steps up, back up to the plate. He was out of the batter's box. And pitcher throws, and he takes a ball wide and low, making it 2-0 on Meyer. 2 balls and no strikes on Buddy Meyer. Washington second baseman at bat to start the sixth inning. Washington leading 6-2. Kane again starts to wind up. Throws, and the hitter takes a strike over the inside corner about knee high. And so it's 2-1. 2 balls and 1 strike. Kane again starts to wind up. Throws, and the hitter swings, and it's a high fly to short left field, up back at third base. Appling's going back there and makes the catch over near the foul line for the first out in the sixth inning. 1 out in the sixth inning for the Senators, and Rick Farrell steps up there to the plate. Farrell is at bat. Boys waiting for the infielders to get back their position. Pitcher gets the sign, starts to wind up, and throws, and it's a strike over the outside corner above the knees. 1 strike on Farrell. 1 strike to count. Getting his sign once more. Suddenly Farrell discovers something wrong with the bat and starts back to the bench to get another one. Apparently found there was a crack in the handle of that one, which he didn't know about, so he throws it to the ground, takes another one from the bat boy, and starts back up to the plate. Finally arrives there at the plate. And Kane smoothing the dirt down in front of the slabs, ready to pitch to him once more. Stands there getting his sign, starts to wind up. And pitches, and the hitter swings, hit a ball hard down to Berger, who makes a nice stop on a very bad hop and throws to first base, getting Farrell for the second out. That makes it 2 out in the sixth inning for the Senators. And DeShong, the Washington pitcher, is coming up there to the plate. DeShong at bat. Jimmy finally arrives there. Plays the pitcher stands there getting his sign, starts his wind-up, and throws, and the hitter takes a strike over the heart of the plate about waist high. 1 strike on DeShong. 1 strike to count. Kane winds up again, throws, and Jimmy gets the ball, just missed the outside corner, about across the waist, drops out of the catcher's glove, and it's 1-1. 1 ball and 1 strike. 1-1 is the count with the pitcher winding up again. He throws, and there is the second ball. It's wide and low, making it 2-1 on DeShong. 2 balls and 1 strike. 2-1 the count with the pitcher winding up again. He throws, and it's inside and low for the third ball, making it 3-1 on Deschamps. 3 balls and 1 strike. Kane takes an easy wind-up, throws again, and it's strike 2. It barely caught the inside corner a little above the knees, making it 3-2 on Deschamps. 3 balls and 2 strikes. He again starts to wind up, throws, and the hitter swings right through the box. He hits the ball and into center field for a base hit. A single to center field by Jimmy Deschamps, the Washington pitcher. Puts him on first base, 2 out in the 6th inning. And Almeida, the Washington center fielder, is at bat. Hitter swings and fouls the first one into the second deck, above and to the right of the plate, and it's strike 1. 1 strike to count. The ball bounds out and over after being fumbled by some of the spectators up here. Goes down amongst the box seat occupants downstairs. It's 1 strike on Almeida. And the pitch is ready again. Throws, and it's inside across the waist for a ball, making it 1-1. 1 ball and 1 strike. 1-1 is the count. One and one, situating there again for the sign as Almeida shifts first the bat first to one hand, then the other. Finally gets ready as Kane pitches and the hitter swings, hit a ball in the center field. Krivich going way back and makes the catch out there for the third out. Krivich never hesitated. That ball had hardly left the bat before he had turned his back to the infield and was heading straight for that bleacher wall. And he started watching back over his shoulder and whirled at the last minute to make that catch in deep center for the third out. So it's no run, 1 hit, 1 man left on base in the first half of the 6th inning. And the score is still 6-2 in favor of Washington as the White Sox come to bat in the last half of the 6th with Zeke Ventura again the first man at bat. I don't know how many of the listeners had heard the one unusual bit of baseball news today. Down there in St. Louis, they've had quite a shake-up, and manager Hornsby and Coach Charlie O'Leary, who incidentally resides in Chicago, have been released. And for the remainder of the season at least, Jim Bottomley has been made manager of the Browns, and Gabby Street, who formerly managed the Cardinals and has recently been up there at St. Paul, has been called in to assist Bottomley as coach. And that's the reorganization today down there in St. Louis of the American League Club. Ventura is up there at the plate now. Starts the last half of the 6th inning. He waits out there to get the sign, starts to wind up, and throws, and Zeke takes a slow, and it's a curve over the outside corner about knee-high for strike 1. 1 strike on Ventura. He's waiting there for the next time. Seems to have it, starts his wind up, and pitches, and the hitter takes a wide one across the chest for ball 1. So it's 1-1. 1 ball and 1 strike on Ventura. 1-1 the count. 1-1, which winds up again, throws, Zeke swings, did a long drive to center field, but Almeida's over there waiting for it, has it, and it's 1 out in the 6th inning. 1 out in the 6th inning for the White Sox. And Radcliffe, the White Sox left fielder, is at bat. Rip Radcliffe up there now. Whitehead's doing a little warming up in the bullpen, but I believe it's just to get a good loosening up because he's expected to open against the Yankees next Friday. Remember, the Yankees here are Friday, Saturday, and Sunday with a doubleheader Sunday. The first pitch to Radcliffe is a strike over the outside corner about waist high. 1 strike to count. He's ready again, winds up once more. Throws, and there's a ball, a curve ball inside. Wait a minute, did I call that other one a strike? Apparently it was a ball. I thought I saw the umpire's arm come up on it. It was ball 1, so it's ball 2 now, according to that board. And there is ball 3 inside across the waist, making it 3-0. 3 balls and no strikes. Once more, Deschamps starts to wind up. Pitches, and there's a strike down the middle waist high. We're on the count of 3-1. 3-1 the count. And there's the 4th ball high and wide. Radcliffe gets the base on ball. him on first base with one out in the sixth inning for the White Sox. And Luke Appling, White Sox shortstop, is at bat. Appling up there at the plate. Luke takes the first one in wide across the knees for ball one. One ball called. Sean gives the ball in there for a look over by the umpire, but has it again, pitches, and it's a curve ball wide and low for ball two, making the count 2-0. 2 balls and no strikes on Appling. That's Biff on first base, one out in the sixth inning for the White Sox. He throws again for a strike over the inside corner, about knee-high. Appling turns and walks out of the box, apparently a little bit surprised at that. Finally steps back up to the plate, and the count is 2-1. 2 balls and 1 strike. 2-1, such a team's ready again, throws, and it's strike 2 right down the alley, just a little below the waist, making it 2-2. 2 balls and 2 strikes on Appling. 1 out, Radcliffe on first base in the sixth inning for the Sox. Washington leading 6-2. DeShong pitches again, and Appling gets the third ball. A fast one inside across the chest. To run the count to 3-2. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Seems to have the sign again. Takes another look at the man at first. Pitches the runners on the go as Appling hits the ball right back at the shortstop. And he throws to second base, and it's both out, although the play at second was a little close. Radcliffe went off the base and then went back to the base again, and is standing there on second base while they're trying to decide amongst the umpires what is what. Appling is arguing with umpire Johnston that he thought that the runner was safe at second and Dykes is out there. The umpire got himself into the argument by the fact that he spread his hand to indicate safe, and then, after the ball was thrown to first base, lifted his hand to his shoulder, indicating out. If he had raised his hand to begin with, I don't think there'd been any argument. And now several of the players are gathered around him because he spread his hand parallel to the ground, which is the usual sign to indicate safe. And then as the ball started on its way to first base, the one hand came up about even with his shoulder. I noticed that, but figured that he had started to call him safe, then realized he was out and made the change in play. But naturally, the ball players are going to, if possible, remind him of a situation like that. So anyway, it's a double play, making it 3 out, no runs, no hits in the sixth inning for the White Sox, and the score standing 6-2 in favor of Washington at the end of the sixth inning. And now again, for scores and batteries from other cities, we return to the studio.
The National League, the Cubs took the first game from the Phillies 4-1, and at the end of the sixth inning of the second game, lead the Phillies 5-0. The Cubs 5, Phillies nothing at the end of the sixth inning of the second game with French and O'Day at the Cub battery for the second game. For the Phillies, Jorgensen, Atwood opening, Mulcahy pitching in the third inning. The Brooklyn Dodgers blanked the Pirates today 6-0 with Bowman and Todd the Pirate battery. For the winning Dodgers, Jeffcoat and Spencer. The Reds lead the Giants at the end of the seventh inning 6-4 with Hollingsworth and Davis the Red battery. For the Giants, Castleman and Danning, Smith in the fifth, and Kaufman in the seventh. The Bees beat the Cardinals in the first game 5-1 and lead the Cardinals at the end of the fifth inning of the second game 2-1 with Dizzy, Dean, and Owen working for the Cardinals in the second game. For the Bees, Lanning and Miller. In St. Louis, the Yanks and the Browns are tied at the end of the first inning 0-0 with Wicker and Dickey, the Yankee battery. For the Browns, Cupo and Hemsley. In Detroit, the Red Sox lead the Tigers at the end of the first half of the fifth inning 4-1 with Grove and Deshotel, the Red Sox battery. For the Tigers, Bridges and Hayward. The Indians won the first game of the doubleheader from the Philadelphia Athletics 9-8 with Bob Feller, the winning pitcher. And in the second game, the warm-up pitchers for the A's, Ross. For the Indians, Galehouse. And now back to Comiskey Park and Hal Totten. Take it, Hal.
Back to the ballpark for the seventh inning, ladies and gentlemen. Lewis is the first man at bat for Washington. Took the first pitch for a ball, fouled the next one into the second deck to the left for a strike. And now the pitcher winds up, throws again, but he hits the ball hard into right field for a good clean line single. Single to right by Lewis, putting him on first base. Nobody out of the seventh inning for Washington. And Travis, the Washington shortstop, is at bat. Travis up there at the plate. Kane out there, smooths the dirt down, gets ready to pitch the first one, Travis. Gets his sign, there's the stretch. He looks at first base, then throws over to first. And the runner's back in plenty of time, though. Nobody out in the seventh inning. Lewis on first base. The score 6-2 in favor of Washington. Travis at bat. Watches first base, throws, and the hitter swings in a high fly, coming down foul, back at third base, and back into the seats out of reach. It's one strike on Travis. One strike to count. One strike is the count. The pitcher waiting out there again. Pitcher smooths that dirt down in front of the slab and then takes the plate once more. It's quite a while. Finally has the sign. And pitches and the hitter swings, hit a bounder down. Hayes goes far to his left, grabs for it, but it bounds on out into right field. And the runner from first keeps right on for third base. Hayes dashed far to his left, grabbed for the ball, but it bounded, took a bad hop and went over his hand, on out into right field for a base hit. Moving Lewis to third base. And the Senators have runners on first and third. There's nobody out in the seventh inning. And Simmons, Al Simmons, the Washington left fielder, is at bat. Simmons up there at the plate. Rigney is now warming up at the start alongside of Whitehead, who I believe, as I said, is tuning up for his appearance Friday. And first pitch to Simmons, the curveball wide for ball one. One ball called. Team's ready out there once more now. Throws and the hitter swings, hit a ball into right field for another base hit. One run is scored. The runner from first makes the turn, but Walker's throw across the infield to Appling holds him at second base. So Simmons single to right scores Lewis. It's Simmons' third run batted in today. And Washington now leads the White Sox by a score of 7-2 in the seventh inning. They have runners on first and second with nobody out. One run already home. And Stone, the right fielder, is at bat. Johnny's already up there at the plate, infield playing for an expected bunt. Kane looks back at second base and pitches, and Stone instead swings, hits a high fly to short left field. Radcliffe coming in very fast and gets it for the first out in the seventh inning. One out in the seventh inning for Washington. And Joe Cool, the Washington first baseman, is at bat. Cool up there at the plate. And the hitter swings, hit a high fly to deep right center. Walker's way back there, so is Krivich. Mike calls for the ball, makes the catch, and makes the throw into second base, holding the runner at first, but the runner from second goes on to third after the catch. So it's 2 out in the seventh inning for Washington. They have runners now on first and third with one run home. And the man at bat is Buddy Meyer, the Washington second baseman. Buddy stands there at the plate waiting as Kane gets his sign, gets ready to pitch the first one to him. There's a stretch, looks at the runners, first and third, and pitches, and the hitter hits a high fly to right field. Walker's back waiting for the ball, backs up a little more, and makes the catch, although he sort of kneeled down as he caught the ball, as though he again had lost it in that tough sun that they have to battle out there in the outfield. But he made the catch for the third out. And so, in the first half of the seventh inning, Washington had one run, 3 hits, 2 men left on base, and the score is 7-1 in favor of the Senators as the White Sox come to bat in the last half of the seventh inning. The crowd is up for the seventh inning stretch, and the first White Sox hitter will be Berger. This broadcast of the White Sox-Washington game comes to you direct from Comiskey Park, the home of the White Sox at Chicago, as a presentation of your neighborhood Texaco dealer, distributor of Texaco Fire Chief Gasoline. The broadcast reaches you through station WCFL in Chicago.
Attention, please.
Berger's already up there at the plate.
For those Lions that are returning to the loop are now parked on 34th Street. That's the first street, yes, north of the wall.
They're announcing where the buses are to take the Lions back downtown. And anytime they want to go out there, they can go and get them. But I don't imagine many of them will want to leave yet. There's a laugh went through the stands when he said they're there now if you want to leave now. They don't want to wait till the end of this ball game. Here's Berger at bat to start the last half of the seventh inning for the White Sox. Right there at the plate as Deshawn looks around at the boys in the field, gets ready to pitch. Stands there getting his sign. Starts his wind-up throws, and the hitter swings in a high fly, coming back on the roof of the stand above third base, and it's one strike on Berger. One strike to count. This is waiting out there again. Gets his sign. He's winding up. And throws, and the hitter swings in, misses a curveball outside for strike two. And it's two strikes on Berger. Two strikes to count. Pitcher again starts to wind up. Throws, and the hitter takes a wide one across the knees. And it's ball one. So it's 1 ball and 2 strikes on Bowles. 1 and 2 to count. Berger takes the next one for the second strike, rather third strike, over the heart of the plate just above the knees, and he's called out on strikes for the first out of the 7th inning. Didn't agree with that very much, but didn't have much of a complaint to make. And now Luke Sewell steps up there to the plate. Sewell at bat. Rigney keeping warm and might go in there in case they use a pinch hitter for Kane this inning. And Sewell takes the first pitch for a good strike over the heart of the plate about waist high. One strike on Sewell. Sean waits there again, has the sign once more, starts to wind up. Pitches, and the hitter swings and hits a slow bounder to the infield. Third baseman Lewis gets it, throws to first, but Cool had to make a fine reaching one-handed stab of the ball, a high throw to the left, but he got it and held onto it on a nice play for the second out. So it's 2 outs in the 7th inning for the White Sox, and Kane, the pitcher, is coming up to bat. Kane is on his way up there. Walking slowly up that plate. Finally arrives. Now Mr. Stratton's going to take a little workout out there in the bullpen also to loosen up a little today, I reckon. And Kane swings the first pitch and misses a curveball inside for strike one. One strike is the count. He throws again, the hitter swings and misses a curveball for strike two. And it's 2 strikes on Kane. 2 strikes to count for the pitcher ready once more. Winds up. Pitches and the hitter swings and misses, striking out for the third out in the 7th inning, making it no runs, no hits in the 7th inning for the White Sox. And at the end of the 7th inning, the White Sox and Washington Senators stand with Washington leading 7-2. Washington 7, White Sox 2 at the end of the 7th inning. Don't drive a car that is full of squeaks and rattles. Let your Texaco dealer give your car a Marfax job. Marfax will get rid of all squeaks and rattles and make your car run smoother and ride easier. It lasts longer, too. Try a Marfax lubrication job. First man at bat in the 8th inning for Washington will be Rick Fowle, who is already on his way up there to the plate. Kane has finished the warm-up, and Farrell is stepping up there at the plate. And there's the first pitch to Rick Farrell, a ball that came inside and low for ball one. 1 ball call. And there's the next one. He started a swing stop, but he'd gone about through on the ball, a high fastball inside, and he missed it for strike one. So it's 1-1. 1 ball and 1 strike on Rick. Kane starts to wind up again. He throws, and Farrell takes ball 2. It's inside across the waist, making it 2 balls and 1 strike on Rick Farrell. 2-1 is the count. Hitter hits the next one, a beauty down the left field line for a base hit. The boys in the Sox bullpen get out of the way as the ball goes through to the left field wall, and Radcliffe gets it, throws it into third base on a long hop as Farrell pulls up at second base. A double down the left field line by Rick Farrell, putting him on second base. With nobody out in the eighth inning for Washington, and Jimmy DeShong is at bat. Washington is leading the White Sox by a score of 7-2. Watching second base throws, and our friend tried something new that time. He choked up on the bat, swung around as though to bunt, and as the infielder started in, he pulled the bat back and took a little chop swing at the ball, but fouled it into the stand to the right of the plate for strike one. One strike on DeShong. With the pitcher waiting there again. Finally seems ready. Takes another look back at second base, pitches, and Jimmy was around ready to bunt again, but the pitch came high and wide, so they let it go for ball one. And the count is 1 ball and 1 strike on DeShong. 1-1 the count. One and one. Pitcher takes another look at second, throws, and DeShong bunts the ball right back to Kane, who turns, starts to throw to third, and sees that the man is going back to second, so he whirls and throws to first, and he threw wide, but Hayes got the ball, reaching way out to the left, hung onto the base, and then Zeke Benura's hand went sweeping into the air in a typical umpire's out motion, but there wasn't any question about it, so nobody could get mad. So the bunt resulted in nothing but getting the man at first base, because the runner from second did not advance, so it's not a sacrifice naturally. Just plain infield out on the bunt. So it's 1 out of the 8th inning for Washington. Farrell is still on second base. And Almeida, the leadoff man and center fielder, left-handed hitter, is up there at the plate. Almeida at bat. The throws and Mel swings it a high fly to right field. Walker's back under the ball. Comes in under it a little bit. Makes the catch and throws hard. Oh, look at that throw across the infield. Holy cat. Walker threw that ball to within 5 feet of third base and straight as a die and gets a terrific round of applause from the fans for that great throw. That's the arm that was weak last year. So weak they had to tear it apart and put it together again. He's really been doing some throwing. And they sort of respected that, too. That runner just made a start for third and then went back and stood there. Of course, he isn't particularly a fast man, but even then, very usually, the man at second on a ball hit that deep will go to third anyway. So it's 2 out in the 8th inning for Washington. Farrell is still on second base, and Lewis, Buddy Lewis, the third baseman, another left-hander hitter at bat, hits the first pitch, a long hopper down to Appling and gets it, throws to first, and Lewis is out for the third out, ending the 8th inning, the first half of the 8th. No runs, 1 hit, 1 man left on base. Kane pitched good ball there. The first man up doubled, and he was still on second base when the inning was over. So it's 7-2 in favor of Washington as the White Sox come to bat in the last half of the 8th inning with Jackie Hayes, the White Sox second baseman and leadoff man, the first man at bat. Hayes up there at the plate. Whoa. Got a frog in the throat. This broadcast of the White Sox-Washington game comes to you direct from Comiskey Park, home of the White Sox in Chicago, as a presentation of your neighborhood Texaco dealer, distributor of Texaco Fire Chief Gasoline. The broadcast reaches you through station WCFL in Chicago. Hayes waits there as DeShong goes through his warm-up. Jackie steps up there now, and DeShong on the mound gets ready to pitch the first one to him. Starts to wind up and pitches, and the hitter takes a high one inside for ball one. 1 ball called. 1 ball called. Ready again, starts to wind up once more. Throws, and Jackie takes a strike over the heart of the plate just above the knees, and it's 1-1. Brown and Stratton are both warming up now in the bullpen now for Stock. Brown, I think, would go in there if They should suddenly get a big rally going here and get down far enough to have a pinch hitter. The hitter hits the ball back over the pitcher's head, and Meyer gets the ball near second base and makes a nice underhand flip throw to first in order to retire Hayes by an eyelash for the first out in the 8th inning. One out in the 8th inning for the White Sox, and Mike Krivich is at bat. White Sox have still made only 3 hits off to Shong, the last one being Benura's double in the 4th, which was really a misjudged fly on the part of Stone. Tom McGinty wants him to get started, but it starts pretty soon. Krivich hits the first pitch, an easy bounder down to Travis, who gets it, throws the first, and Krivich is out for the second out. So it's 2 out in the 8th inning for the White Sox, and Walker is at bat. Takes a look around, getting ready to pitch the first one to Dixie. Finally starts to wind up, throws, and Walker swings it, a bounder down to the left hand. It bounds past the shortstop and out back of second base in the grass, and I believe it will be a base hit because the ball took a very nasty hop, and the shortstop had to reach for it, and it bounded past him, and it's a base hit for Walker on a ball that took a nasty hop past Travis, the shortstop. So puts Dix on first base with 2 out in the 8th inning, and Zeke Benura is at bat. Benura is up there at the plate, and the first pitch is wide and low for ball 1. 1 ball called. And the pitcher throws again. Zeke takes a high one inside for a ball, and the count is 1-1. 1 ball and 1 strike. 1-1 on Benura. He waits for the next sign. There he has it. There's the stretch. Likes to look at first base pitches. And it's a curveball wide and low for ball 2. So the count is 2 balls and 1 strike. 2-1 on Zeke Benura. Once more, the pitcher steps on the slab, adjusts his cap, looks at the hitter, gets his sign, he's ready to pitch, takes a look at the man at first base, pitches, and Zeke takes a high one inside for ball 3, and it's 3 balls and 1 strike on Benura. 3-1 the count. Washington leading the White Sox 7-2 in the last half of the 8th inning. DeShong ready again, pitches, and Benura swings and tips the ball foul, hits the catcher's mask, and then the protector and bounds out to the right, but he gets it and throws it back to the pitcher. DeShong stands out there on the mound, rubbing that ball up. Finally turns around, watches the plate again while he finishes rubbing up the ball, steps on the slab, suddenly steps off, takes a look at the runner at first. Cool holds his hands out, so saying, come on, if you want to throw the ball, throw it. But he throws it into the plate instead so the umpire can look it over. 3-2 is the count. While Owens examines it very carefully, hands it back to the catcher. Zeke shakes the head, and the ball is thrown back out to the pitcher with a count of 3 balls and 2 strikes on Benura. 3-2 the count. Pitcher waits out there for the next sign. There's the stretch again. He pitches, and with the runner on the go, Benura follows the ball onto the roof of the stand above first base, and it's 3-2 still. 3 balls and 2 strikes on Zeke. 3-2 the count. Stands there watching the plate, getting ready to pitch again. Finally has his sign, pitches with a runner on the go. The hitter hits one foul down the left field line. Hard hit bounder, and it's 3-2 still on Zeke. 3 balls and 2 strikes. 3-2 the count. Pitcher seems ready again, throws, and it's a wide one for ball 4. Zeke gets the base on ball. It moves Walker to second base. And Rip Radcliffe comes up there to the plate for the Sox. That's been up there 3 times. He forced Walker for the second out in the first inning, Grounded out to the shortstop for the first out in the fourth. Walked and was forced at second base, the front end of the double play that ended the sixth inning. And he's up there now with 2 out in the eighth inning. White Sox runners on first and second. Score 7-2 in favor of Washington. And the first pitch inside and low for ball one. 1 ball call. Ready out there again, takes another look at second, pitches, and Ratcliffe hits the ball in the center field for a base hit. The runner from second is around third on his way home, and Venora stops and races back to second base just in time. Made the turn for third, returned and dashed back to second, make sure of being safe somewhere, and still was almost out. However, Ratcliffe single to center, scores Walker, make the score 7-3 in favor of Washington, and Luke Appling is at bat. Appling up there at the plate. With runners on first and second, 2 out, 1 run home in the eighth, and Washington leading 7-3. Appling lined out to the center fielder for the third out in the first inning. Walked and was left on base in the fourth and hit into the double play that ended the sixth inning. He's up there now. White Sox runners on first and second, 2 out, 1 run home in the eighth inning. Washington leading 7-3. And Luke takes the first pitch inside and low for ball one. 1 ball call. Seems to have a sign again. There's the stretch. Takes another look back at second base. Pitches for a strike. Slow curve to the inside. Caught the heart of the plate about knee high. And it's 1-1. My goodness, Thornton Lee pitched yesterday and won. Was out there warming up for the Sox along with Brown. And the hitter hits the ball foul down past third base. And it's 1-2. Pitching inside to Appling for some reason or other. 1-2 is the count. 1 ball and 2 strikes. And the pitcher waits out there again, gets a new ball to pitch, seems ready. Takes a look back at second base, throws, and Appling swings, hit a pop fly out back at second base. Travis, the shortstop, and Meyer, the second baseman, are there. And Buddy comes into the infield, catches the ball, almost drops it, but manages to scoop it in against his chest and hang onto it for the third out. So it's 1 run, 2 hits, and 2 men left on base in the last half of the eighth inning for the White Sox. And at the end of the eighth inning, Washington is leading the White Sox by a score of 7-3. Washington leading the White Sox 7-3 at the end of the eighth inning. You'll start saving money the minute you fill the crankcase of your car with new Texaco motor oil. Texaco's furfural film is tough. It resists heat. It lasts longer. You'll be surprised how little oil your car will use when it has new Texaco motor oil. So try our crankcase full right away. First man at bat in the ninth inning for Washington is Travis, the shortstop. Cease is already up there at the plate as Kane finishes his warm-up, moves the dirt down in front of the slab, stands there watching the plate, and gets ready to pitch. Getting his sign out there. Finally starts his wind-up. Pitches, and the hitter takes a strike over the heart of the plate just above the knees. 1 strike on Travis. Strike at the count. The waits there again, has the sign once more, starts to wind up. Pitches, and the hitter takes it inside across the waist for ball 1. And the count is 1 ball and 1 strike on Travis, 1-1. He hits the next one for a foul down the left field line and into the second deck. It's 1-2, 1 ball and 2 strikes. One and 2 the count. Pitcher walks slowly up onto the slab again. Stands there getting his sign as he watches his catcher. And finally starts to wind up. Pitches, and the hitter swings and fouls the ball back to the screen. It's still 1-2. Ed Linke is doing a little warming up down the right field bullpen for the Senators. 1-2 the count. It's waiting out there again. Stands there getting his sign, winds up. And pitches, and the hitter swings, hit an easy bounder down to Hayes, who gets it on the second half, throws the first, and Travis is out for the first out in the ninth inning. 1 out of the ninth inning for the Senators. And Al Simmons, the Washington left fielder, is at bat. Simmons up there at the plate. Kane has his sign. He's winding up and throws, and Al swings and hits the ball hard, and Hayes leaps into the air to make a fine one-handed stab of that ball and hang onto it for the second out. Very nice play by Jackie, and it's 2 out in the ninth inning for the Senators with Stone, Johnny Stone, the Washington right fielder, at bat. Stone up there at the plate. He starts to wind up. Throws, and Stone takes it inside and low for ball 1. Ball rolls back from the catcher, and so he gets another ball and throws it out to the pitcher. Kane rubs it up a little bit. He has the sign once more, winds up, throws, and Stone starts to swing, stops. The ball hits the bat and goes foul up into the second deck, down in front of us to our left a little bit. And it's 1-1. 1 ball and 1 strike. 1-1 the count. Seems ready out there again. Stands there watching the catcher for the sign. Starts to wind up. Still winding up. So the hitter steps out of the box. He took such a long session out there, swinging his arms back and forth. In fact, he even looks away over toward the dugout. And now the pitcher winds up and pitches, and Stone swings it a high fly to center field. Krivich stands there waiting. Now he jogs 3 or 4 steps to the right. He's jogging in a little and makes the catch for the third out. So it's no runs, no hits in the ninth inning for Washington. No hits. And the score is still 7-3 in favor of the Senators as the White Sox come to bat in the last half of the ninth inning with Berger, Berger, the Washington third baseman, the first man at bat. Well, somebody's going to bat for Berger. Mr. Rosenthal, Larry Rosenthal, is up there to bat in place of Berger in the ninth inning. He's already waiting there, swinging a couple of bats. The White Sox last chance to get back in this ball game, because the Senators have a 4-run lead. They're leading 7-3 going into the last half of the ninth. Larry steps up there at the plate now to start the last half of the ninth inning. And Duchamp stands there waiting. Linky still keeping all ready and warm out there in the right field bullpen. To throw that first one is inside across the waist for ball 1. And the pitcher winds up again, throws. Larry swings, hits the bounder down the first baseline. Poole gets it, races for the bag, and they slide in, and the runner is safe. The runner beats into the bag. The Duchamp was staring over, and the runner and fielder both slid for the bag. And the umpire calls time now while he straightens the base. Rosenthal beats it out for a base hit. They both slid for the base, and Larry slid in there just ahead of him and gets credit for a base hit. Sewell is up there at the plate now. Sewell is up there at the plate now to start his turn at bat in the ninth inning with Rosenthal on first base. Haas is already out here to bat in place of Kane. And the first pitch is a strike down the middle, which Luke lets go by for strike 1. 1 strike to count. Ready out there again, throws, and Sewell swings, hit a little looping fly in short left field, shortstop going back, and makes the catch back there for the second out. or first out rather, second man up. I'm getting a little ahead of myself. And it's 1 out in the 9th inning for the White Sox with Haas now batting in place of Kane. Haas batting for Kane. Rosenthal on first base, 1 out in the 9th inning for the White Sox, and Haas is batting in place of Kane. To watch the first base pitches, and Mule takes a wide one across the chest for ball 1. 1 ball called. Last out of the 9th, Washington leading 7-3. Throws again, and Mule takes ball 2. It's wide across the knees this time, and it's 2-0. 2 balls and no strikes on Haas. 1-0 is the count. It's the throws again, and it's a strike over the outside corner across the knees, making it 2-1. 2 balls and 1 strike on Haas. 2-1 the count. Pitcher ready out there again. Swings the next one, hit an easy bounder to Meyer, who throws to second, and throw to first is not completed because Haas was across the bag and Travis merely held the ball, but Rosenthal is forced at second base. Meyer, Travis for the second out in the 9th inning, bringing Hayes, the leadoff man, to bat. Hayes up there at the plate. Waiting out there to pitch now to Jackie, and they're getting his sign. Watches first base and throws, and Hayes hits a long drive to center field, but Almeida's back waiting for the ball and gets it for the third out, and the ball game is over with the score standing 7-3 in favor of the Washington club, ending the White Sox winning streak at 6 straight. No runs, 1 hit, 1 man left on base in the last half of the 9th inning. And the total, the Senators had 7 runs, 12 hits, no errors, and 7 men left on the bases. And the White Sox had 3 runs, 6 hits, 1 error, and 7 men left on the bases. The winning pitcher, of course, was DeShong. The losing pitcher was Dietrich, and the time of the game, 1 hour and 54 minutes. No game here tomorrow. We'll do the Cup game by wire on the air, and then on Friday, the New York Yankees are here to open their 4-game series. Single games Friday and Saturday, and a doubleheader on Sunday. All of the reserved seats and box seats are sold for Sunday, but 40,000 grandstand seats and 5,000 bleacher seats will be placed on sale Sunday morning, so there's still plenty of room for everybody. Well, that's all for now. So Hal Totten speaking for Uncle George as well as himself. Bid you good afternoon from Comiskey Park, and we return to the studio. Goodbye now.
Speaking first, the National League. The Cubs took both games of a twin bill from the Philadelphia Phillies today, winning the first 4-1 with 4 runs, 10 hits, and 1 error. To the Phillies, 1 run, 8 hits, and no errors. Leon Hartnett, the Cub battery for the first game, saw the Phillies Johnson and Grace. In the first game, Collins had a home run in the first inning, and Camilli of the Phillies in the 9th inning. The Cubs won the second game 6-0. They had 6 runs, 11 hits, and no errors. To the Phillies, no runs, 6 hits, and 3 errors. French and O'Day, the Cub battery for the second game, and for the Phillies, Jorgensen Atwood opened, with Mulcahy pitching in the 3rd inning, Kelleher in the 8th, and Crawford in the 9th inning. These 2 wins on the part of the Cubs, and the Giants losing to the Reds by a score of 6-5, puts the Cubs 2 games ahead of the Giants in the National League race. The Giants lost to the Reds today, 6-5, when the Reds scored 6 runs, 9 hits, and 2 errors. To the Giants, 5 runs, 10 hits, and 5 errors. Hollingsworth and Davis, the winning Red battery, with Derringer pitching in the 8th inning, and for the Giants, Castleman and Danning opened, Smith on the mound in the 5th inning, Kaufman in the 7th, and Baker in the 9th. In that game, Whitehead of the Giants had a home run in the 3rd with 1 on, Goodman of the Reds in the 5th inning with 1 on, and Moore of the Giants in the 7th with the bases empty. In Boston, the Bees stung the St. Louis Cardinals for a double win today, taking both games of the twin bill, winning the first from the Cardinals 5-1 with 5 runs, 7 hits, and no errors. To the Cardinals, 1 run, 5 hits, and no errors. Blake and Owen, the Cardinal battery for the game. For the Bees, Fetty and Miller. Miller of the Bees came through in the 11th inning with 3 men on base to score 5 runs. The Bees won 5 runs to 1 run for the Cardinals. In the second game, the Bees came out on top 2-1 with 2 runs, 6 hits, and 1 error. To the Cardinals, 1 run, 2 hits, no errors. Dizzy Dean, the losing pitcher for the Cardinals, with Owen the catcher, and for the Bees, Lanning and Miller. And now in the American League, the Yankees are leading the Browns at the end of the first half of the sixth inning, 2-1. Whitaker and Dickey, the Yankee battery, for the Browns, Coupal and Hemsley. Henrik of the Yanks had a home run in the second, and Crossetti in the sixth. In Detroit, the Boston Red Sox lead the Tigers at the end of the seventh inning, 10-3. Grove and Desautels, the Red Sox battery. For the Tigers, Bridges and Hayworth opening, Gill pitching in the sixth inning. Fox of the Red Sox has had 2 home runs, one in the second and one in the sixth with one man on. In Cleveland, the Indians won the first game of a twin bill from the Philadelphia Athletics, 9-8, with 9 runs, 13 hits, and no errors, to the A's 8 runs, 9 hits, and 2 errors. Thomas and Conroy started for the A's, with Nelson pitching in the fifth and Kelly in the eighth. For the Tribe, Harder and Sullivan started, Andrews Hurling in the eighth, and Bob Feller, the winning pitcher, on the slab in the ninth inning. In the second game at the end of the first half of the first inning, the A's lead the Indians 3-0, with Ross and Brucker, the A battery. For the Indians, Gale House and Pitlack starting, with Heaving replacing Gale House in the first inning. Moses of the A's has had a home run. He had it in the first inning of the second game. On important plays, the base coaches advise their players, play safe. That's good baseball. It is also good advice to motorists who have one decision that must be played safe, and that is their choice of chassis lubrication. Every month, more and more drivers are making sure. Choose Marvac, the amazing Texaco lubricant. It stays with its job, clings to rapidly moving parts. Your important chassis gears will run easier, and your car will ride smoother, last longer, and its depreciation will be markedly less per 1,000 miles with Marvac. Make it a point today to play safe on chassis lubrication. Drive to your nearest Texaco dealer and say Marvac.
It winds up to throw the first one, and Hayes takes it for a ball. It missed that inside corner a little bit. Seemed to be also down pretty low. So it's 1 ball called on Hayes. White Sox leading the Athletics 2-0 in the first inning. 2 out, 2 runs home, and Benura on third base. Jackie swings the next. The ball is back into the stands to the right of the plate, and it's 1-1. Both Hayes and umpire Quinn raced back to the stand to see whether that ball could be caught or not. When it wasn't, Quinn pulled the ball out of his pocket and threw it back to the pitcher, only he didn't throw it to the pitcher. He threw it about 8 feet to his right, to the pitcher's left, and umpire McGowan had to field it out there and throw it back to Doyle. Now starts to wind up. Pitches. Jackie hit the line smash down the third base line foul, but it just missed Benura's ear. Man, that ball really went down there and hit the end of the canvas, bounded halfway back to the infield. Ball was hit like a shot down the third base line. Benura ducked it, and it landed foul about 30 feet down past third base. 1-2, 1 ball and 2 strikes. The gun winding up, throws. Jackie falls, another one back, hits the front of the second deck, bounds high in the air, and lands back out onto the net and down into the field. It's still 1 ball and 2 strikes on Hayes. Benura on third base, 2 out, 2 runs home in the first inning for the White Sox, and the score 2-0 in their favor. Doyle again starts to wind up. Throws, and it's high one wide for a ball, making it 2-2. 2 balls and 2 strikes on Hayes. 2-2 is the count. It goes again, and Jackie swings to miss a high fastball inside and strike out for the 3rd out in the last half of the first inning. So it's 2 runs, 3 hits, 1 man left on base in the last half of the first inning for the White Sox. And the score is 2-0 in favor of the White Sox at the end of the first inning. Here's a tip for keeping your car in condition. If you haven't changed the motor oil recently, do it now. Change to the new Texaco motor oil. New Texaco motor oil retains its lubricating qualities, resists heat, and keeps every bearing surface protected with an unbroken film of efficient lubrication every mile you drive. Bob Johnson, the Philadelphia second baseman, who until yesterday we had never seen do anything to play the outfield, but has been playing second base for several weeks, is up there at the plate now, a husky, dangerous right-handed hitter. And he stands there at the plate waiting as Dietrich gets his sign, starts his wind-up, throws, and the hitter takes it inside across the weight for ball 1. 1 ball called. Dietrich winds up again. He pitches, and the hitter swings and fouls the ball on the ground. Goes back to stand. I think it hit umpire Quinn in the foot on the way back, but He won't rubber anything, but he was walking around there rather spry for a minute, just sort of showing that he got nicked. And it's 1-1, 1 ball and 1 strike on Johnson. Here comes the next one inside for ball 2, and the count is 2 balls and 1 strike on Johnson. 2-1 the count. One, but the throws once more, and Johnson swings in a high fly, cutting down foul back at first base. Manure is under it and has it for the first out of the second inning. 1 out of the second inning for the Athletics. And Frank Higgins, he is third baseman. Piggy Higgins, another right-handed hitter, and a dangerous one, is up there at the plate. Hitter Higgins swings, hit a pop fly, and this time Pryor is coming in under it in the infield, but he decides the glare is pretty bad and calls to Sewell, who comes out and makes the catch for the second out. You know, even though the sun for the moment isn't out brightly, when you once look up in that cloud-covered sky with the right toward where the sun is, it makes a terrific glare that's almost tougher than looking right into clear sunlight. And with Pryor having to stare up into that and Sewell coming up in the plate, he called to Luke and he made the play. And now Frank Hayes at bat hits a terrific smash way out to deep right center, and Krivich goes way back in front of the scoreboard to make the catch for the third out, ending the first half of the second inning with no run and no hit. Score remains 2-0 in favor of the White Sox. White Sox coming to bat in the last half of the second inning with Tony Platt up there at the plate. Platt is standing there at the plate waiting. As I mentioned earlier, Jimmy Dykes, who is regularly the third baseman and the manager of the Sox, coaching at third base this afternoon, taking a day off, maybe a day or two off. But after all, he has a good ball player there, an efficient one, a fellow who should by now be out of the slump that had him bothered earlier in the year. And after he started great, you know, Tony slumped, and they took him out of there. And Jackie Hayes has been going so great since then, they couldn't get Tony back in. And with a ball player like that there's no reason why a man like Jimmy Dykes, who's been playing ball for more years than most of us have been watching it, should stay in there every day when a day's rest here and there will make a new man out of him. So that's what he's doing today. Here's Hayes up there, but he winds up, throws, and it's a curveball inside and low for ball 1. 1 ball called. What did I say? Well, if I got Hayes still up there, Andy, well, listen, you check up on me, will you? It's quiet, isn't it? You give us today. Okay. 1 ball called and quiet. Tony hits the next one, a beauty out to left center. The shortstop leaps in the air, almost makes a great catch, but he just throws the ball up and it drops out into center field, bounds out there for a base hit. Man, that fellow Newsom almost made himself the play of the afternoon there with that leaping effort to get that line smash. And at that, he managed to tag it, and it went out into center field on the bounce. But Platt is on first base, rest of a base hit. On first base, nobody out in the second inning, and Luke Sewell, White Sox catcher, is at bat. Just throws, and Luke swings to foul the ball back to the net back of the plate for strike 1. 1 strike on Sewell. Out there, rubs that ball up a little bit, dries his hands on his trousers, then swings around, ready to pitch the next one to Luke. Back at the runner, then pitches, and Sewell started to swing, but changed his mind to take a ball inside and low. And it's 1 ball and 1 strike on Luke Sewell. 1-1 the count. 1 ball and 1 strike. Ready again. Throws, and the hitter swings, hit a drive into center field, going way out there, but the center fielder backs up easily, makes the catch, throws the ball back into second base, and Platt has to go back to first. Dietrich, White Sox pitcher, late of this same Philadelphia team, at bat with 1 out in the second inning. Getting ready now. Over to man's first base. Then pitches in it to wide one across the knees for ball 1. 1 ball called. Doyle throws again, and Dietrich swings, hit a foul. It's going into the stands to the right of the plate. Catcher coming back very fast, but it's back out of his reach. And so it's 1-1. 1 ball and 1 strike on Dietrich. One and 1 is the count. And here's the next pitch. Doyle set. Look at the runner. Pitches and the hitter hits the ball hard out to third baseman. He grabs for it. It hits him in the foot. He recovers it again and throws the first, and the ball gets there just an eyelash after Dietrich's foot hits the bag, and both runners are safe. Runners on first and second. Dietrich really went down that line for a pitch at that time and lost no time doing. The runners are on first and second with 1 out in the second inning, and the next man up there is Rip Radcliffe, leadoff man and left fielder, stocky little left-handed hitter. That play was charged as an error for Higgins. And the first pitch to Radcliffe is a fast strike over the inside corner about shoulder high. Pitch is ready out there again. Takes another look back at the runner at second. Then pitches. And Radcliffe swings in a high fly into center field, but Moses jogs a little bit to his right. He's waiting, comes in a little, has it, and throws hard to third base to hold the runner at second. So Newsom cuts it off. And it's 2 out in the second inning. 2 out in the second inning for the White Sox. They have runners on first and second, and Larry Rosenthal is at bat. Rosenthal up there at the plate. Doyle is ready, throws. Larry swings and follows the ball back to the screen for strike 1. 1 strike is the count. One strike, pitch is ready out there again. He's a heavy sign. Throws, and it's a wide one across the waist for ball 1. The count is 1 ball and 1 strike. 1-1 on Rosenthal. One and 1 the count. It's ready again. Watch the second. Throws, and it's ball 2 high and outside. This time the catcher walks out in front of the plate. Calls encouragement to Carl. Throws the ball back to him. Slaps it into his glove a couple of times while he looks around the outfielders who are playing fairly even for Rosenthal. Both right and left fielder pretty well in from the line. They're not protecting that line very much. Staying more out towards center field. But the second baseman's playing pretty deep. And Larry jumps back to take the third pitch in, third ball inside and low, and it's 3-1. 3 balls and 1 strike on Larry. Rosenthal might possibly go after this 3-1 ball. Pitch is ready. Throws, and it's wide across the waist for ball 4. He couldn't go after with the ball that far away, and it gives him a base on balls, which fills the bases for the White Sox. It's second inning. Fills the bases with 2 outs, and Mike Krivich, the White Sox right fielder, is up there at the plate. Krivich at bat. It winds up to pitch the first one to Mike. Throws, and he takes it inside across the waist for ball 1. 1 ball call. Stands there watching the plate again. Finally starts his wind-up. Swinging wind-up he uses. Pitches, and Mike hits a bounder. And the third baseman grabs the ball, throws to second. And Rosenthal is forced out on a play from Higgins to Johnson for the third out, ending that inning and ending that serious threat with no damage. And so it's no run, 1 hit, 1 error, and 3 men left on base in the last half of the second inning. score remaining 2-0 in favor of the White Sox at the end of the second inning. I'm very pleased to hear from so many fans who discovered there had been a little delay in their getting of the new 1936 Texaco scorebook. You know, this book is really quite an item, and I've noticed many of the baseball writers examining it, and some of them even using them, because they're just the same as the official books, except the summary sheet is a little more complete. But in the book, besides space for 17 full games, the regular official blanks, such as we've used for many years, is a complete scoring system with illustrations, and too, just pictures of the Cubs and White Sox, their rosters and schedules, and it's so simple to receive. Just stop in at any Texaco station, ask for a request card, fill it in with your name and address. It's already addressed to me on the other side. Put a 1-cent stamp on it and mail it, and you'll get that card. As I said, those to whom there's been a little delay in receiving the book have been letting me know about it, and we'll see if they get the book right away. You may have sent in your card, and there's been some delay, so don't forget to let me know. Now, Newsom at bat takes the first pitch high and wide for ball one. And Dietrich throws the next one over the outside corner about waist high for a strike. So it's 1 ball and 1 strike on Newsom. For a right-handed hitter, there's the next ball, a curve ball outside, and it's 2-1. 2 balls and 1 strike on Whitey Newsom, Lamar Newsom. Dietrich throws again, and the hitter swings in a high fly to short left center. Radcliffe is jogging over easily. He's waiting for the ball now, has it, and it's 1 out in the third inning for the Athletics. 1 out in the third inning with Carl Doyle, the pitcher, now coming up to the plate. Trying to get there, he bats right-handed as he pitches. The infield plays about even. Outfield pulls in a little. And the first pitch is a strike over the heart of the plate, a little above the knees. Rosenthal has moved a little bit toward right center, figuring Doyle as hitting to right. And there's strike 2, another fastball down the middle, a little above the knees. And it's 2 strikes on Doyle. 2 strikes to count. And the pitcher throws, and it's a high one inside for ball 1. Make it 1 ball and 2 strikes on Doyle. 1 and 2. Hitter swings again and misses a fastball, striking out for the second out in the third inning. That makes it 2 out in the third inning for the A's. And Lou Finney, the leadoff man, once more is at bat. Lou got himself 5 hits and 6 times at bat yesterday. Rather a busy afternoon. Throws and the hitter swings, hit one hard right back at Hayes, who comes up with it on the hop, goes to first base, and it's 3 out. No runs, no hits in the third inning for the Athletics, and the score remains 2-0 in favor of the White Sox. Sox coming to bat in the last half of the third inning with Zeke Manura, who tripled to drive in the second run in the first inning, the first man up. This broadcast of the White Sox-Philadelphia game comes to you direct from Comiskey Park, home of the White Sox of Chicago, as a presentation of your neighborhood Texaco dealer, distributor of Texaco Fire Chief Gasoline. Broadcast comes with the permission of the White Sox and the Athletics to stimulate interest in our national game and in your own local baseball team. This is WCFL at Chicago. Doyle's arrived on the mound to start his warm-up. He's downstairs sitting on the bench today with the Sox bench and looked around and discovered a fellow that, well, it wasn't so very long ago. We were talking about him from up here. He was up here alongside of us now. That's former member of Detroit and Boston Club in the American League, Bill Akers. Bill, how do you like baseball from up in this direction?
Well, it's a little high up, Paul. I'd rather be down on the field with the rest of the boys.
Well, I don't blame you for that. How do you like this way of playing baseball, sitting and talking 2 hours an afternoon?
I don't believe I could stand it. I got too nervous sitting still.
Well, you've done pretty well so far. You haven't knocked any chairs or anything over. Won't be long, huh? Benura's up there now. It starts to wind up. And throws, and Zeke leans back to take a high fastball inside for ball 1. 1 ball called. Doyle leans over to get the side, starts to wind up again. And pitches, and Zeke takes ball 2, a fast one inside across the waist. So it's 2-0, 2 balls and no strikes on Benura. 1-0 is the count, but you're ready again. Starts to wind up once more. Throws, and it's a fast strike over the heart of the plate, waist high, making it 2-1. 2 balls and 1 strike on Zeke. 2-1, and there's the third ball wide across the waist, and it's 3 balls and 1 strike on Benura. 3-1 the count. And 1 with the pitcher ready again. Throws, and the hitter takes ball 4. It's over the plate but low, and Zeke gets the base on ball. So puts Big Zeke on first base with nobody out in the 3rd inning. And Luke Appling is up there at the plate. Right-handed hitter. Steps up there and taps the plate 2 or 3 times. The bat faces Doyle. Carl is getting a sign from Hayes, getting ready to pitch. Team set. Takes a look at first base and throws. And it's a strike over the inside corner, waist high. 1 strike on Appling. All again has the sign. He's ready. Stretches, settles the ball in front of him, looks back at the runner at first base, and pitches. And Luke swings hit a slow bounder. The pitcher can't quite get to it. Third baseman comes over and just juggles the ball. Shortstop grabs it. For the meantime, Appling beats it out for a base hit. And Benura reaches second base. He made the turn to go to third because he found third base uncovered. The shortstop was right near the line, so he whirled and would have blocked him off, so he stayed at second base. And it's an infield scratch hit for Appling, but it looks just as big as those batting averages, boys. And it puts the White Sox runners on first and second with nobody out in the 3rd inning. And Jackie Hayes, Mitter Hayes, the White Sox second baseman, is up there at the plate. He acted as though he was going to bunt, but the pitch came up inside, so he stepped back to let it go by for ball 1. 1 ball called. Once again, the pitcher swings around, looks back over his shoulder, and throws, and it's a ball 2. It missed the outside corner down around the knees. Infield all playing for the bunt, with the first baseman charging in. Second baseman going over to cover first. Shortstop dashing over to second. Third baseman holding back as far as he dares to see if he can't make a play at third base. He throws again, and Jackie gets a wide one across the waist for ball 3. It makes it 3-0 on Hayes. Frank Hayes, the catcher, walks out in front of the plate, calls the pitcher, throws the ball back to him. Doyle stands there rubbing the ball up, standing with his back to the plate. He turns around, steps onto the slab. And there's the stretch, getting ready to pitch the next one to Hayes. He throws, and it's ball 4, high and inside. Mitter gets the base on ball. The Sox have the bases full in the 3rd inning with nobody out. Nobody out, bases full. White Sox already leading 2-0. And Tony Plant is bat in the 3rd inning. Doyle has got himself in a peck of trouble out here. Pyatt up there now, right-handed hitter also. Stands with his right foot way in the inside rear corner of the batter's box, partially facing the pitcher. And he swings it, the first one, a bounder foul down the third baseline. Jimmy Dykes fields it, looks it over pretty carefully, rubs it up a little, then tosses it out to the pitcher. Doyle takes it, adjusts his cap, grabs the ball, looks at the plate for the sign to pitch again. Pyatt is all set there. Doyle starts that easy swinging wind-up. Pitches, and Tony had to sit down under that one. It was so far inside, and it made it ball 1. The count is 1 ball and 1 strike on Pyatt. 1-1. Ready again, starts to wind up throws, and Tony takes the second ball. It's all set again to swing, but the ball came down there by the knees inside, and it's 2 balls and 1 strike on Hayes. Or rather on Pyatt. I keep insisting on getting Hayes up there batting extra time, don't I? 2-1 the count, 2 balls and 1 strike. Tony started to swing at the next one, stopped, the ball hit the bat, and bounded down to the first baseman, who grabbed it and threw to the plate, getting Pyatt easily, or rather getting the man at the plate easily, and then threw back to first, but Pyatt got down there. Pyatt tried to pull away from that ball, but he got his bat around just far enough so the ball met it and bounded easily down to Dean, the first baseman, and he threw the catch at the plate, forcing Benura for the first out of the inning. Bases are still full with one out. And Luke Sewell hits the first pitch, a long drive out deep left center, going way out there to the scoreboard. One run is coming across the plate, another one, and Platt is around third base racing for the plate, scores standing up, so a long double to the scoreboard in deep left center by Luke Sewell, scores all 3 runs, and gives the White Sox now a 5-0 lead. That ball was really hit, too, what I mean. He got that ball right around on that ball, drove it out into left center. There was no question about where it was going from the moment it started. It was right out between the left fielder and center fielder. Neither man had a chance to make a play on it. A regular parade of Sox runners across that plate. Here is Dietrich, the pitcher at bat. Throws and he swings, hit a bounder. It's just past the pitcher. Shortstop comes in fast, grabs the ball, realizes he can't get Dietrich, holds it, hoping to get Sewell rounding third. Sewell stops there. He had his eye on the play. And runners around first and third. Still only 1 out. 3 runs already home. And that's an infield scratch hit for the pitcher, Dietrich now. He's been on base both times he's been up there. He really goes down that line when he's on his way to first base and doesn't waste any time. Now Radcliffe up there. Takes a crack at the first pitch. Hit a little looping foul down back at third base. Third baseman dashing over there, but it's back. And the box seats, one of the fans there catches it, and it's 1 strike on Radcliffe. White Sox runners on first and third. 1 out, 3 runs already home in the third inning, and Radcliffe at bat. Hitter hits the next one, a long high fly to deep center field. Center field is back there to get it. Makes the catch, and Sewell is jogging home after the catch with Dietrich starting back to first base. Long drive to deep center field by Radcliffe for the second out. And it scores Sewell after the catch with the 4th run of the inning to give the White Sox a 6-0 lead. Now the man at bat is Rosenthal, who takes the first pitch wide across the waist for ball 1. 1 ball called. There's the next one for ball 2 inside and low, and the count is 2-0. 2 balls and no strikes on Rosenthal. Doyle swings around again, ready to throw. Still watches the runner at first, but pitches. And Larry gets the first strike, a beauty over the heart of the plate, about waist high. And it's 2-1. 2 balls and 1 strike on Rosenthal. Here comes the 3rd ball wide, and Larry has a count of 3-1. 3 balls and 1 strike on Rosenthal. Hi, Ernie. Glad to see you. Very glad to see you, Ernie. 3-1, and there's ball 4 wide across the chest. And it's a base on ball for Rosenthal. His second walk in 3 innings. First inning he singled, walked in the second, walked in the third. Moves Dietrich to second base. And the White Sox have runners on first and second. 2 out. 4 runs already home in the third inning. Score now 6-0 in favor of the Sox. And Tinnitus at bat takes the first pitch high and inside for ball 1. 1 ball call. Pitcher walks out there in front of the plate to return the ball to the pitcher. A new one. He rubs it up a little bit. Finally steps onto the slab, watches for his sign, gets it, swings around into pitching position. Strikes, looks back at the runner at second, pitches, and it's a strike over the heart of the plate down around the knees to make it 1 ball and 1 strike on Krivik. 1-1 is the count. Throws again, and Mike was all set for that one, but stepped back, stopped his swing, and the ball came over the heart of the plate down around the knees. So it's 1-2. 1 ball and 2 strikes on Little Mike. 1-2 to count. He throws again, and Cleaver swings it a foul down the right field line, back onto the roof of the stand, and it's still 1 ball and 2 strikes on Cleaver. 1-2. Watching second base, throws again, and there's a ball inside and low to make it ball 2, and it's 2 balls and 2 strikes on Mike. Doyle isn't having much luck out there. He's fast when he throws the fast one, but he usually seems to be using mostly a slow curve and a change of pace. Throws this one pretty fast, but it's high and wide. Ball 3. It cuts loose. The control isn't there, so he has trouble. So it's 3 balls and 2 strikes. 3-2 on Cleavage. 3-2. He throws again, and the hitter swings and tips the ball foul on the ground back of the plate. Naturally, the runners were on the go with the pitch, being a 3-2 count with 2 outs. So they have to jog back their bases. That is, one of them is running back Rosenthal, but Dietrich is strolling back to second. 3 balls and 2 strikes on Krivich. Doyle throws again. The runners start, but it's ball 4 wide. And again this inning, the White Sox have the bases full. Moves Rosenthal to second base and Dietrich to third. And the bases are full again in the third inning. And Zeke Benura, who opened the inning with a walk, was forced at the plate for the first out after the base has been filled for the first time, is back up there at the plate. Zeke Benura at bat. Base is full. 2 outs. 4 runs already home in the third inning. And Zeke jumps back to take it inside and low for ball 1. 1 ball call. Doyle goes through his windup, pitches again, and it's a good strike. A fastball over the outside corner, waist high. Zeke was all set to swing, stopped and looked at the plate, looked back at the umpire, looked at the plate again. But it's 1-1, 1 ball and 1 strike on Benura. Throws once more, and Zeke swings, hit a little pop fly out and toward third base. The third baseman coming in and makes the catch for the third out. Benura pops to Higgins, and it's 3 out in the fourth inning for the in the third inning for the White Sox. I'd run over into the fourth inning column in the scorebook here to get that second time at bat in there. So in the third inning, the White Sox had 4 runs, or 1, 2, 3 hits. Yes, sir, only 3 hits in that rally. And 3 men left on base. It was mostly wildness on Mr. Doyle's part that caused his trouble. And the score at the end of the third inning, the White Sox are leading the Athletics by a score of 6-0. Now for up-to-minute scores and complete batteries from other cities, we return to the studio.
In the National League, in Philadelphia, the Chicago Cubs lead the Phillies at the end of the first half of the 7th inning, 3-1. Henshaw and Hartnett working for the Cubs, DeFille choosing Paso and Atwood. In Brooklyn, the Pittsburgh Pirates lead the Dodgers at the end of the first half of the 5th inning by a score of 8-2. Werkhofer and Patton working for the Pirates, the Dodgers starting Baker and Berries with Butcher pitching in the third. First game of the doubleheader in New York was taken by the Giants from the Cincinnati Reds 5-1. In the second game at the end of the third inning, the Giants lead the Reds 4-1. The second game battery, the Reds, Schott and Lombardi, for the Giants, Smith and Mancuso. In the American League, in Detroit, the Yankees are leading the Tigers at the end of the first half of the second inning 8-0. Pearson and Jorgens working for the Yanks, Bridges and Hayward starting for the Tigers with Sorrell pitching in the second. In Cleveland, the Indians lead the Washington Senators at the end of the first half of the third inning, 2-0. Whitehill and Millie's working for the Senators, the Indians using Brown and Pitlack. And now back to Comiskey Park and Hal Totten. Take it, Hal.
Ready to go in the next inning. The fourth, the first man at bat, Moses hit the first ball pitch for a pop fly into the infield, and Pyatt came clear across past the pitcher's mound to make the catch on the first base side of the pitcher's box for the first out. One out of the fourth. Dean at bat takes the first pitch wide and low for ball one. One ball call. Throws again, and it's ball two inside across the waist, making it 2-0. 2 balls and no strike on Dean. There's a strike over the inside corner waist high. So it's 2-1, 2 balls and 1 strike on Dean. Or now comes strike 2. And it's over the inside corner knee high to make it 2 balls and 2 strikes on Chuck. 2-2. Dietrich throws again. He swings, hits the ball hard out into center field for a base hit, the first hit of the afternoon off Dietrich. And it's the second time he's reached base. He walked once and got a base hit this time. And the only man on the club that has been on base. The Dean is on first base with 1 out of the 4th inning. And Puccinelli, the right fielder, is at bat. And the first pitch is a fastball across the waist, but wide for ball 1. 1 ball called. And the hitter swings the next one, hit it into left field for another base hit. Well, that base hit seemed to break the charm. He drove it into left field for a single, and it moves Dean to second base. So the A's have runners on first and second with 1 out of the 4th inning, and Bob Johnson, the second baseman, is at bat. Throws the first one for a strike over the outside corner about knee high. 1 strike on Johnson. And he swings, hit the next one into right field for still another base hit. The runner from second is coming around third on the way in. And Davis throws the ball to the plate. And the runner is called out. And then the umpire had his head in the air and suddenly spread his hands to indicate safe. Apparently at first he thought Sewell had him blocked off, but then he discovered that his foot had come over the plate, and when the dust cleared and he saw his foot on the plate, he realized it had been there when the ball hit him, and he called him safe. He had the courage of his convictions, which is the right way to do. Sometimes an umpire may call a play a little bit fast. This time, umpire Quinn had the arm part way up to call him out. When the dust cleared, he saw he had made it, so he realized it and called him safe as he should have, which was a good decision. Now the men at bat. Higgins takes the first pitch for a strike over the outside corner, about knee high. 1 strike on Pinky. A good throw to the plate by Krivich, incidentally. Philadelphia runners on first and third, 1 out, 1 run home in the 4th. Pink hits the next one, a high fly out to right field. Krivich comes over, makes the catch, turns and makes another great throw to the plate. But the runner scores easily as the catcher runs up on the ball and blocks it. And the runner at first had to hold his base. So it's 2 out in the 4th inning, 2 runs home for the Athletics. They still have Johnson on first base. Frank Hayes, the catcher, is up there at the plate. Hayes at bat, looks at first base, then pitches. Hitter hits a high bounder going down the third base line. A land fair on the second hop, but has a lot of English on it, a lot of spin, and it landed fair and bounced almost at right angles to go foul, and it's strike 1 on Hayes. The ball was hit so high that both runners would have been able to advance on the ball, even though it had stayed fair, and was fielded. Hayes gets back to plate with a count of 1 strike on him. 2 out, 2 runs home in the 4th inning for the Athletics. Score now 6-2 in favor of the White Sox. Johnson still on first base. Dietrich gets his sign, swings around, he's ready to pitch. Throws and the hitter takes a wide one low for ball 1. So it's 1 ball and 1 strike on Hayes. 1-1. Frank swings again to hit a high fly down the right field line. Krivich is jogging over across the line and makes the catch down there in foul territory in front of the stand for the 3rd out. So it's 2 runs, 3 hits, 1 man left on base. the first half of the fourth inning. The score is 6-2 in favor of the White Sox. White Sox cutting the bat in the last half of the fourth with Luke Appling, White Sox shortstop, the first man at bat. What are all these things they just brought in here? More telegrams, George? Telegrams. Birthday business has got him. Congratulations to Graybeard of Wireless. Hope your break 80 in your life is not on golf course. You know who that's from? Yeah. Don't have to say anything about that. T. Kraft, that's old plutocrat, you know? Uh-huh. Mr. and Mrs. B. Abramson, congratulations and sincere good wishes on your birthday. Isn't that Ducky? Fred Fowler, sincere wishes for many, many happy returns. Joel Halperin, heartiest congratulations. Mrs. Anna Larson and Mrs. Lester Larson. Very nice. Happy birthday. Enjoy listening to the games. Well, that suits me. Good old Ma Taylor up there at Lake Geneva says happy birthday to us. You know, it's her birthday, too. We usually have a chance to celebrate it together, but the season's still on. We can't get away like we usually can. Well, you got to send a wire to Ma, too. Yes, Ness Pharmacy, Herbie Davis and the gang, congratulations on your 29th birthday. Well, he knows that I'm 29 again, so it's all right. Mo Rice, congratulations. I'm an old pill roller. I know him. Well, we got some more here, but we'll read them in a minute because the ball game's going on. And Appling at bat takes the first one for a strike over the outside corner about knee high. One strike on Luke. Winds up again, throws, and the hitter swings to foul the ball into the stands above and to the right of the plate for strike two. That makes it 2 strikes on Appling. Throws again, and Luke watches that ball go into the ground at his feet for ball 1, so it's 1-2. One ball and 2 strikes. Doyle winding up again, pitches, and Luke swings it a bounder down to the third base, and it bounds over his shoulder and goes on out into left field. Luke makes the turn, but goes back to first base as the ball is fielded in a hurry and thrown in there, and it's a base hit for Luke. Higgins went after that ball rather peculiarly. He went out there not seeming to know just how it was going to bounce because it was taking funny hops. First a long one, then a short one, and then a medium one. And finally hit and took a high hop right up over his shoulder into left field for a single. So Jackie Hayes is at bat, taking the first pitch inside by the knees for ball 1. One ball called. Remember, the White Sox are leading the Athletics by a score of 6-2. The last half of the fourth inning, Appling is on first base. He throws now, and it's a strike over the outside corner knee high to make it 1 ball and 1 strike on Hayes. 1-1 the count. Hitter hits the next one to drive out into left field for a good clean base hit, and it moves Appling to second base. George, I'm glad you explained that one wire. I saw that Fred scores Fowler, and I couldn't figure it out. I should have put quotation marks about it. That's the voice from the studio by Cracky. Fred Fowler that does the scores and things down there between our breaks. I'm glad you pointed that out. That had me puzzled. And reading them in a hurry here, trying not to miss the game, why, I almost overlooked that. Doggone, that's swell. I got to work together, my friend. Well, the first pitch to Quiet now almost knocked him down, and he takes it for ball 1. Oh, himself scores now, huh? Scores and scores of scores. Oh, dear. 1 ball call, pitch throws again, and it's a strike over the outside corner waist high, making it 1-1. Calling himself scores and batteries. But it's carried him up a little, eh? 1-1 is the count with the pitcher ready again. Throws, that ball hit Tony right in the leg. He tried to get out of the way of it, but the ball kept sailing in toward him. Finally hit him about in the knee, and he gets the first base hit by a pitch ball, and again, for the second time in 2 innings, the White Sox have the bases full with nobody out, and Luke Stool is at bat. He steps up there with the bases full last inning and cleared them off. Just mopped them all up with a big double. No, the A's don't bother warming up pitchers. I mean, one pitcher a day, you know. Luke swings hit the first ball pitch and results in a double play, second to short to first, with Appling scoring. A double play in which Luke hit the ball to Johnson. He flips it to Newsom, and Newsom over to Dean. Complete the double play, scoring Appling and moving Hayes to third base. So now it's 2 out for the White Sox in the 4th inning. And Dietrich is getting a hand as he walks up there to the plate. 2 out, 1 run home. Hayes on third base. Pitcher starts to wind up pitches. And it's a curveball wide and low for ball 1. 1 ball called. Winding up again, throws, and the hitter swings and misses a high fastball outside for a strike. So it's 1 ball and 1 strike on Dietrich. 1-1 to count. Throws again, and Bill swings to drive it out into center field for a good clean single, and it scores Hayes easily from third base. A single to center field by Dietrich. Well, I'm glad of one thing. He brought his hitting ability to the White Sox with him. He always could hit pretty good. Was pretty tough up at that plate. He doesn't look much like a hitter, but he takes a short punch swing at that ball, and he's willing to swing, which means he gets a lot of bases. I know he always did against the White Sox before he came here. Now Radcliffe at bat. Swings the first one to hit a high fly to left center. Left fielder closing in on it fast and makes the catch on the run out there for the 3rd out. Rip has been up 4 times in 4 innings. Has got only 1 base hit out of it. That's going to sort of make a dent in that fancy batting average of his. Started out all right, but hasn't had any luck since. 2 runs, 3 hits, 1 man left on base in the last half of the 4th inning, and the score now stands 7-2. Wait a minute, 8-2. 6, 7, 8, 9, 7, 8, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Hey, I'm getting jittery here. The birthday business is getting too much. 29 years a lot. Yeah, I'm getting old. It's 8-2 at the end of the 4th inning. Have you been having trouble keeping squeaks and rattles out of your car after rainy spells? Then try Marpac chassis lubrication. Marpac stays put on the bearings and keeps the water and mud out. It gives double the service that ordinary grease will, too. Have your car Marpac and say goodbye to annoying, costly squeaks and rattles. First man at bat in the 5th inning for the Athletics is Newsom. Shortstop. He takes the first one for a strike. There's our engineer friend. On time, too, Mr. Molnar. And this next one comes over there for strike 2. Dietrich throws again for a high one wide and ball 1 to make it 1 ball and 2 strikes. You always know it's 4 o'clock when that happens. Hitter swings the next hit, a high fly to short right field. Right fielder Kravich is coming in, but Hayes goes back and tries to cough to the ball. Finally realizes Mike's coming in on him, so he sits down. He stops up and sits down to get out of the way, and Kravich comes on in to make the play. So it's 1 out in the 5th inning for the Athletics, and Kyle Doyle, the pitcher, is at bat. First pitch is a strike over the heart of the plate, waist high. 1 strike to count, pitcher winds up again, throws, and it's strike 2. Boy, he laid that one right down the middle. I guess he figures there's no use of fooling with this fella. Dietrich is really faster than I thought he was. He seemed to have a lot of stuff on that ball. Of course, he's throwing just plain fastballs down there just this minute. And he's winding up again, throws. The hitter swings and fouls the ball back on the ground back of the plate. It may have nicked Luke Sewell's foot. He sort of staggered for a minute, but just reached for another ball, got it, threw it back out to the pitcher. And it's 2 strikes on Doyle still. Dietrich throws again, and Doyle swings and misses, striking out for the 2nd out of the 5th inning. That makes it 2 out in the 5th inning for the Athletics. And Lou Finney, the A's left fielder, is at bat. Swings the first one, hit it hard out to Ventura. Leaped high in the air trying to field that ball and hit him in the knee. Bounded out in the foul territory with Zeke right after it. That ball bounded and Zeke went right up in the air with it, but it didn't come up as high as his glove. It hit him in the knee instead and bounded over to foul territory. For what will probably be called a base hit. The ball was hit pretty hard. And it puts Finney on first base. It's 2 out in the 5th inning. And Moses, the center fielder, is up there at the plate. Moses at bat. The hitter swings and fouls the ball back to the net, back of the plate, and it's strike 1. Yes, it's officially called a hit now. Finally got the relayed sign from the official scorer. 1 strike on Moses. And he swings, hit a pop fly coming down foul back of the plate, coming down onto the net, and it's 2 strikes on Wally. Two strikes to the count on Moses. Remember, Finney is on first base. It's 2 out of the 5th inning. And he hits the next one, but it's foul right down the first base coaching line. Coach there grabs it, looks it over. Throws it back out to pitcher. That's our old friend Lena Blackburn, who many, many years ago played with the White Sox. Later on was coach and finally manager of the club. Ready again, pitches, and it's a curveball very wide and low, making it 1-2. The ball broke sharply away from the hitter. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Call the first hit. This broadcast of the White Sox Philadelphia game comes to you direct from Comiskey Park, home of the White Sox of Chicago, at the presentation of your neighborhood Texaco dealer, distributor of Texaco Fire Chief Gasoline. This broadcast comes with the permission of the White Sox and the A's to stimulate interest in our national game and in your own local baseball team. WCFL at Chicago. More wires. Well, that's swell. A couple people must know about birthday. Maybe got a friend for you. Here's one that I know is a real friend. Gary joins me in wishing you many happy returns this day, or a real credit to broadcasting. Well, I like that very much, and especially from General A.F. Lorenzen, who sent it. That's very swell. The boys at Guy Bush Service Stations, happy birthdays and best wishes. Curly Oregon Joe, birthday greetings and best wishes. May you live long. Whoa, Larry pounds the first ball pitched to him right out into left field for a good, clean, hard base hit. That ball was well hit out to left field by Rosenthal. Puts him on first base. Nobody out in the 5th inning for the White Sox. And Mike Krivich up there at the plate. Pitcher ready now to pitch the first one to Mike throws, and the hitter takes it inside across the knees for ball 1. 1 ball call, pitcher ready again, throws, and it's inside and low for ball 2, making it 2 balls and no strikes on Krivich. 2-0 the count. Pitcher ready out there again, takes a look back at the runner at first and pitches, and the hitter swings, hit a little looping fly to right field. Right fielder comes in fast. The ball drops in front of him for a base hit, and then he can't grab a hold of it on the first hop, has to pick it up a second time, and Rosenthal, who had stopped to watch whether the ball was going to be caught or not, he had to get to second base. It was one of those dead spots out there that if Puccinelli had any luck and could have gotten that ball on the hop, he might have made a quick throw to second in time to force Rosenthal. He couldn't quite do it. So it's a base hit, and the runner is on second. Runner's on first and second. That was Texaco Leaguer is right. Next hitter, Ventura hits a drive into left field for another base hit. The left fielder throws the ball in fast, but Rosenthal scores easily. Yeah, Andy, I didn't have time to get that Texaco leaguer in. I was watching for that play at second. I didn't want to say it was a Texaco leaguer. They forced him at second, you know. Get the idea? Real confidential like. See, Bill, up here in this broadcast, we don't have any Texas leaguers anymore. They're Texaco leaguers. You know, we've got to start individual. No more Texas leaguers. They're all Texaco. Now, Appling is there at the plate. Runner still on first and second. Nobody out. One run home in the fifth inning. And the first pitch is inside for ball one. One ball call. He throws again, and the hitter fouls this one into the stand to the right of the plate for a strike, and the count is 1 ball and 1 strike. 1-1 on Appling. Doyle swings around, ready again. Takes another look back at the runner. Then pitches. Luke has to sit now. And he got in his rocking chair and rocked out of the way of that one. And it's ball 2. So it's 2 balls and 1 strike on Appling. Two balls and 1 strike, which has his sign again. Takes another look back at second base. And throws. And it's a wide one low for ball 3. Making it 3 balls and 1 strike on Appling. 3-1 is the count. Again, Doyle pitches, and it's ball 4 inside across the way. And Luke gets the base run. Well, that's 3 innings in a row. They filled the bases with nobody out. They're going to warm somebody up in the bullpen. Don't tell me. Blythe is walking out there to the bullpen. Somebody else is also standing up to warm up. And Jackie Hayes is at bat. Jackie takes the first one, a fast strike over the outside corner, waist high. 1 strike on Hayes. He throws again, and it's inside. The ball gets away from the catcher. The runner from third is scoring. Slides in. The ball throw back from the pitcher gets from the catcher gets past the pitcher. There's nobody covering the plate. So Benura also scores. Hey, all you can see was fellas running home that. You know, like these fireworks, you see a streak go across, and all of a sudden there's a pause, and another streak goes right after it. Well, that's the way those white streaks were tearing home that time. The first pitch, McCreevett scored on a wild pitch, with the other 2 runners advancing also, and then when the catcher threw back to the pitcher badly, Benura also scored, but Appling had to stay on second. And now the hitter swings to foul the next one back into the stand back of the plate, and it's 1-1. 1 ball and 1 strike on Hayes. Jackie swings to hit the next one, a long fly out to deep left field, but the left fielder's waiting there and makes the catch. The runner from second makes the break as though to go to third, but a very nice throw comes in from Finney right to the bag at third base to hold him at second. So it's 1 out in the 5th inning. 3 runs are home for the White Sox. Appling is still on second base, and Tony Platt is at bat. White Sox are now leading the Athletics by a score of 11-2. Doyle pitches, and Platt leans way back to take a ball inside across the waist. 1 ball called. And there's ball 2 also inside. So it's 4-0, 2 balls and no strike. Doyle throws again, and Platt gets a high one inside for ball 3. And it's 3 balls and no strikes on Tony Platt, hitting for the White Sox in the 5th inning with Appling on second base, 1 out, 3 runs home, and the score 11-2. In favor of the White Sox. Throws again, and it's a strike over the inside corner, waist high. Platt made a start as though to go to first, but came back after taking only about a half a step. So it's 3-1. Throws again. Ooh, Platt tried to twist out of the way of that one. The ball hit him right in the back. That's the second time he's been hit by a pitch ball, but in the records that goes merely as a base on ball because the ball hit him. That hit him was ball 4. In the old days, they'd call that a hit batsman anyway, but the pitcher saves his record a little bit this way. Tony gets down there walking a little bit slowly because the ball hitting you that way can knock the breath out of you more than a person could realize. I mean, the average person get hit like that, they'd have to carry him out on a stretcher, but a ball player's in condition and can take it, more or less has to take it. Luke Sewell at bat, takes the first pitch, a curveball wide and low for ball one. One ball call, pitcher ready once more. With the runners on the go, the hitter hits the ball right back to the second baseman who flips it to the shortstop. Too late to get the man there, but the throw to first does get Sewell. Second baseman throw over to the shortstop, got to the shortstop before he reached the bag, and because it was a hit-and-run play and the runners were on the go with the pitch, Wyatt slid in safely. So Sewell is out on a rather peculiar roundabout play going from Johnson to Newsom to Dean, and Dietrich again gets a nice hand as he walks up to the plate. And he takes the first one for a strike over the inside corner, knee high. This young man has been on base all 3 times he's been at bat. Once on an error and twice on base hit. And there's a strike over the outside corner, knee high, making it 2 strikes on Dietrich. 2 strikes to count. Once more, the pitch is winding up. He throws and Dietrich swings it a bounder down toward left field. Johnson grabs for it, but it gets past him and out into, not Johnson, but Higgins, on out into left field. And 2-run score as the runner reaches first base for the 4th consecutive time, and the 4th consecutive inning, I might add. Ball was pretty well hit to the left of Higgins, who went over fast, tried to reach it, but it took a funny hop, caromed up off his glove, and bounced out into left field after hitting his glove. Been no sign yet from the official score as to whether that was a base hit or an error. And now the first pitch to Radcliffe is inside for ball 1. 1 ball called. Pitch is ready out there again. There's the stretch. And he pitches and Radcliffe swings it a bounder. Higgins grabs for that also, but it caroms off his club back to the shortstop, who makes a backhanded pick-up of it, but too late to get anybody, and the runners are safe at first and second. Everybody down there, the reason relays them, just standing and looking, and nobody's gone back into the press box to find out. We've got 2 to find out now, George. See if somebody will go up there, will you, old boy? Rosenthal is up there at the plate on both of them, the pitcher and Radcliffe. And he hits the first pitch, a drive into right field. The right fielder grabs the ball, drops it, and 1 run he's scoring, and the other runner goes to third base. You got 3 of them to find out now, George. What do you know about that? Right fielder grabbed the ball. It seemed to be right in his hand, and it hit his glove and dropped to the ground. And as a result, another run scored, and the runners are on first and third. 2 out. 6 runs home this inning. And Krivich at bat takes a wire strike over the outside corner about knee high. 1 strike on Krivich. 1 strike is the count. And there's a ball inside across the waist, so it's 1-1. 1 ball and 1 strike. Ball 2 comes in wide and low. So it's 2 balls and 1 strike. 2-1 on Krivich. You mean the official score won't tell us whether it's a hit or an error? Has he gone crazy or something? And now Krivich swings it a high bounder down to the pitcher, who comes over to the line, gets it, but it's too late to get the man at first. He throws out there, but the runner is safe, and as a result, Radcliffe also scores, and Rosenthal goes to second base. Dietrich was a hit, Radcliffe was an error. Why wouldn't they tell you? Who's the official scorer? Who's the official scorer, Whitey? Well, I mean, who's the official scorer? McNamara is the official scorer, and he won't tell what the score is? Well, Well, they must be crazy. I mean, after all, if they want to act that way, why, we'll take care of that. Now Blythe is in there to pitch. Blythe is in there to pitch for the A's. They finally relieved Doyle. And Blythe, a tall, slim right-hander, takes up the pitching chores out there with White Sox runners on first and second, 2 out, and a whole lot of runs home. Okay, Bill, see you later. Dietrich, they certainly called a hit and run. If the error is our guess, we sort of spied that out of them, but I suppose Rosenthal's with an error. I mean, if those fellas want to get swell-headed, well. Blythe is finishing his warm-up out there on the mound. Trying to catch up on this inning here and find out just all that did happen on account of a lot of things happened and we couldn't quite figure out what it was all at once and get them all marked down here. There's been a lot more runs in, but we're ready to go now with Zeke Manure at bat for the Sox. Pitcher throws the first one and the hitter takes a strike over the inside corner, waist high. 1 strike on Venura. And there's a ball inside across the waist, so it's 1-1. 1 ball and 1 strike. 1-1 the count. And Zeke hits the next one, a bounder down to the shortstop who gets it, throws to second baseman, and the side is finally retired. Krivich is forced at second base on a play which went from the shortstop to the second baseman for the 3rd out. Now let's see if I can figure out how many runs there were scored. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 runs in that inning. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hits, 2 errors, and 2 men left on base. And the score is 15-2 in favor of the White Sox at the end of the 5th inning. And now again, for just a moment, we return to the studio.
Thousands of requests for Texaco's 1936 baseball scorebook are pouring in every day. Don't wait any longer to send in your request card for your own copy. You'll find it great fun to score these games play-by-play the same as Hal Totten does. The system is explained simply and in detail. In addition, day by day as unusual plays develop, Hal Totten will tell you how to score them. The book is crammed with other interesting baseball information. You'll find pictures and rosters of both teams, complete schedules of all major league teams, several pages of interesting data on the Cubs and Sox. 1936 Texaco Baseball Scorebook is something worthwhile having, and it's easy to get. All you have to do is go to any Texaco service station and ask for a request card. Then write your name and address on the card, stamp it, and put it in the mail. Children must be accompanied by an adult when requesting a card. Remember, the 1936 Texaco Baseball Scorebook is absolutely free. Get your request card in the mail today. And now back to Comiskey Park for the continuation of the baseball game, brought to you by permission of the Chicago White Sox and the Philadelphia Athletics to stimulate interest in our national game and in your local team. Take it, Hal.
Back at the ballpark for the 6th inning, the first man at bat, Dean, had taken the ball and hit a foul that landed back at the plate for a strike, and now hits a fly ball which Radcliffe gets out in left field for the first out in the 6th inning. 1 out in the 6th inning for the Athletics, and Puccinelli, the right fielder, is at bat. First pitch to Puccinelli is a strike over the outside corner about knee high. 1 strike on Puccinelli. And there's a ball inside across the waist for ball 1, and the count is 1 ball and 1 strike on Puccinelli. 1-1 the count. He throws the next one, and it's a ball wide and low, and the count is 2 balls and 1 strike. 2-1. Dietrich throws again for the 3rd ball wide, and it's 3-1 on Big George. 3 balls and 1 strike on Puccinelli. There's the 2nd strike over the heart of the plate about knee high. So it's 3 balls and 2 strikes on Puccinelli. 3-2 the count. Dietrich throws again. The hitter swings, hit a bounder down to Jackie Hayes, who gets it, throws to first base. And it's 2 out in the 6th inning. 2 out in the 6th inning for the Athletics. Dietrich winds up, throws, and Johnson, who is at bat, takes the curveball wide and low for ball 1. 1 ball called. Dietrich throws again for a strike over the inside corner, waist high, and it's 1-1. 1 ball and 1 strike on Johnson. Hitter swings the ball, the next one back to the screen. He falls down from the force of that swing, and it's 1-2. 1 ball and 2 strikes on Big Bob. 1-2 the count. Dietrich throws again for ball 2, high and inside, and it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. 2-2 on Johnson. The next one he has to duck under it. Came standing right up at his shoulders, and he ducked under it to take it for the 3rd ball, making it 3-2. 3 balls and 2 strikes on Johnson. And he hits the next one to drive into center field for a base hit. A single by Johnson, fielded by Rosenthal out there. He throws it back into the infield. And so Johnson's on first base with 2 out in the 6th inning, and Higgins is at bat. Higgins up there at the plate. And the first pitch is lined inside for ball 1. 1 ball called. Throws again, the hitter swings, hit a slow bounder right back at the pitcher who gets it, throws to first base, and it's 3 out. He had to run a little bit over to his right to get that ball, but fielded it easily, and it's 3 out, no runs, 1 hit, 1 man left on base in the first half of the 6th inning, and the score remains. Where till I add them up again? What is it? 7, 9, 15-2 at the end of the 6th inning. I had the right number of runs in that last half inning, didn't I? 7. Did I add them up right? I left the countdometer home. I didn't have a chance to bring that, or didn't think of bringing it. Scoreboard's got them up there right, too. Oh, we got some more wires here. Hey, let's see who these are. This one comes signed, the Hampshire, Illinois Cub and Sox fans. That's a great gang. I made a talk to them after the World Series last fall. Here's one from Alda and Harry Steers. Congratulations on your birthday. Harry Steers is that famous bowler. Announcement of a change in the lineup. Peter's playing left field for the Athletics. Here's from Algonquin. Andy, Uncle and Grandpa Simonidi are sitting there. Congratulations on the birthday. Joining the ball game. The last of the Rickards. Earl Rickard. Then he had to return. And it says a lot of very nice things. Jim Wheeler also. Best of everything to you and always. Happy birthday. Charlie Hep. That's the Harry's New York Cabaret. Charlie Hep sends his regards also. Also very nice. Here's Appling at bat to start the last half of the 6th inning. And he takes the first pitch wide for ball 1. Pitch starts to wind up again. Throws. And it's inside across the knees for ball 2. Blythe is now the pitcher, and Peters is playing left field in place of Finney. There's the next one for a strike over the heart of the plate about knee high. And it's 1-1. 1 ball and 1 strike on Appling. 1-1 to count. Throws once more. Luke swings it a long drive down the right field line. And one of the boys down there coming in from the Philadelphia bullpen grabs it. 2-2 now. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Winding up once more. Throws the hitter. Swings it. Bounder down the third base line. But it's foul. And it's still 2-2. 2 balls and 2 strikes on Appling. 2-2, the pitcher ready again. Starts to wind up once more. Throws, and the hitter swings, hit a bounder down to the second baseman who gets it, throws to first base, and the runner is out there for the first out in the sixth inning. 1 out in the sixth inning for the White Sox, and Jackie Hayes is at bat. Jackie takes the first one wide and low for ball 1. And now strike 1 over the outside corner knee high, so it's 1 ball and 1 strike on Hayes. 1-1 the count. Throws again, and Jackie swings, hit a high fly coming down foul to the left of the plate. Frank Hayes, the catcher, is out there and makes the catch for the second out of the sixth inning. That makes it 2 out of the sixth inning for the White Sox. And Tony Pyatt, the White Sox third baseman, is up there at the plate. Pyatt at bat. Out there for the sign to pitch the first one. Tony starts his windup, throws, Pyatt swings and tips the ball foul. It bounds off back at the catcher after hitting the catcher's glove, and it's 1 strike on Pyatt. 2 out for the White Sox in the sixth inning. 1 strike on Pyatt. Tony swings again, hit a high fly. The shortstop started in, but instead of that, the third baseman is making the catch easily for the third out. And for the first time today, the White Sox have not only been retired in order, but retired without a man reaching base and retired without a base hit in an inning. No runs, no hits in the sixth inning for the White Sox, and the score is still 15-2 in favor of the White Sox at the end of the sixth inning. Now again, Fred Scores Fowler is going to have to come in and give us up-to-the-minute scores and complete batteries from other cities. So we return to the studio.
In the National League in Philadelphia, the Chicago Cubs lost their game today to the Philadelphia Phillies when the Phils scored 5 runs to the Cubs' 3 runs. Henshaw and Hartnett started for the Cubs with French taking over the mound in the 9th inning. The Phillies used Paso and Atwood the entire route. In Brooklyn, the Pittsburgh Pirates are leading the Dodgers at the end of the first half of the 8th inning by a score of 8-6. Berkhofer and Padden opened for the Pirates with Brown in the 5th and Lucas on the mound in the 8th. The Dodgers started Baker and Berries, Butcher pitching in the 3rd and Phelps catching in the 7th. In New York, the first game of the doubleheader between the Giants and the Cincinnati Reds, the Giants won 5-1. In the second game, the Giants are leading the Reds at the end of the first half of the 6th inning by a score of 8-1. In the American League, in Detroit, the New York Yankees lead the Tigers at the end of the 4th inning by a score of 11-4. In Cleveland, the Indians are leading the Washington Senators at the end of the first of the 6th by a score of 5-1. In St. Louis, the Browns lead the Boston Red Sox at the end of the first half of the second inning, 1-0. And now back to Comiskey Park and Hal Tutton. Take it, Hal.
Back at the ballpark for the 7th inning. The first man at bat, Frank Hayes. The A's catcher takes the ball and then fouls one back against the front of the press box for strike 1. And the count is 1 ball and 1 strike on Hayes. The next one is ball 2 inside and low, and the count is 2 balls and 1 strike on Hayes. 2-1 the count. Dietrich winds up again, pitches, and Frank swings, hit a bounder down to Pyatt. Gets it nicely, throws the first. The throw is high, but Benora gets back down on the bag before Hayes can get there, and it's 1 out of the 7th. Benora had to go into the air to grab that one. So it's 1 out of the 7th inning for the Athletics, and Newsom, Lamar Newsom, the A's shortstop, is up there at bat. Hitter swings, hits the first one, a drive on into left field for a good clean base hit. Single to left field by Newsom, putting him on first base with 1 out in the 7th inning for the Athletics. And Blythe is at bat. Thanks, William. Newsom on first base, 1 out. Blythe the pitcher at bat. Dietrich watches first base and throws, and Blythe swings, hit a ball through into the right field for a good base hit. Runner stops at second because there's no point to try to go to third with the club needing 13 runs to tie it up. 1 run wouldn't mean much if you took a chance on it. And I doubt very much if he could have made it anyway. because the right fielder was playing in pretty close for the pitcher at bat and fielded the ball quickly. The A's have runners on first and second with 1 out in the 7th inning, and Peters, the right-handed hitter, who is now playing left field in place of Finney, takes the first pitch inside for ball 1. Gannon takes ball 2 inside and low, and the count is 2-0, 2 balls and no strikes. Strike on Peters. 2-0. There's the third ball inside across the waist, so it's 3 balls and no strikes. 3-0. And there is ball 4. It's over the plate but too low, and so Peters balls, it's on balls, and Dietrich has filled the bases for the 7th inning, and Moses, the center fielder, is at best. Just a chance the heat may be getting to Dietrich a little bit because he hasn't been able to do an awful lot of pitching on account of having to run bases most of the time. He's been on base all 4 times he's been at bat. Now the first pitch is a strike, a fastball over the heart of the plate, waist high on Moses, a left-handed hitter. He just batted right-handed. Dietrich throws again, a curveball goes into the dirt inside, and the ball bounded up under Sewell's arm. Sewell just walked out in front of the plate with the ball still under his arm. Now starts to rub the thumb on his right hand. He apparently took quite a stock there with that. And it's 1-1, 1 ball and 1 strike on Moses. The A's have the bases full with 1 out in the 7th inning. White Sox leading 15-2. Dietrich starts to wind up once more, throws, and the hitter swings, hit a high fly into center field. Rosenthal's jogging in a little bit to make the catch. Gets the ball, turns and throws to third base to hold the runner from second there. The ball bounds off Hyatt's shoulder, but he trots into the infield to get it as 1 run scored. Newsom scored easily from third base on Moses' long fly to center. Scored the 3rd run of the game for the Athletics and make the score 15-3. So it's 2 out in the 7th inning. Peters still on first base. 1 run is home, and Dean, the first baseman, is at bat. Throws the first one, and Dean hits a beauty out in the left center for a good long base hit. It's going clear out there to the wall. 1 run is coming in. Second one rounding third base and coming in, and Dean pulls up at second base. That fella can really hit that ball. Long double to left center by Dean, scoring both flies, and Peters, with the 2nd and 3rd runs of the inning, make the score 15-5 in favor of the White Sox. And the man at bat is Puccinelli, the right fielder, taking the first pitch wide for ball 1. Hitter swings the next one to hit a high fly to left field. Radcliffe's under it, waiting for it. Has it easily, and it's 3 out. 3 runs, 3 hits, and 1 man left on base. In the first half of the 7th inning, he scored, standing 15-5 in favor of the White Sox. As the Sox come to bat in the last half of the 7th inning, the crowd's up for the 7th inning stretch. First White Sox hitter will be Luke Sewell, the White Sox catcher. This broadcast of the White Sox Philadelphia game comes to you direct from Comiskey Park, home of the White Sox in Chicago, as a presentation of your neighborhood Texaco dealer, distributor of Texaco Fire Chief Gasoline. The broadcast comes with the permission of the White Sox and the Athletics to stimulate interest in our national game and in your own local baseball team. WCFL at Chicago. Couple more wires. Frank Dimitrov, congratulations on your birthday. Frank, oh, I know Frank. He's got that Texaco station down there at Ohio and Dearborn. You know that too, Andy. And Jim Clark out at Ham, 29 or 92. Congratulations. Well,
Ain't quite 92, my birthday.
The White Sox made the announcement today that Friday, July 31st, next Friday, is Ladies' Day here with no tickets except the tax tickets necessary for the ladies. There will be a doubleheader next Sunday, August 2nd, for the Boston Red Sox. The first game starting at 1:30. Now Sewell at bat takes the first pitch over the plate but low. And it's ball one. One ball called. She winds up again, throws, and the hitter takes a wide one across the waist for ball two. It makes it 2-0, 2 balls and no strikes on Sewell. 2-0 the count. And there's the first strike over the outside corner across the waist to make it 2-1. 2 balls and 1 strike on Luke. 2-1, and the hitter swings the ball. This next one back into the second deck, down in front of us, and it's 2-2. 2 balls and 2 strikes on Sewell. Ready once more, starts to wind up throws. Luke swings in a high fly out in deep right center. Right fielder chasing it, still going back, and grabs the ball way out there. Flips the ball back towards the center fielder, but it gets away from him. Puccinelli had to go a long way for that ball, but he made a nice play on it. So it's 1 out in the 7th inning for the White Sox. And Dietrich, the White Sox pitcher, again gets a nice hand from the fans as he walks up there to the plate. Starts to wind up the pitch. First one to Bill. Throws. Dietrich swings in a high fly into center field, but Moses is jogging in under it easily. Has it, and it's 2 out in the 7th inning. First time they've gotten Dietrich out. 2 out in the 7th inning for the White Sox. And Rip Radcliffe is at bat. Radcliffe at the plate. First pitch, a fast strike over the heart of the plate, waist high. 1 strike to count. And there's the ball inside across the waist, so it's 1-1. 1 ball and 1 strike on Radcliffe. Wide throws again, and it's a high one wide for the second ball, making it 2-1 on the Ripper. 2 balls and 1 strike. Rip's been up 5 times. He's gotten only 1 hit so far this afternoon. Wide throws again, and it's another ball wide. So it's 3-1. 3 balls and 1 strike. White winding up again, throws. And it's a wide one across the waist for ball 4. Radcliffe gets a base on balls, and it's the first man to reach base off Clyde since he went in there in relief in the 6th inning. Benura, the man who faced him first that inning, forced a man for the 3rd out, then he got 3 men out in a row in the 6th, and the first 2 in the 7th. Now Rosenthal, Larry Rosenthal is at bat, taking the first pitch high and wide for ball 1. 1 ball called. Throws again, and the hitter takes a high one wide for ball 2, and it's 2 balls and no strikes on Rosenthal. 2-0 to count. Nothing. Pitcher ready again. Throws for a wide one and ball 3. So it's 3 balls and no strikes on Rosenthal. 3-0 the count. Nothing. Pitcher ready again. Throws, and it's ball 4, wide and low, and Larry gets a base on balls also. Boy, he's been all over those bases this afternoon. That's the 6th straight time he's reached base. He has 2 hits, 3 walks, and he's been on and there. The White Sox have runners on first and second with 2 outs in the 7th inning, and Mike Krivich is up there at the plate. Mike takes a fast one for a strike over the heart of the plate, about waist high. 1 strike on Krivich. He's ready again, takes another look back at second, and throws, And it's inside across the waist for ball one. So it's 1 ball and 1 strike on Mike. 1-1 the count. Still watches the man at second, then pitches, and Mike swings and fouls the ball onto the roof of the stand, above and to the right of the plate, bounds back down into the field. And it's still 1-2, 1 ball and 2 strikes. One and 2 the count. And Mike swings to drive the next one into left field for a base hit, a little looping single out there. The left fielder gets the ball and falls down as he makes a violent throw to the plate. But the runner scored anyway. Peters came in to get that little looping Texaco-leaguer. And then as he grabbed the ball and threw hard to the plate, he tripped and fell. The ball came in pretty true. But Radcliffe beat it anyway with the White Sox 16th run of the game. These White Sox runners on first and second. 2 out, 1 run home in the 7th. And Zeke Manura is at bat, taking the first pitch inside and low for ball 1. Throws again, and it's a ball that hits the ground in front of the plate, bounced clear back into the infield, and the runners advanced to second and third. The pitcher got the ball and started to throw to second, only to discover nobody over there covering. And it's a wild pitch by Fly. All hit the dirt out there in front of the plate before the catcher could get a hold of it. And it puts runners on second and third. 2 out, 1 run home in the 7th inning. And 2 balls called on Venura. White throws again, and Zeke takes a good strike. A pretty one over the heart of the plate, waist high, to make it 2-1. 2 balls and 1 strike on Zeke. Zeke hits the next one, but it's a foul, little pop fly coming up into the second deck over to our left, bounce out and over and back down into the lower deck seat. And it's 2-2. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Zeke swings again to foul another one back in the second deck up here. One fan stuck up his hand to protect his face. The ball hit the hand and dropped right alongside of him. And it's 2-2. 2 balls and 2 strikes. He throws again, and it's ball 3 inside across the waist to make it 3 balls and 2 strikes on Benur. 3-2 is the count. And 2, pitcher ready again, starts to wind up, throws, and it's inside for ball 4. The ball got away from the catcher, but didn't roll far enough to let anybody advance on it. So it's a base on balls for Zeke that fills the bases in the 7th inning. Sox have the bases full with 2 out, 1 run home, and Luke Appling is up there at the plate. Appling at bat. Sox have scored a run. They're leading 16-5 in the 7th inning. Luke has 2 hits, a walk, and 5 tries. And the first pitch to Luke is a wide one across the chest for ball 1. 1 ball called. Throws again, and it's a high one inside for ball 2. Catcher turns around, asks for another ball, and gets it. Ready once again now. He's winding up. Throws, and he hits the one out to right field for another base hit. Right fielder fields the ball fast. 1 run is in, another one scoring. And Benora gets the third base. Single to right field by Appling. Scoring 2 more runs for the Sox. Make the score 18-5. These Sox runners on first and third and 2 out. 3 runs home in the 7th inning. And the next man up there is Jackie Hayes, White Sox second baseman. He looks around at the boys and pitches, and Jackie takes it inside and low for ball 1. 1 ball called. Good thing I brought some new pencils out today, George. And there's a strike over the heart of the plate, waist high, and the count is 2-0. 2 balls and no strikes on Hayes. There's the next one for a ball inside across the chest, and it's 3-0 on Jackie. 3 balls and no strikes. Maybe one of them was called a strike. I didn't see it wave, so the board shows 2-1. But it doesn't matter. Jackie hits the next one into right field for a base hit. Sonora jogs home, and Appling stops at second base. Single to right field by Hayes, scoring Benora. The White Sox 19th run of the afternoon. How you people getting along with that Texaco scorebook? You got room for everything? Boy, that doggone, look at that face. It's all full of black marks, meaning run. How many pencils they go worn out? Well, the first pitch now to Pyatt, who was as bad as inside and low for ball 1. 1 ball called. Watch the second base, throws again, and Tony gets a strike over the inside corner waist high. So it's 1 ball and 1 strike on Pyatt. 1-1. Throws again, and Tony gets the second ball. It's over the plate for too low, and it's 2 balls and 1 strike on Pyatt. 2-1. Still keeps an eye on second, but finally pitches, and Tony jumps back to take it inside across the waist for the 3rd ball. And it's 3 balls and 1 strike on Pyatt. 3-1 now. There comes the first strike over the heart of the plate, waist high, or rather the second strike, and it makes it 3 balls and 2 strikes on Pyatt. Playing the string all the way that time. Now he'll go after if it's anywhere near good. 3-2. There go the runners. Pyatt swings to foul the ball back into the second deck, off to our right over here, and it's still 3 balls and 2 strikes on Pyatt. Runners naturally were on the go with the pitch there with a count of 3-2 and 2 out. First 2 men up this inning were put out, and then since then has been 1, 2, 3 walks and 3 hits. And with the runner on the way again, the next pitch is right in at Tony, and it's hit him in the hand as it hit the end of his bat and went foul into the stands over there, and the runners have to go back again. Pyatt seems to be the target this afternoon. He was hit by a pitch ball twice, once on a 4th ball, so only gets credit for a walk there, and this time, as he fell down to get away from the ball, it hit the handle of the bat and seemed to hit his finger on his right hand. He rubbed it a bit, but finally stepped back up to the plate. Count still 3-2. And Pyatt swings again to foul another one back into the stands back here to our right. And it's still 3 balls and 2 strikes. 3-2 now on Pyatt. White Sox runners on first and second, 2 out, 4 runs already home this inning. And the White Sox leading the Athletics 19-5. Couple more touchdowns, now they try to score. And now Pyatt swings in a high fly out back of the plate, coming down foul, catcher racing way back after it, and he makes the catch for the 3rd out after quite a run, though. Ending the last half of the 7th inning. In that half inning, the White Sox had 4 runs, 3 hits, and 2 men left on base. And the score is 19-5 in favor of the White Sox over the Philadelphia Athletics at the end of the 7th inning. Don't take the performance of your car for granted. Are you sure you're getting the most in driving pleasure? Texaco Fire Chief gasoline will give you the pleasure of power, speed, and pickup. And what's more, it costs no more than ordinary gasoline. Drive up to your Texaco service station today and fill up with Texaco Fire Chief gasoline. Johnson waits there while Merv Shea went out there to warm up the pitcher, rather. Catcher is Groove. Groove is catching now. Groove has gone in to finish the game behind the plate. And Johnson swings to the first pitch to hit a ball into the stand to the right of the plate for strike one. One strike on Johnson. Throws again, and the hitter takes it wide and low for ball one. And the count is 1 ball and 1 strike on Bob Johnson, first man at bat for the Athletics in the 8th inning. There's the next one for ball 2. It's wide, and it's 2-1. 2 balls and 1 strike on Bob. Big Husky right-handed hitter. Dietrich gets the side again. He's winding up. Throws, and the hitter takes it high and inside for ball 3. And it runs the count to 3-1. 3 balls and 1 strike. Swings the next one, falling on the ground back to the stands, and it's 3-2. 3 balls and 2 strikes on Johnson. Bob swings the next one to hit a ball to right back at Dietrich, who gets it on the hop, throws the first, and Johnson is out for the first out in the 8th inning. 1 out in the 8th inning for the Athletics, and Higgins is at bat. Pinky Higgins up there at the plate. Winds up, throws the first one. It's a high one wide for ball 1. 1 ball called on Higgins. 1 out of the 8th inning for the Athletics. And he swings into the next one, a beauty into center field for a long single. Rosenthal comes in, fields it on the hop, throws it into second base. And Higgins is on first base with 1 out in the 8th inning for the Athletics. And Frank Hayes, the catcher, is at bat. Yesterday, the Athletics won 15-8. Right now, the White Sox are leading 19-5. Kind of a series is this, man oh man. Now Dietrich throws the first one, and it's wide across the waist. Ball 1 on Hayes. 1 ball call. Throws again, and it's a strike over the outside corner about knee high. So it's 1 ball and 1 strike on Hayes. 1-1 the count. There's the next one inside for ball 2, and it's 2 balls and 1 strike on Hayes. 2-1 is the count. Throws a gun, and Hayes swings it a long drive out deep center field, but Rosenthal's back there. Went back too far and had to take a step back in and reach down to catch that one. He almost went back too far on it. The ball was pretty well hit, though, and sank a little faster than he thought it was going to. So it's 2 out in the 8th inning for the Athletics. Higgins is still on first base, and Newsom is at bat. Newsom up there at the plate. First pitch is the ball, wide and low. 1 ball called. Swings the next. It's a high fly out back at second base. It's blowing over towards the shortstop, and Appling comes in almost the infield grass and makes the catch for the 3rd out. So it's no runs, 1 hit, 1 man left on base. First half of the 8th inning. And the score remains 19-5 in favor of the White Sox as they come to bat in the last half of the 8th inning. First White Sox hitter will be Frank Groove, White Sox catcher. Broadcast, the White Sox Philadelphia game comes to you direct from Comiskey Park, the home of the White Sox in Chicago. As a presentation of your neighborhood Texaco dealer, distributor of Texaco Fire Chief gasoline. Broadcast comes with the permission of the White Sox and the Athletics to stimulate interest in our national game and in your own local baseball team. This is WCFL in Chicago. Moss has gone in there now to catch for the Athletics. Give Hayes a little rest. And the pitcher, Blythe, finishes his warm-up out there. Moss throws the ball out to second base. And Frank Groove steps up there to the plate to start the last half of the 8th inning. Groove, who went in to catch in place of Sewell. She winds up now, throws, and the hitter swings it, a bounder down the third baseline. Higgins gets it easily, throws to first, and it's 1 out in the 8th inning. 1 out in the 8th inning for the White Sox. And Dietrich, the White Sox pitcher, gets a nice hand as he walks out of the dugout up there toward the plate. He did some relief pitching for the White Sox the other day, but this is his first start for them. And even though he's had such a good lead, he's pitched a good ball. Wright throws the first one, and Bill jumps back. Take a fast one inside across the waist, almost took the buckle off his belt. 1 ball called. Wright again winding up, throws. The hitter swings hard and misses a high fastball inside for a strike. So it's 1 ball and 1 strike. 1-1 on Dietrich. Winding up again, he throws, and the hitter swings it, a little looping fly out over the first baseman's head for his 3rd base hit of the afternoon. A single to right field by Dietrich, putting him on first base. 1 out in the 8th inning, and Rip Radcliffe, the White Sox leadoff man and left fielder at bat. Rip, for all his big batting average, has had a tough day. He scored 3 runs, made only 1 hit, got on base on an error and on a walk. Scored all 3 times he got on base. In the meantime, he flied out 3 times. So he has only 1 hit in 5 times at bat. And the first pitch to Ripper is a strike over the outside corner about waist high. 1 strike is the count. Yeah, 4th hit. You're right, Andy. It's his 4th hit of the day. I lost track of one of those little scratch dribblers down there. Right. Next one, the hitter swings and fouls the ball back on the ground, and it's 2 strikes on Appling. 2 strikes to count. I've got Appling at bat now, huh? Oh, I'm punchy. I'm telling you, especially now. It's Radcliffe at bat. Rip hits the next one. It's a ground ball, an easy one. Down to the second baseman. They turned it into a double play. Play going from Johnson to Newsom to Dean. Getting Dietrich at second and Radcliffe at first. To end the 8th inning. No runs, 1 hit for the White Sox. And the score remains 19-5 in favor of the White Sox over the Athletics at the end of the 8th inning. Again, we remind anybody who hasn't already obtained it, or you who have already filled one and want another one, to get busy on the matter of this 1936 Texaco scorebook. An absolutely perfect book in respect that it has all the qualifications of the official book. 17 pages for 17 full games with the full summaries, and a complete scoring system with illustrations. To get it, all you have to do is to send, or rather stop at any Texaco station, get a request card, ask for a request card, fill it out, mail it, and you'll get your scorebook. And you'll have something that you can record according to the scoring system shown in it, games that you'll remember and be able to live over for years to come. Nemec is batting for Flight to start the 9th inning. Right-handed hitter takes the first one wide for a ball, and here comes ball 2. High and inside, so it's 2-0. 2 balls and no strikes. Dietrich throws again, and it's a high one wide for ball 3, making it 3 balls and no strikes. And there's ball 4 inside, and he gets a base on ball. That puts him on first base with nobody out in the 9th inning, and Peters, who is now playing left field, is at bat. He acted as though he might bunt, but it was just his idea of trying to make the ball look bad, and it came right over the heart of the plate for a strike. And he swings the next hit, a bounder down past third base foul, and it's 2 strikes. 2 strikes on Peters. Dietrich throws again, and Peters gets the wide one across the waist for ball one, and the count is 1 ball and 2 strikes. There he swings at the next one, a high fastball inside to miss it, and strike out for the first out in the 9th inning, bringing Moses, the center fielder, to bat. Dietrich's out in the grass looking those boys over, seeing where they're playing, rubs the ball up a little, now walks back onto the mound. And the first pitch is a good strike over the outside corner, knee high. 1 strike to count. Swings the next hit, a bounder down to Hayes, who gets it, throws to second. The throw is high, and in juggling the ball, the runner slides in safely. And Appling seems to question that a little bit, and that'll be an error to second base on Hayes, who made that bad throw. Moses saved at first on the fielder's choice, and Nemec saved at second on Hayes' bad throw to Appling, which Luke couldn't handle. And here is Dean at bat, taking the first pitch inside for ball 1. 1 ball called. Throws again, and it's inside and low for ball 2, making it 2-0. Balls and no strikes. Then he swings the next one. It's a drive out to right center for a good base hit. 1 run is scoring. The runner from first stops at second base. And it's a single to center field, just to the right of center field by Dean. His 3rd hit of the game, which scores Nemec from second base and moves the other runner to second base. The runners are on first and second with 1 out, 1 run home in the 9th for the A's, and Puccinelli fouls the first one on the ground to the right of the plate for strike 1. Throws again, and the hitter fouls this one way down the right field line, back into the seat, and it's 2 strikes on Puccinelli. 2 strikes to count. Walks up onto the slab again. He sign pitches, and it's ball 1, high and inside to make it 1-2. Hitter swings the next hit, a long drive out to deep right center. The right fielder Kravich is back there, makes the catch. The runner at second base doesn't take a chance because I said earlier, they need so many runs to get back in the game that they're not going to gamble away 1 run when they need a whole flock of them to get anyway. So it's 2 out in the 9th inning for the Athletics. We still have runners on first and second, 1 run home, and Bob Johnson is at bat. And the first pitch is a strike, 1 strike on Johnson. He throws again, and Bob takes it inside and low for ball 1, and the count is 1 ball and 1 strike. Johnson is at bat for the Athletics in the 9th inning. 2 out, 1 run home, and runners on first and second. White Sox leading 19-6, and the next pitch is ball 2. That one high inside.
Where the White Sox and Philadelphia Athletics are going to play the 4th and final game of this present series. Right now, there's a man here that it looks like they want to get a picture of this one. Come on up one step.
Young
ladies here got a camera, want to get a picture of us on the microphone. It's all right. Hold on right there. Camera, I don't think we will. Tony, this is Tony Pyle, ladies and gentlemen. I really didn't have time to tell you who it was, so we had to start posing for cameras over here. Tony is now a third baseman. Last time we had him on the air, he was a second baseman. So, Tony, I want to ask you some questions about that. When you were on before, you said, didn't you, that second base has been your position regularly ever since you started playing? Well, yes, I have played second base more, but I think I can play third base as well if I play long enough. Oh, I know you play it very well. Whether you play long enough or or not, you look like an old trooper out there. But you played some of that up there in the International League last year, didn't you? Yes, I have played a few games. This is the fellow that's sitting alongside you out there. Lucius Luke. That's right. I played still with the Reds. I think I played about 50 games at third base in 1934 with the Reds. That gave me a pretty good idea about third base, but still, I have a lot to learn. Well, what is the deep difference you find between those two positions? Well, I haven't played third base much this year, and I think it's all in the throwing. Not only that, the arm has got to be rebuilt all over again. There's different muscles put into use. That's all there is to it, Hal. Well, the throw from second base is mostly underhand. That's right. This is more of an overhand throw, and of course, the ball comes at you at a different angle, and I've got to learn to hit it. And Jimmy's been a great help to me. He sort of moves around maybe in and out. He does, back and forth. Do you mind going in after those bunts? Well, they haven't been bunting much, but I believe I can make them if I'm just daring them to bunt, that's all. Just dare them to it. You be in there charging them. That's right. I'll be well, even at that, over there at second base sometimes some of these fellas, a few fellas that still drag bunts to sort of pull them down where you got to come over and get them. That's about nearly the same as a bunt, only the throws a little shorter. It's more of a flip. I see. From second, yeah. Outside of the throw, though, you find that it's approximately the same for fly balls, I suppose it is. You got to take foul balls here and fight off this grandstand a little bit. But then you do that for second base over the other side. I do that as well over second base. Of course, does the ball come at you? What do you mean when you said it came at you at different angles? Well, you don't see the ball as you do at second base. The ball kind of just slides off the bat, especially a left-hand hitter. It just comes at you before you know it. And that's why they call it a hot corner, Hal. I see. I get it. In other words, you've got to really start a little quicker. Is that it? Yeah, you just got to get the knack of which way the ball will go to your right or to your left. And most of them coming down there are curving more than they are out there second base too, aren't they? Yeah, they sometimes left-hand hitter slices the ball, and you've just, if you play third base long enough, you'll be able to tell whether the ball will go 2 or 3 feet to either side of you. But you've got to get used to the vision of it. That's the knack of playing third base only. Looks a little bit as though you got that bat swinging good again. You got a little slump there for a while, didn't you? Oh, well, those things happen. I know it. All ball players have them, but I just probably had one for too long of a period. Well, I think there's several fellas on this club and every other club have. I've seen them all up and down the line. They get them every year, and when it's all over, it's all over. Well, I'd be glad to be in a slump all year if we could just keep winning ball games. Well, that's right, too. Well, Tony, I imagine you want to dry off a little. You've been out there getting all full of perspiration, and I want to thank you a lot for stopping here and chatting with us. Wish you a lot of luck at your new job, and that fella Dykes deserves a rest, and you're giving him a good one and not making him worry about it, which is okay. All right, Al, thanks a lot. Thank you. That was Tony Pyatt, ladies and gentlemen, the present third baseman of the White Sox, early part of the year the second baseman of the club, chatting with us a little bit about this, that, and other things, and I hope you were very much interested in what was going on. And now, let's give you the lineup for the ball game today. For Philadelphia, Finney, left, Moses, center, Dean, first, Cuccinelli, right, Johnson, second, Higgins, third, Frank Hayes, catching, Newsom, short, and Rhodes, pitching. For the White Sox, Radcliffe, left, Cleavage, center, Haas, right, Benura, first, Appling, short, Hayes, second, Pyatt, third, Sewell catching, and Kennedy pitching. Vernon Kennedy will be the pitcher. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to start a little trek up there to the booth, possibly a little bit earlier than at some times, because I want to chat with a certain young man that I saw here in the stands on the way up. I might add, though, that it's another one of those days that, well, you sort of dream about out here. Perfect sunshine, but a nice cool breeze off the lake blowing in from the north. What do you got there, Teddy? Oh, a brand new potato. Old Teddy Lyons managed to sneak a brand new potato from somebody, and he's going to have it autographed for somebody. He's going to send that back to Opelousas. I mean, where is that place down there you live? Vinton, Louisiana? Is that where it's going? It is, eh? And how did you get? Who'd you sneak that on? Billy Webb, or did you just sneak it? Oh, he gave you that one. 2 years. Okay. sidelines would give a hug. You're just beaming all over. You had a brand new ball to get autographed. You people that ask for baseballs have no idea how tough it is to get them. And as a matter of fact, ball players have a tougher time. Now listen, Merv. Merv Shea going to pull my trouser leg off. That's bad. The ball players themselves have a tougher time getting them than most of the fans do, or friends of the fans, or somebody like that. They have to sort of beg, borrow, or steal them. Otherwise, maybe they'd have one every day. But on this perfect day with the breeze blowing in, nice, cool, sun out, nice and warm, making about an even possibility, I think probably we'd better start upstairs. And as we make that trek up there to the booth, Uncle George, how about a little switch to the studio?
Attention motorists. Too many of you are digging down into your pockets to pay over and over again for motor oil. An extra quart now, a couple more quarts a few hundred miles later, constantly refilling the crankcase. You'll be glad to know that your Texaco dealer has an entirely new motor oil that will positively cut down your oil consumption. The need to have carbon removed and protect your engine longer against wear and tear. The new Texaco motor oil, made by the Perfurol process, provides a newer, tougher lubricating film that resists burning up inside the engine. It puts more miles between the quarts you buy. With the new Texaco motor oil, your car will not be oil thirsty. Perfurol is a special refining material. When oil is treated with Perfurol, a stronger lubricating film results. This Perfurol film acts like a protective wrapping for each of the moving parts of your engine. It lubricates better for many extra miles, providing greater, more complete engine protection. From the minute you fill the crankcase of your car with the new Texaco motor oil, you begin saving real money. You still pay only a quarter a quart, but you get greater mileage between those quarts. So change now at any Texaco station to this tougher, longer-lasting oil with a Perfurol film. Make your driving dollars go further. And now for a look at the... Well, I see we haven't time for that. I see that Hal Totten is ready, and we'll go back to Comiskey Park to the baseball game brought to you by permission of the Chicago White Sox and the Philadelphia Athletics to stimulate interest in our national game and in your local team. Take it, Hal Totten.
Am I on the air, George? Don't tell me I'm on the air. Well, being on the air, I'm on the air. Better talk on the air. So in that case, why, we went to the fact that the umpires have finished their conference at the plate and taking their positions out there in the field. Umpire Quinn behind the plate, umpire Hubbard on first base, and Bill McGowan, her old buddy, out there at third. Bill McGowan, I might add, is one of the discoveries, and admits it, and is very proud of it, of baseball writers. Baseball writers introduced Bill McGowan into the American League. So many, many years ago, the Yankees were coming north, and they're playing a lot of games, and they picked up one of the teams, I don't remember which one, to play some games with, and as they went along, they had umpire McGowan with them. He was just a youngster, but they liked his ambitions and his hustle, and the baseball writers went back to New York, and they called Van Johnson, and they kept it Van until he hired him. And now we have here the fellow who, not only to the observers, but also to the ball players themselves, is the finest umpire, or one of course we can't say that, but the ball players voted him the best umpire in the league from a ball player's point of view, but he's by far one of the finest umpires that the game has known. And he has sort of taken this little fellow Quinn under his wing. Quinn, the boy who is with him and who had a bad year last year, but has come along in grand shape this year to become another great umpire. And by nursing with him, talking baseball with him, and otherwise putting himself out if necessary to satisfy his thirst for knowledge of just how to handle his job, he's made a great umpire out of him. I think he's going to develop also into a fine. Hubbard, the youngster, headed out here, is also coming along fine. Well, for the fourth day in a row, Finney goes after the first ball pitched to him, hits the ground ball down to the second baseman, and is thrown out. So his percentage is 50-50. In the opening game and in the third game of the series, he hit the first ball pitch and made base hits. In the second game and again in this game, he was out on that first pitch. And so it's one out of the first inning for the Athletics. And Wally Moses, the center fielder up there, bunts the first one, but it's fouled to the left plate. And Pyatt comes in to get it, but there's no play because it was outside.
And it's strike one. Ball is going back out to Kennedy, the pitcher. And starts wind up, throws the next one. It's inside and low for ball one. So the count is 1-1. 1 ball and 1 strike on Moses. And there's ball two. It's inside and low. You remember Kennedy started the first game of the series here and lost it. He was very wild, and eventually things went very badly, although the Sox ended up tying up the score. It didn't do an awful lot of good. Now he reaches out the butt again, and this one goes foul clear over to the Sox dugout. And so it's 2-2, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Pitch, the hitter swings, get a little looping fly to left field. Ratcliffe comes in fast and can't get to it, and it drops in there for a base hit. Little looping Texaco leaguer into left field for a single for Moses, putting him on first base with 1 out in the first inning, and Chubb Dean, the first baseman, is back. Throws the first one, the runner's on the go as the hitter takes it inside and low, and the runner slides in safely. And he got a great start on that ball. Moses, as I have mentioned time and again in this series and in other series, one of the fastest men in the game, and he got a great jump on the ball that time. Easily stole second. Sewell got the throw away very well, very fast. The throw got out there in a hurry. While it was a little bit high, still the runner was in there at the base long before it arrived. Long speaking in the sense of comparative time, because naturally those plays happen fast. Now Dean hits the next one, a ground ball to Appling, who gets it, throws to third, and Pyatt tags the runner out, sliding in there for the second out. Moses kept right out for third base. Appling got the ball, threw it to Pyatt, who just merely put the ball down there and let Moses slide right into it for the second out. So it's 2 out in the first inning for the Athletics. Dean on first base, and George Puccinelli, the Athletics right fielder, is at bat. He throws the first one, and George takes a fast strike over the outside corner about knee high. 1 strike on Puccinelli. And there's the next one, wide and low for ball 1, and the count is 1 ball and 1 strike. 1-1 on the Pooch. As he's sign again, turns and throws the first. The runner gets back in plenty of time. Oh, the ball comes back to the pitcher. Yazzer looks at first, then pitches, and the hitter swings and misses a high fastball inside for strike 2. And it's 1 ball and 2 strikes on Puccinelli. 1-2 the count. Now to the runner on the go. Pooch fouls this one into the stands to the right of the plate. Well, it lands just short of the stands over there. And it's still 1 ball and 2 strikes on Puccinelli. I don't think that was a hit-and-run play. I think Pooch just swung to cover to protect the runner when he thought the runner didn't get away soon enough, and fouled off a bad ball, because they'd hardly put the hit-and-run on to the count of 1 and 2. Unless they had some reason to be sure that the pitcher. They did it again. The hitter hits a ground ball down to Pyatt, who starts to throw to second, sees that there's nobody there, so turns and throws to first. Throw is wide, but Benura grabs it and then blocks the runner off and tags him out. The ball was well hit, and Pyatt grabbed it, running over towards second. He thought it would be a good play, I guess, to get the man at second, because he was running in that direction. And that short throw is a throw more accustomed to what he has been used to at second base. There was nobody there, so he turned and threw wide to first. And Benura, reaching way out to the left, grabbed the ball down low and had it in plenty of time to block Puccinelli off. So it's no runs, 1 hit, 1 man left on base in the first half of the first inning. And the score is 0-0 as the White Sox come to bat in the last half of the first inning, with Rip Ratcliffe, as usual, the first man at bat. Originally, when I first knew him, he was with the New York Yankees. He didn't stay there long, went to the Boston Red Sox, was with them for quite a while, and came to the A's last winter in the deal, one of the numerous deals between the Athletics and the Red Sox. And he's been pitching some pretty good ball for this club. But this, I think, is his first appearance in Chicago this year. And a rather stockily built fellow, dark complected, and very handsome, for the benefit of you young ladies. Pitcher waits out there now, gets his sign, starts his wind up to pitch the first one to Radcliffe, stocky little left-handed hitter, and Rip swings, hit it out to the shortstop, who takes it on a great big long hop, throws the first, and Rip is out easily for the first out in the first inning. One out, and Mike Krivich is up there. Rosenthal still has the handicap of that twisted back that he twisted running down to first base yesterday. So Mike has been moved over to his center field spot, and Haas is back here and right. And the first pitch to Krivich is a wide one low for ball one. Krivich is a right-handed hitter. Rhodes has his sign again, starts to wind up. Throws, and Mike reaches out to butt one down towards third base. Higgins comes in fast, grabs it, throws very high to first, but Dean leaps high in the air to grab it. Krivich, in the meantime, having crossed first base easily. So it's a base hit, base bunt, down the third base line by Krivich, putting him on first base with one out in the first inning for the White Sox, and Mule Haas is at bat. Ready to pitch the first one, throws, and Mule takes the ball. It's inside and low. One ball called. Again, Rhodes has the sign. And pitches and Mule swings, hit a ball right straight back at the second baseman, who fumbles it. And by the time he gets to the ball, the runner is safe at first base on an error by Hayes. An error by, or rather not by Hayes, but an error by Johnson. And rather an easily hit ball, too, right straight at him. Took a high hop, but he didn't follow it at all. So now the White Sox have runners on first and second with one out in the first inning, and Zeke Manura is at bat. Well, it's the first player that we have seen that Johnson hasn't looked good on in his transplanted position in this series. First pitch to Zeke is a wide one across the waist for ball one. He waits there again, swings around as he gets his time. Ready, and pitches, and Zeke takes ball two. It's wide across the chest and makes it 2-0. Nothing, 2 balls and no strikes. Pitcher ready again. Throws, and Zeke twists away to take the third ball inside across the waist to make it 3-0. 3 balls and no strikes on Zeke. Still got our symphony orchestra out here, George. Hear the whistle? Pitcher ready once more. Takes another look back at second. Throws, and it's a strike over the heart of the plate, a little above the knees. Zeke let it go by without trying for it, so it's 3-1, 3 balls and 1 strike. And again, the pitcher throws. Zeke gets the ball hard in the center field, but the center fielder Moses is in there to make the catch for the second out. Runners have to go back to their bases. Ball was very hard hit, a line smash, center field, but it was right straight at Moses, the center fielder. So it's 2 out in the first inning for the White Sox. They still have runners on first and second, and Luke Appling is at bat. Swings around, he gets his sign, gets ready to pitch. Throws, and it's a strike over the outside corner about knee high. 1 strike on Appling. ready again, takes another look back at second, and throws. Luke swings, the bat flips out of his hand, goes clear out to the pitcher's box as the ball goes down to the third baseman, and Luke is safe, and Rhodes is mad and throws the bat clear out of the infield. Just misses umpire Quinn down there. Rhodes is so sore because in hitting that ball, the bat flipped out of Appling's hand, rolled out to the pitcher's box. Rhodes stood there, watched it come out there, and let it roll up on his feet. And then he was mad and flung it clear off the mound and out into foul territory as Appling beat out the ball for an infield hit. Now the White Sox have the bases full with 2 out in the first inning. And it's a wide one across the knees for ball 1. 1 ball called. Rhodes walks up to the dirt in front of the mound, smooths it down a little bit. Walks back out there, adjusts his cap. Now starts to wind up. He throws, and Jackie Hayes, if that fouls the ball back against the catcher's glove and back to the screen, and it's 1-1 on Hayes. 1 ball and 1 strike. Is the count. He throws again, and Jackie swings to miss one for strike 2. And it's 1-2. 1 ball and 2 strikes. One and two. Waiting out there again. Seems to be getting his sign. Takes a look at third base. Starts his wind-up. And pitches, and Jackie hits the ball out into left center. I think it's going to fall in. There it is for a base hit. 1 run is in. The ball is coming into the plate as the second runner scores, and the other runners advance to second and third with Hayes coming in pretty hard and almost falling over as he tries to come up on his feet. It's a single. Texaco leaguer, too, by Crackle. All those Texaco leaguers can drive in those runs, can't they? Single to left center by Hayes. Scored Cleavage and Haas for the first 2 runs of the ball game, both unearned runs, because the error, if it hadn't been made, would have made it the third out when Sonora flied out. And runners are on second and third with 2 outs, 2 runs home in the first inning, and Tony Pyatt is at bat. He winds up, throws the first one, and Pyatt twists away, takes ball inside across the chest. He's all set to go after that one, too. The throws again, and Pyatt takes a strike over the heart of the plate, waist high, and the count is 1-1. 1 ball and 1 strike on Pyatt. Rhodes throws again, and Tony swings and fouls the ball back against the mat and rolls out into the infield, and the catcher goes out to get it, looks it over as he comes back. Umpire Quinn has thrown another ball into the game, calls for that one, and I think he's going to throw it out. Catcher Hayes had looked it over and indicated it should be yes. Quinn, after a look at it, throws it out of the game. The umpires, you know, are the only ones authorized to do that, and Umpire Quinn, who followed the rules, had to examine it to make sure that it really was improper for use. It's 1-2, 1 ball and 2 strikes. And the pitcher throws again. The hitter started to swing, stop. The ball hit the bat and rolled over there, and the catcher started to go after a fan, reached into the stands and grabbed it, and the catcher walks back without it. I don't think the catcher knew whether that ball had been tipped foul or not. He thought maybe it might have been a passed ball. Went chasing over after it, and both Dean and Rhodes came rushing into cover. The umpire called it a foul and strike. So it's still 1-2 on Pyatt. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Once again, the pitcher has that sign, starts to wind up throws, and Tony takes a wide one across the knees for ball 2. Catcher started to run toward the bench, though he thought that was a called third strike. Rhodes made a half-hearted start towards the bench, but takes the ball and goes back out the mound, and the count is 2 balls and 2 strikes on Pyatt. 2-2 the count. Winding up again, throws, and Pyatt gets ball 3. It missed the outside corner up around the chest, and it makes it 3-2. 3 balls and 2 strikes on Pyatt. White Sox have runners on second and third with 2 outs, 2 runs home, and they're leading the Athletics 2-0 in the first inning. Rhodes winds up, throws again, and Pyatt gets ball 4. Wide and low, he gets a base on ball. So that fills the bases for the White Sox in the first inning. 2 out, 2 runs already, home base is full, and Luke Sewell at bat to score 2-0 in favor of the White Sox. Rhodes starts to wind up pitches, and it's a high one inside for ball 1. 1 ball on Sewell. Winding up again. He throws and Luke swings and fouls the ball back against the umpire's mask this time. Bounds way out against the stand of the left plate. Umpire Quinn merely adjusts the mask. It took quite a bump. He turns around, calls to somebody. He'll call the announcer, I guess. He's going to need some more baseballs in a minute. It's 1-1, 1 ball and 1 strike. And Sewell gets the second strike. A beauty over the heart of the plate down around the knees to make it 1 ball and 2 strikes on Sewell. 1-2. Winds up again, throws, and Sewell swings and misses, striking out for the 3rd out in the first inning. Went around on a ball that didn't look as though it had a sting on it, but he didn't hit it. So it must have had something after all. That ends the last half of the first inning. So it's 2 runs, 4 hits. Wait a minute, 1, 2, 3 hits. 1 error, and 3 men left on base. And the score is 2-0 in favor of the White Sox at the end of the first inning. Motor oil has more than one job to do. It must lubricate all the moving parts of the motor. It must seal the power in the cylinder, and it must help to keep moving parts cool. There's one way you can be absolutely sure that the motor oil in your car is doing a complete job. Use nothing but new Texaco motor oil. Bob Johnson, rangy right-handed hitter, the Athletic second baseman, the bat to start the second inning. Kennedy winds up, throws. Bob swings to foul the ball back onto the roof of the stand, right up back of the plate, and it's 1 strike on Johnson. 1 strike to count. And there's a ball inside across the way, so the count is 1 ball and 1 strike. 1-1 on Johnson. And now comes ball 2. It's over the plate, but too low. So it's 2 balls and 1 strike on Bob. 2-1. Swings again to hit a high fly coming down far way back here. I believe it's on the roof. Yep. Right up over our heads. Found it clear out over and back down into 35th Street. He swings again, and it's a high fly going foul to the right of the plate. Sewell is following out under it toward the stand to the right and makes the catch for the first out in the second inning. 1 out of the second inning for the Athletics. And Higgins, Pinky Higgins, the third baseman, is at bat. Hitter swings the first pitcher, started to in time, but he stopped in time to pull away from an inside pitch and have it called ball 1. There's a wide one low for ball 2, and the count is 2-0. 2-0, And there's a strike over the heart of the plate just above the knees. So it's 2 balls and 1 strike on Higgins. 2-1 the count. Think watches the 3rd ball come by now. It's over the plate but much too low. And it makes it 3 balls and 1 strike on Higgins. And now comes strike 2, a fastball over the heart of the plate, waist high, and the count is 3-2. There comes the 4th ball inside, and Kennedy really had trouble with his control. So both men finally walked Higgins. So Pinky's on first base with 1 out in the 2nd inning, and Frank Hayes, the catcher, is up there at the plate. Hayes at bat. Kennedy throws the first one, and it's a fast one that's inside across the waist for ball 1. 1 ball called. One ball called. Ready again, throws, and it's ball 2, a curveball wide and low. Well, Vernon is having a little trouble in the control department. Had a lot of trouble with his control 3 days ago in the open game of this series, you remember, when he was defeated. Although the Sox tied it up later on, he was knocked out of there. And there comes a strike, a fastball over the heart of the plate, waist high. One thing about this kid, he may have bad control, but he never quits bearing down. He's going to throw it with everything he's got, and if it goes away from the plate, it's too bad, but he's still throwing plenty. He loses that one by just an eyelash there in the corner, and it goes as ball 3, but that was pretty close to corner. So it's 3 balls and 1 strike on Hayes. 3-1 the count. Kennedy throws to first base. The runner gets back there. Now Kennedy pitches again, and it's ball 4 wide and low, and Hayes also gets a base on balls, moves Higgins to second base. And the Athletics have runners on first and second with with 1 out in the 2nd inning. And Newsom, Whitey Newsom, the A's shortstop, is at bat. And the first pitch is a strike over the heart of the plate just above the knees. 1 strike on Newsom. Strike the count, and there's a ball wide, and Sewell throws the ball to first base, and the throw is very bad, and so Benura has to leap into the infield to grab it. He really had that fella caught pretty well off the base, but his throw was so high and wide that Benura had to leave the bag and chase into the infield and leap into the air to grab it. So it's 1-1, 1 ball and 1 strike on Newsom. Kennedy swings around again, pitches, and it's ball 2. It just barely missed the outside corner across the waist, so it's 2 balls and 1 strike. 1. He throws again with the runners on the go. The hitter hits the ball thrown to right field for a base hit. Benura sort of looked at the ball and started jogging after it. And finally, when he did run out there, the ball, which should have been easily caught, had seeped through into right field for a base hit. So Newsom single to right, throwing Higgins from second base, and moving Hayes to third base. So as a result, the score is 2-1 in favor of the White Sox, and the A's have runners on first and third. 1 out, 1 run home in the 2nd inning, and Rhodes, the pitcher, is at bat. Thus he takes the first one for a strike, down over the inside corner above the knees. Bryant is playing in pretty close, figuring the pitcher might try to pull a squeeze play, at least sacrifice a man from first to second. And the next pitch sails wide for ball 1. Count is 1 ball and 1 strike on Rhodes. Umpire calls time when the runner down to first base requests it. He goes over and whispers something to Lena Blackburn, the Athletics coach there at first base. He throws the first, runner's back. Might be figuring that there's a chance of their trying to pull something. And there comes the next one, a curveball, breaking away from the hitter. It caught the outside corner a little above the knees for strike 2. And it's 1 ball and 2 strikes on Rose. 1 and 2 to count. Rose was all set to bunt on the next one, but he pulled back in time to let it go by for the second ball. And the ball popped out of Sewell's glove and rolled just a few feet into the infield. So Luke grabs it, rubs it up, walks in, calls something to Kennedy, calls after him as Burns starts back to the mound. Then the two come back to their places with Kennedy on the rubber and Sewell crossing back the plate to pass the sign. Count 2 balls and 2 strikes. And there comes the next pitch for ball 3. It's wide across the waist, and Kennedy will really be in a serious jam now if he can't get this ball over on the pitcher, because there's the fella you've got to get if you're going to win. 3 and 2. Nader swings at the next one to miss a curveball inside and strike out for the second out. Kennedy's control really has gone very bad in the last couple of weeks. Not that he isn't trying, because he is, and it may take him all year to master that new grip on the ball that he's using, the looser grip that he's using to prevent those famous wild pitches of his, and it might take a while before that control gets back. First pitch now to Finney, the leadoff man and left fielder, who's a bad left-handed hitter. The curveball that gets the inside corner about knee high. 1 strike to count. He throws again, and it's ball 1 inside across the waist. So it's 1 ball and 1 strike on Finney. 1 and 1. Turns and throws the first. Miller was back in plenty of time. So Ventura throws the ball back to Kennedy, and he pitches to pitch a high one wide for ball 2 on Finney. 2 and 1, 2 balls and 1 strike. Kennedy flips the ball from one hand to another, finally swings around on the rubber only to find Finney out of the batter's box. So he turns, walks out back of the mound to wipe his brow, rub up the ball a little bit, turns around to see Finney back to the plate, so he steps on the rubber. That the runner's eyes ready to pitch, pitches, and it's ball 3. It's wide and low, and it's 3 and 1. Burns got to get him over better than that. He's going to have some serious trouble again today. This is one club that he's supposed to beat quite handily, but they certainly pinned his ears back the other day. Now with a runner on the go, the hitter hits a long drive to center field. McClevich is waiting there, has it, and it's 3 out. Ending that inning with only half of the White Sox lead cut off. Score 2-1 in favor of the White Sox. In the first half of the second, the A's had 1 run, 1 hit, and 2 men left on base. 2 bases on balls, paving the way to the 1 run. And the score, as I said, is 2-1 in favor of the White Sox as they come to bat in the last half of the second inning with Kennedy, White Sox pitcher, the first man at bat. The broadcast of the White Sox Philadelphia game comes to you direct from Comiskey Park, the home of the White Sox in Chicago, as a presentation of your neighborhood Texaco dealer, distributor of Texaco Fire Chief Gasoline. The broadcast comes with the permission of the White Sox and the Athletics to stimulate interest in our national game and in your own local baseball team. This is WCFL at Chicago. So it's again stocked his warm-up out there in the rubber, this time with Moss, number 2 catcher, and Hayes is just walking up there at the plate. Frank was on base at the end of the inning. They're over on third base. He had to wait a moment to take a moment to get into his car. The round of applause. Kennedy, who comes hustling out of the dugout and up the plate, stands there to watch the last throw. Moss throws the ball out to second base. Johnson tosses it to Newsom. Newsom back to the pitcher. And Johnson and Newsom have a little confab of some sort there, just as they back over toward their position, same as they did yesterday early in the game. Now they go back there. Rhodes is up in the front of the mound, moving down the dirt with his feet, his shoe, sole of his shoe, and then steps back on the slab. Back to wind up throws, and Kennedy hits an easy bound right back at Newsom, who gets it, throws the first, and Byrne is out for the first out in the second inning. 1 out of the second inning for the White Sox, and Radcliffe is at bat. Rip Radcliffe up at the plate. Throws the first one, and the Ripper takes it wide and low, a curveball away from him for ball 1. 1 ball called. Here again winds up, pitches, and Rip swings it about right back at Johnson. Who gets it, throws to first, and Rip is out for the second time today in 2 innings. And it's the second out of the second inning. So it's 2 out of the second inning for the White Sox. And Mike Peters, White Sox center fielder, who paved the way to the White Sox 2 runs in the first inning by beating out a bunt. He is up there at the plate. He throws, and Mike swings it, a foul down the right field line and back against the front of the second deck. It bounds down front and clear back out into the field. Umpire Hubbard calls time and is trotting out there to get the ball. Second baseman started over 2, but Hubbard kept right on going to get it. It's 1 strike on Peters. Winding up once more. Throws, and Peters takes the curveball wide and low for ball 1. And it's 1 ball and 1 strike on Mike. 1-1. Here again starts to wind up, throws, and the hitter swings it, punches the ball toward right field. Johnson goes way over, manages to grab the ball, and by the time he retrieves it, the runner is safe at first. And as a result, Krivich is on first base with 2 out in the second inning. And Haas is at bat. I think that Wayne Otto, who has been away for a couple of days, is back on the job. He is the official scorer, and he said he was going to relay him to us. And the first pitch to Haas is a strike over the inside corner about knee high. 1 strike on Haas. Did Wayne give any sign on it? He did? Wait, he got it? I thought so. Tell that youngster there we did keep an eye on Wayne, because Wayne said he's going to forget this silly business and tend to business. The count is 1-1 now on Haas. 1 ball and 1 strike. Wayne's giving him over there. And now it's wide and low for ball 2, making it 2-1. 2 balls and 1 strike on the mule. I guess I'm getting too old to take these little controversies seriously, George. I don't know. I'm getting, after that birthday when I was 29 again, why, I don't know how many times that's been, but it's quite a few. Hitter hits the next one. It's a slow bounder to the second baseman who grabbed it and tagged Krivich out and then threw to first to make sure the other man also. But he was tagged out at second base, and it's 3 out. Wayne's giving him, isn't he, Whitey? Yeah, that's what I thought. Wayne told me that he says that silly business is debunked with him. He's official scorer, and he's going to give him to us. So, yeah, Wayne Otto will pass him out. Thank you, Whitey. So it's no runs, 1 hit. 1 man left on base in the second inning for the White Sox. And the score is still 2-1 in favor of the Sox at the end of the second inning. You gotten your Texaco scorebook yet? You have, and you're working on it. Oh, I've had some swell inquiries from fans about ways of scoring some things. Oh, I meant to bring that 1 letter down here. It had 3 very good questions in it. And I want to dig it up and answer those questions just exactly how they were. But I'll bring that out tomorrow. You know how to get it. Get your request card at your Texaco station, fill it in and send it in, and you'll get this swell scorebook with 17 games, a complete scoring system, and everything else. Now Moses at bat takes the first pitch inside for ball 1, and there's ball 2, and this is the outside corner above the knees, rather clear up to the shoulders, well above the knees, I might say, and it's 2-0. 2 balls and no strikes. Kennedy throws again for a strike, this time over the outside corner down around the knees, and it's 2 balls and 1 strike. 2-1 on Moses. Goes once more. Wally swings and hit a high fly in the short center field. Krivich is coming in hard under it and makes the catch over in right center. The wind having held it up and dropped it in there. So it's 1 out in the third inning for the Athletics. And Chubb Dean, the first baseman, is at bat. Dean's another left-handed hitter who's looking mighty, mighty good out there. Throws the first one, and Chubb swings it, a bounder down to Appling, who comes up with it nicely. Throws the first, and Dean is out for the second out. Makes it 2 out in the third inning for the Athletics. 2 out in the third inning, and Puccinelli is up there at the plate. Puccinelli at bat. Throws the first one, and the Pooch takes it inside across the waist for ball one. One ball called. Winds up and throws again. The hitter hits another bounder back past the pitcher. Hayes comes up with it nicely back of second base, throws the first, and it's 3 out. No runs, no hits in the first half of the third inning, and the score remains 2-1 in favor of the White Sox. Sox coming to bat in the last half of the third inning. First man up will be Zeke Minora, the White Sox first baseman and cleanup hitter. Athletic players coming out onto the field with Rhodes just walking out across the infield to start his warm-up out there on the slab. Oh, boy, what weather. Perfect, eh, George? Cool enough, a lot of sunshine. You wear that old battered leather coat of yours and feel comfortable. And without that coat, you don't feel comfortable, do you? Even on a hot day, it just looks at it longingly once you put it on. Too bad. Hey, I got a lot of swell wires there that you brought in yesterday. It came from the studio that were delivered there on Tuesday, but I just got yesterday afternoon and opened that for the kitty. Several of them. Huh? Again, yeah. Only 29 again. Hey, somebody down in the stand didn't believe me today. Said, you're 29, I'm 10. I told her she was a whole lot more than 14, I knew. Here's Zeke Minora at bat with Rhodes winding up, and he throws the first one for a ball inside across the chest for ball one. One ball called. Rhodes winds up, throws once more, and it's a strike over the outside corner across the knees, and it's 1-1. 1 ball and 1 strike on Minora. 1-1. Throws again, and Zeke swings in a high fly out into right field. Short right field. The wind is blowing it back toward the foul line, and Johnson follows it in there and makes the catch nicely, although he had to not only judge a dangerous wind, but he had to battle the sun all the way also. So it's 1 out in the third inning for the White Sox, and Luke Appling is up there at the plate. Winds up, pitches, and Luke takes a wide one across the chest for ball one. 1 ball called. Ready again, winds up, and throws, and the hitter swings to foul the ball up on the roof of the stand above and to the right of the plate, and it's 1-1. 1 ball and 1 strike. Then the pitcher has the sign, winds up, and throws, and the hitter swings it up for another pop fly out toward right field. This time Dean, the first baseman, following it across the foul line and makes the catch just in foul territory for the second out in the third inning. 2 out in the third inning for the White Sox, with Jackie Hayes, White Sox second baseman, up there at the plate. Hayes at bat. Winds up, throws. Jackie takes a strike over the heart of the plate about waist high. 1 strike on Hayes. Swings again to hit a line drive to left field, but the left fielder Finney's waiting. Oh, he almost misjudged it and had to leap high in the air to make a one-handed catch of it for the third out. Finney stood there and jogged in a couple of steps and then saw the ball start to sail over his head instead of sinking as he apparently thought it was going to, and he had to leap into the air to make a fine one-handed leaping stab of the ball to get it for the third out. So it's no runs, no hits in the third inning for the White Sox, and the score remains 2-1 in favor of the White Sox at the end of the third inning. Now, for complete scores up to the minute and complete batteries from other cities, we return to the studio.
In the National League in New York, the Cubs are leading the Giants at the end of the first half of the 6th inning, 1-0.
Davis and Hartnett started for the Cubs with Henshaw pitching in the 6th. Hubble and Mancuso, the giant battery. In Brooklyn, the St. Louis Cardinals lead the Dodgers at the end of the first of the 7th inning by a score of 4-0. Winford and Ogrodowski, the Cardinal battery. The Dodgers using Frankhausen Berry to open with Phelps catching in the 7th. In Boston, the Bees and the Pittsburgh Pirates are tied at 3-all at the end of the first half of the 7th inning. Blanton and Patton, the opening battery for the Pirates, with Brown pitching in the 5th. Bush and Lopez starting for the Bees with Cantwell on the mound in the 6th. In Philadelphia, the first game of the doubleheader between the Phillies and the Cincinnati Reds, taken by the Reds 5-0. In the second game at the end of the first half of the first inning, the Reds lead the Phillies 1-0. Hollingsworth and Campbell, the Red battery in the second game. For the Phillies, Benj and Wilson. In the American League, in Cleveland, the Indians lead the Washington Senators at the end of the second inning 4-2. DeJong and Millie's working for the Senators, the Indians using Blaholder and Pitlack to open, Hudlin pitching in the 3rd. In Detroit, the New York Yankees lead the Tigers at the end of the first half of the 3rd inning 2-0. Broca and Dickey, the Yankee battery. Tigers using Schoolboy, Rowe, and Hayworth. And now back to Comiskey Park and Hal Totten. Take it, Hal.
Back at the ballpark for the 4th inning, Bob Johnson, after taking a ball, took a crack at the next ball pitch and hit a home run, wind or no wind, clear into the lower deck of the left field stands in deep left center. Radcliffe made a great try for the ball, leaping high in the air, but it just slipped over the top of the scoreboard into the seat for a home run. Now Higgins goes after the first ball pitch and drives it out to center field just to the right of center for a single. Our Mr. Kennedy going to get his ears pinned back for the second time in the series. That's the way they started out against him the other day. They just murdered everything he threw, and the Sox are taking no chances. They have a pitcher warming up in the left field bullpen as Frank Hayes takes the first pitch wide for ball 1. There comes ball 2, another curveball way outside, and it's 2-0, 2 balls and no strikes. 1-0 is the count. The hitter swings again to miss a curveball for strike 1, and it's 2 balls and 1 strike on Hayes. Thank you, Ernie. Yeah, Ernie's passing him over. Right. 2-1 is the count, 2 balls and 1 strike. Pitcher throws the first, the runner's back there. Now he pitches ball 3 very wide, and it's 3 balls and 1 strike on Hayes. And he stands there rolling up that ball, finally gets ready to pitch again. Throws, and Frank gets a strike over the inside corner about waist high. Makes the usual start toward first base, but comes back fast. And it's 3-2. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Now with a runner on the go, the hitter hits a long foul onto the roof of the stand down beyond first base. And it's still 3 balls and 2 strikes on Frank Hayes, the athletic catcher, at bat in the 4th inning. Nobody out, 1 run already home, and Higgins on first base. Now Higgins again is on the run. There's another foul up over the roof of the stand, above and to the right of the plate. Three and 2 still. And there's the next one for ball 4 wide, and Hayes gets a base on ball. Moves Higgins to second base. The Athletics have runners on first and second with nobody out in the 4th inning. 1 run already home, and Newsom, the shortstop, is at bat. Yes, Vernon's having a lot of serious trouble out there. I don't know whether he's going to be able to get out of it, because when the control isn't there, it's hard to get out of a jam, and he's having his trouble. Newsom acted as though he was trying to bunt, but very apparently didn't intend to. Just intended to look for the bat ball, and he got it wide and low. For ball 1, Philadelphia runners on first and second. Nobody out of the 4th. 1 run home, and the score tied 2-2. Hitter swings the next one to hit a high fly down the right field line. It's going foul. Lands down there against the front of the stand, and it's 1-1. 1 ball and 1 strike on Newsom. Dusty waits there for his sign as Haas gets back to his position. Verne looks at second, throws, and the hitter does bunt the ball down toward first base. Venora comes in, gets it, throws back at Hayes at first, and it's sacrificed by Newsom. Venora to Hayes for the first out in the fourth inning, moving Higgins to third base, and Hayes to second. Now the A's have runners on second and third. With one out, one run already home in the fourth inning, and the pitcher, Gordon Rhodes, Dusty Rhodes, is up there at the plate. We still call all the roads Dusty Roads, even though we have a lot of concrete and macadam nowadays instead of old dirt roads. Still dusty. Hitter swings hard at the first pitch and fouls it back against the catcher's protector. Bounds over halfway out to first base. Venora comes in, gets it, throws it back to the catcher. He hands it to umpire Quinn for examination. Kennedy winds up again, throws, and Dusty swings around as though to bunt and then takes a chop at the ball, but misses it for strike two. Stool swing and swing around in bunting position, tried to run out in front. As a result, the ball hit his glove and rolled over to the right a little bit. So it's 2 strikes on Rhodes. Infield pulled in real close, almost to the infield grass. When he can cut off that run at the plate if possible. And he throws the next one. It's a little pop fly, foul to the left of the plate on a bunt, so he's out automatically on a foul bunt on the third strike. Scored as a strikeout. And you can make a footnote if you want to in your scorebook, as we do, drawing a line from that K in the lower right-hand corner down to the margin, indicating foul bunt on third strike. Now the man up there, Finney, watches the first pitch come by wide for ball one. Hello, Mr. Pennsylvania. He remembered us today. And there's one wide for ball two, making it 2-0. 2 balls and no strikes. Nothing to count. Winds up again, throws, the hitter swings and pull a foul down past first base for the first strike. And it makes it 2-1. 2 balls and 1 strike on Finney. 1-1 to count. Finney walks around back out of the batter's box as Kennedy rubs up a new ball. Here comes the next pitch, and the hitter hits the bounder right back. It just glances off of the pitcher's glove, and Hayes makes a great play in front of second base to get the ball and throws it first. Oh, that play was really a beauty by Hayes. Kennedy leaped into the air and just managed to slow up that ball a little bit. Hayes came over fast, grabbed it, and with a great underhand flip toss, got Finney at first base on a close play for the third out. That ends the fourth inning, and Kennedy pitched out of the inning in great style. After looking very wobbly at the start, he settled down and looked just the opposite of wobbly. 1 run, 2 hits, 2 men left on base in the first half of the fourth inning, and the score remains a tie 2-2 between the White Sox and the Athletics. White Sox coming to bat in the last half of the fourth. First White Sox hitter will be Tony Pyatt. Third base, and he already waits there back of the plate as Moss warms up Rhodes, waiting for Hayes, who is again on base at the end of the inning, to get into the catching toss and get out there to go to work. Throws the ball out there to second base. And it comes back to pitcher as Pyatt walks up there to the plate. Out of that, the White Sox start the last half of the fourth inning. Rhodes smoothing the dirt down from the mound, walks back, moves it down in front of the slab. Turns around, gets his sign. He's winding up. And he pitches, and the hitter bunted the ball, but it's fouled on the ground, back to the stand, and it's strike one. One strike to count. One strike, throws again, and it's the ball inside across the waist. So it's 1 ball and 1 strike on Pyatt. 1-1. There comes ball 2, a curveball outside, and it's 2 balls and 1 strike on Pyatt. 1-1. Winding up once more, throws. Pyatt swings it, a pounder down to the shortstop. It comes over fast, gets it, throws to first. And Dean had to make a reaching catch way out to the left and high, but he made the play nicely for the first out in the 4th inning. 1 out in the 4th inning for the Sox. And Luke Sewell, White Sox catcher, is up there at the plate. Sewell at bat. Hitter swings and hits a line drive right out to the shortstop, who manages to scoop it up off the top of the dirt just before it hit the ground. And it's 2 out in the 4th inning. 2 out in the 4th inning for the White Sox, and Kennedy's at bat. Out in the 4th inning. Kennedy up there. Starts to wind up. Throws, and the hitter swings, hit the ball back. It hit Rhodes right on the foot. Bounce clear out into right field. Kennedy's around first base. Derrick to second base. And Rhodes is still writhing around on the ground there. The ball is recaptured by the second baseman. Rhodes gets up and is limping around in the infield. Time is called. That was a line smash that either hit his foot or his shin, and it felled him like a blow from a club. He reaches down and rubs his ankle, with the ankle and the shin bone just above the foot. Now Kennedy gets his jacket on, goes over to see him, and it goes the 2-base hit, of course. For Kennedy, and Byrne is over there seeing how this fellow is, because it really was an awful dirty crack. Start a pitcher warming up in the bullpen in a hurry in case Dusty can't go on. The crowd gives him a hand. Boy, he took a smash that time. Mama, I don't want that to hit me. Woo. My foot had gone right off with it. Right? The foot would have gone into center field and the ball into right, I think. Yeah, mine aches just from watching it. No kidding. Boy, he took a dirty crack that time. Rhodes is throwing a couple down there to make sure he's all right and able to continue. Besides, he can pitch all right, but boy, he's going to have a great big black and blue mark and a big lump on that leg. That'll be coming up right now. He takes a look at it for a minute. Now faces Rip Radcliffe. Radcliffe at bat. 2 out in the 4th inning. Coach stands there rubbing up the ball, getting ready to pitch the first one to the Ripper. Let's look back at second base. And throws, and Radcliffe takes a good strike over the heart of the plate just above the knee. 1 strike on Radcliffe. Ready out there again, throws, and Rip hits the ball of beauty down the right field line for another base hit. Kennedy's around third base, carrying for the plate, and the ball goes to second. Boy, that fella can really run. Coming across the plate, he kicks Radcliffe's bat over and then comes back to pick it up. He's a happy-go-lucky rap. He just was having fun coming around there. And that drive to right field, a line single to right by Radcliffe, scores Kennedy, and again the White Sox are in front. This time the score is 3-2. Throws the first one, and McPeevich takes a ball over the plate, but too low. 1 ball called. pitcher waits there again, gets his time. The first base and throws, and Mike hits the ball to right field. Right fielder coming in fast. The ball drops in front of him for another base hit. Radcliffe is staring for third base, and he slides in just under the... No, they got him at third. Radcliffe, for some reason, slowed up at second, and then when he broke into his stride again, he'd lost just enough time to be caught at third base. David's third hit was a looping single to right, and Radcliffe made second on it, but he slowed down at second and then suddenly looked over his shoulder and decided to go to third. By that time it was too late, and he was out on a very fine throw from right field by Puccinelli, who threw to Higgins at third, getting him for the third out. So it's 1 run, 3 hits, 1 man left on base in the last half of the 4th inning. And the score is 3-2 in favor of the White Sox at the end of the 4th inning. The hardest working parts of your car are those chassis bearings down under. They need constant, efficient lubrication. Guard the bearings in your car with Marfax, the oily, water-resisting chassis lubricant which clings to the bearing and stays put. Any Texaco service station will Marfax your car, and remember, a Marfax job lasts twice as long as an ordinary grease job. Kennedy's ready now to pitch to Moses to start the 4th inning, and the first pitch comes over the plate about knee-high for strike 1. Byrne is winding up again, throws and the hitter swings to foul the ball down toward first base. Coach at first base gets it, looks it over, indicates that it's pretty well messed up, and the umpire throws another ball into the game. Bartwin calls for that one, so Lena throws it into Sewell, looks at it, and then throws it immediately out of play. 2 strikes now. And there he takes the next one, takes a cut at it, but tries to stop a swing and can't, and he strikes out for the first out in the 5th inning, bringing Dean to bat. Dean up there at the plate. First pitch to Dean is a bad ball for ball 1. Wide 1 ball on Dean. And there's a high one wide for ball 2. So it's 2-0, 2 balls and no strike on Dean. Kennedy throws the next one for ball 3. Well, he had all kinds of control of Moses. Now, with Dean up there, he hasn't been able to get 1 of 3 pitches over. So it's 3-0. Byrne pitches again for, it's called ball 4, and so he gets a base on ball. Puts Dean on first base with 1 out of the 5th inning. And Puccinelli, the right fielder, is at bat. It's another husky fellow, right-handed hitter. However, and he swings the first pitch, hit a high fly out back to second base. Hayes is calling for the ball and gets it for the second out. That makes it 2 out in the 5th inning for the Athletics. Dean is still on first base, and Big Bob Johnson, who braced the wind with that terrific smash and got it into the stands for a home run in the 4th inning, is up there at the plate. He really must have hit that ball. Swings the first one, he hit a bounder down to Hayes, who gets it, throws the first. Johnson was going down very hard, but he was thrown out at first base for the third out. So it's no runs, no hits, 1 man left on base in the first half of the 5th inning, and the score is still 3-2 in favor of the White Sox as they come to bat in the last half of the 5th inning with Muehlhoff, their first hitter. Broadcast of the White Sox Philadelphia game comes to you direct from Comiskey Park, home of the White Sox in Chicago, as a presentation of your neighborhood Texaco dealer, distributor of Texaco Fire Chief Gasoline. The broadcast comes with the permission of the White Sox and the Athletics, stimulated us in our national game and in your own local baseball team. This is WCFL at Chicago. Rhodes is finishing his warm-up out there as Haas stands and talks to Hayes. Ewell is one of the famous Philadelphia alumni that are around the league. of several on this team. White Sox have really got a load of them again. They had Earnshaw and Simmons, but they've gone. Still have Haas, Dyke, Kane, Dietrich, Shores. Kennedy was also with the A's for a little while as a rookie. So is Radcliffe. Guess that's about all low. I don't notice any of it. Well, we're ready to go. The pitcher starts to wind up throws, and it's a strike over the inside corner about knee high. One strike on Haas. One strike on the Lemieux. He's back up there again. Pitcher winds up, throws, and he swings to drive the ball out to right center. It's going way, way out there for a long base hit. Puccinelli grabs for it, but it hits his foot and bounced past him. By the time he recovers it and throws it in, Haas is on second base. And it's a hit and an error. A single to right center by Haas, and he gets the second base on Puccinelli's fumbling error. So he's on second base with nobody out in the fifth inning, and Zeke Manura is at bat. Pitcher watches second base and throws, and the hitter takes it inside across the waist for ball one. One ball called. Throws once more, and there's a strike over the heart of the plate, waist high on the count. It's 1 ball and 1 strike. 1-1. Throws again, and the hitter takes a wide one across the knees for ball 2. The count is 2 balls and 1 strike. 1-1 the count. Crowd out there in left field seats are yelling if they want a homer. Oh, got it all over. Going to get a little business from George here again. 2-1. Whoa. Zeke was all cocked ready for that one. Goes through on those pull-the-string balls. Slowed up on that ball. And as he did it, Zeke got all set, but the ball sailed up past the peak of his cap. It didn't break at all. So he took it for ball 3. Makes it 3-1. And the hitter swings to foul this one onto the roof of the stand above and to the right of the plate. It's 3-2. 3 balls and 2 strikes on Benura. Three and 2 the count. It's ready once more. Throws, and it's ball 4 wide and low. And it's a base on balls for Benura. The White Sox have runners on first and second, with nobody out in the fifth inning. Luke Appling is at bat. Luke Appling, the White Sox shortstop, up there at the plate. Luke might try to bunt, but they don't expect him to. The infield isn't playing for it. So that hits to right as much as he does, and really hits with runners this position. No, he reaches around to bunt. Hunts the ball towards third base. Higgins comes in fast, gets it, and throws it first. And Dean makes a beautiful play, reaching around behind Appling to get that ball just in the nick of time, because Higgins was playing pretty deep and just barely got him. But it took a very nice play by Dean to make it possible. So it's 1 out in the fifth inning for the White Sox. And now they have runners on second and third with Jackie Hayes at bat. Winds up, throws, and Hayes swings in a pop foul coming up out of the roof of the stand over our heads. A little bit to the left, and he's bounded down back of it. Hit the ball, rolling it down in there around. Great fielding play. Great play, Whitey. Whitey caught that ball while it was rolling down there in that planting roof. And there's the next one inside and low for ball 1. So it's 1 ball and 1 strike on Hayes. 1-1 the count. It's infield again. It's right in on the edge of the grass, as the White Sox infield was a little while ago. Trying to cut off any further run at the plate if possible. Then the pitcher starts to wind up throws. Jackie swings in a long drive to center field. Moses is waiting back there. Both runners are touching up. He catches it and they start. But Ventura goes off. The throw comes to plate and the runner slides in safely, getting in just ahead of that great throw from Moses. But what I mean, that was a throw. Haas coming in there has the game leg and has been favoring it, that injured leg, quite a bit. So wasn't perhaps going as fast as he sometimes has because he couldn't. And Moses made a great throw to the plate, and Haas had to just barely slide in under it to get into the plate with the run that puts the White Sox ahead 4-2. And now Tony Pyatt is at bat. Pyatt up there at the plate. Rhodes throws the first one, and Tony takes a good strike over the heart of the plate about waist high. One strike on Pyatt. Watches back there, throws again. Pyatt takes a high one inside for ball one, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike on Pyatt. Venura's on second base, 2 out, 1 run home in the 5th inning, and the score is 4-2 in favor of the White Sox over the Athletics. Tony swings again to miss a fastball for strike 2, and it's 1 ball and 2 strikes on Tony. 1-2. Swings around to get the sign. He's ready. Pitches. And it's strike 3. A fastball over the outside corner waist high. Pyatt let it go by without swinging at it. And it's called out on strikes for the 3rd out. 3rd out in the 5th inning. It's 1 run, 1 hit, 1 error, and 1 man left on base. Well, the 4 aces pop up, Georgie. Those 4 aces. And the score at the end of the 5th inning, the White Sox are leading the Athletics 4-2. Now, once again, for just a moment, we return to the studio.
Way to definitely settle baseball post-mortem. National Baseball Scorebook and play-by-play record. Hal Totten has set up in easily understandable fashion his own system of play-by-play scoring, which he has developed over a period of years. By following these printed instructions and any additional data which he will give you over the air, you can your own records. You can then too. Mexico has gathered together in the book lots of other interesting baseball data, photographs of both teams, nicknames, ages, averages of the players, schedules of all major league games. In fact, the 1936 Texaco Baseball Scorebook is something you'll want to keep. Here's how you can get your copy absolutely free. Just go to any Texaco service station and ask for a request card. Then write your name and address on the card, stamp it, and put it in the mail. Remember, there's nothing to buy. Just send in your request card, and the sooner you get your book, the sooner you too will be able to score these games just like Hal Totten does. Now back to Comiskey Park for the continuation of the baseball broadcast, brought to you by permission of the Chicago White Sox and the Philadelphia Athletics to stimulate interest in our national game and in your own local team. Okay, Hal.
Back at the ballpark for the 6th inning. Higgins at bat for the Athletics. Count of 1 ball and 2 strikes. Kennedy throws. Higgins hits the ball out into right field for a base hit. Hayes has got a good start on the ball, but it was through too fast for him. And it's Pinky's 2nd hit besides a walk this afternoon. That puts Higgins on first base with nobody out in the 6th inning for the Athletics. And Frank Hayes, the A's catcher, is at bat. Throws one, and Frank swings, hit a long drive foul way down the right field line, far back into the second deck, but it bounds out and over, back down amongst the box seat customers. And it's 1 strike on Hayes. Hits the next one, a terrific smash to center field. Previous comes over and ranges back to make the catch nicely. Oh, he had to be very, very quick in his judgment on that one, as that ball was hit hard. And he ranged over to toward left or right center, and then ranged back a little and made the guess just exactly right. So it's 1 out in the 6th inning for the Athletics. Higgins is still on first base, and Lamar Newsom, the shortstop at bat, takes the first pitch for a strike over the heart of the plate about waist high. ready to pitch the first one, throws, and it's a curveball wide and low for ball one. One ball called. Then the pitcher seems ready, turns and throws to first. The runner's back there in time, though. Now he pitches and the hitter swings in a bounder down to Hayes, who gets it, flips it to Appling. He throws to first, and it's a double play. For some reason or other, Newsom stopped up just as he was arriving at first base. And I think he could have beaten that ball, and he's kicking the dirt as he walks back out to his position. But I think he thought there were 2 out, and that man being forced at second made it 3 out. And he's very peevish as he walks back out there toward his position because he knows he did something a little bit wrong. He might not have beaten it, but he stopped, and the play was taking so long there was a chance that he might have beaten that ball to first base. A very peculiar thing, but I think explained by that one thing, and he thought there were already 2 out, and that out at second base made it 3. So it's no runs, 1 hit in the 6th inning for the Athletics. Score remains 4-2 in favor of the White Sox. Sox coming to bat in the last half of the 6th with Luke Sewell, White Sox catcher, the first man up. And it's finished down there. The pitcher has the ball again, walks slowly back onto the mound. And Rhodes starts his windup. Pitches. Sewell takes the curveball inside and low for ball 1. 1 ball called. Rhodes waits there again. Seems to have a sign. He's winding up. Throws. And the hitter swings in a high fly to right field. Right field arranging over toward the foul line easily. And he misjudged the ball. They lost it in the sun. And it drops out there for a base hit. And Sewell comes into second base. The throw bounding along and hitting him in the leg as he arrived. Puccinelli started over, jogging over, watching for the ball. And then suddenly, the last instant, the wind caught it and blew it away from him. And it landed well out of reach and inside the foul line also for a 2-base hit. Sort of a wind and sun double, you might say. Now Vern Kennedy is up there. Kennedy at bat. And he reaches out, bunts the first one toward first base. The pitcher, Rhodes, comes over, gets it, throws the ball right into the runner. But again, Dean made a nice play. Doggone, that Dean really looks awful good on those kind of plays, which we've heard many first basemen say is the toughest play that they can make. And that is the ball thrown right into the runner. And 3 times today and once yesterday, Dean made those plays. Now the infield comes in close again, but all but Dean playing right in close. Dean is back a little as Radcliffe steps up there. And the first pitch is wide and low for ball 1. One ball called. It's ready again. Throws. And the hitter hits the ball out to the left. The shortstop goes far to his right and gets it. And makes the throw to first in time to get Radcliffe. Britt swung. Started driving that ball toward left field. But Newsom shifted very fast. Go back and get it to throw to first to get his man. Now with 2 out. The infield moves back to normal position. And Mike Krivich comes to bat with Sewell still on third base. Score 4-2 in favor of the White Sox. So watches third base and pitches, and it's a strike over the outside corner about knee high. 1 strike to count. Throws again, and it's a curveball wide for ball 1. The count is 1 ball and 1 strike on Krivich. 1-1. Ready 1-0. once more throws, and Previch started to swing, stopped in time to have it called ball two. It curved wide, and so it's 2 balls and 1 strike on Previch. 2-1. As he shine again, he throws, and Mike swings it, a bounder right back at Rhodes, who leaps into the air, grabs it, throws the first, and Mike is out for the third out, and Rhodes did a nice job of pitching himself out of that inning after the wind and sun had combined to give Sewell a double at the opening of the inning, and the next man sacrificed him to third. He was still on third at the end of the inning. No runs, 1 hit, 1 man left on base in the last half of the 6th inning. And at the end of the 6th, the White Sox lead the Athletics 4-2. Now again for up-to-the-minute scores and complete batteries from other cities, we return to the studio.
In the National League in New York, the Chicago Cubs lost the game to the Giants today by a score of 3-1. The Giants had 3 runs, 6 hits, and 1 error. To the Cubs, 1 run, 7 hits, and 1 error. Davis and Hartnett opened for the Cubs, with Henshaw hurling in the 6th and Warneke on the mound in the 7th. Hubble and Mancuso went the entire route for the winning Giants. In Brooklyn, the St. Louis Cardinals are leading the Dodgers at the end of the first half of the 9th inning by a score of 7-0. Winford and Ogrodowski working for the Cards. Frank House and Berries opening for the Dodgers, with Phelps catching in the 7th, Clark on the mound in the 9th. In Boston, the Pittsburgh Pirates and the Bees are tied 3-all at the end of the 10th inning. Blanton and Padden working for the Pirates to open, with Brown on the mound in the 5th. Bush and Lopez, the battery for the Bees, to start, with Cantwell hurling in the 6th. The first game of the doubleheader in Philadelphia between the Phils and the Cincinnati Reds was taken by the Reds 5-0. In the second game, the score is tied at the end of the first half of the 4th inning, 3-all. Hollingsworth and Campbell, the Red battery, the Phillies using Benge and Wilson. In the American League, in Cleveland, the Indians lead the Washington Senators at the end of the 4th inning, 7-6. DeJong and Millie's working for the Senators, with Cap Carella in the 4th, Blaholder and Pitlack, the opening battery for the Indians, Hudlin on the mound in the 3rd, and Brown pitching in the 4th. In St. Louis, the Red Sox are leading the Browns at the end of the first inning, 1-0. The Farrells, the battery for the Red Sox, Thomas and Giuliani working for the Browns. In Detroit, the New York Yankees lead the Tigers at the end of the first of the 6th, 3-0. Broke and Dickey, the Yankee battery, the Tigers using Rowe and Haywood. And now back to Comiskey Park and Hal Totten. Take it, Hal.
Back at the ballpark for the 7th inning. Dusty Rhodes, the pitcher, came to bat, hit the first ball pitch for a high fly into center field, which Previch got for the first out. Now with a count of 1-1 on Finney, he swings, hits a bounder down to Benora, who has to make a one-handed stop on a bad hop there, but gets the ball and runs over to first base to get Finney for the second out. And it's 2 out in the 2nd inning for the Athletics, with Moses, Wally Moses, the center fielder at bat. And he looks around, the boys out there, gets ready to pitch now to Wally, throws, and it's a fast one inside and low for ball 1. 1 ball called.
The door is banging.
Kennedy throws again, the hitter, it's a line drive to left field, and Radcliffe's chasing it, but it goes over his head, bounds against the wall, Rip gets it, the runner pulls up at second base easily, Radcliffe throws the ball into Appling, and it's a double to the base of the left field wall by Moses, putting him on second base with 2 out of the 7th inning. Yeah, I like to watch that fellow run, he really goes, this is smooth and easy. 2 out in the 7th inning, Moses on second, and Dean, Shub Dean, the A's first baseman, is at bat. Kennedy looks around, gets ready to pitch the first one to Shub. Throws, and the runner's on the go for third base, and slides in and is out. He slid hard into Pyatt, who had the ball and brought it down on him, and in sliding into Tony, his foot couldn't reach third base, and he's caught stealing for the third out. So it's no runs, 1 hit in the 7th inning for the Athletics. And now the crowd is standing up for the 7th inning stretch as the White Sox come to bat in the last half of the 7th. Neil Haas, the first White Sox hitter, score 4-2 in favor of the White Sox. Rhodes is just arriving out there in the mound. There's a good crowd out here today, as well as a great crowd of youngsters out in that left field stand. stands there watching. As the ball is thrown out to second base, Johnson missed it out there and had to chase it out into the outfield. He just knocked it down, but he gets it and throws it back. And the pitch is ready to pitch again to Haas. Starts his wind-up. Throws. And Mule swings to foul the ball back toward us here. Catcher's coming back fast. He might get to it. He didn't quite make it. And it's strike one. Haas walks over to pick up his mask and rub off the padding. Get the dust off it. Hands back to Frank as he gets back up there to the plate. Hayes made a good try for that ball. And it's one strike on Haas. One strike to count. Throws again, and Haas takes the ball inside across the waist, and it's 1-1. 1 ball and 1 strike on Haas. He swings to hit the next one, a high fly to right center. Moses is waiting back there for it, gets it easily, and it's 1 out in the 7th inning. So the 7th inning for White Sox, and Zeke Benura is at bat. Benura up there at the plate. Winds up the pitch, the first one throws, and Zeke swings, hit a pop fly going foul to the right of the plate. Hayes is also chasing that one over to the stand and grabs it down there, but apparently couldn't quite hang on to it. He crashed into the front of the stand. Apparently is unhurt. Comes walking back there, made another nice try, and as a result it's 1 strike on Big Zeke. 1 strike on Benura. Pitcher throws again with Zeke hitting a hard bounder to Johnson, who comes up with it nicely, throws the first, and it's 2 out in the 7th inning. 2 out in the 7th. And Luke Appling is up there to play. Appling at bat. Well, School's keeping again out there in the left field bullpen. Cellini's putting in his afternoon work. One of the other boys taking a long work out there with Muddy Rule. Luke swings the first pitch in, a high fly to right field. The right fielder coming over. He still misjudges the ball a little in the wind and sun, but manages to follow it over far enough to get it for the 3rd out. So it's no runs, no hits in the 7th inning for the White Sox. And at the end of the 7th inning, White Sox still lead the Athletics, the score being 4-2. When every minute counts, you'll find that it doesn't pay to guess about gasoline. Tourists, traveling men, people who drive many miles a day against time, find that Texaco Fire Chief never lets them down. And best of all, it costs no more than ordinary gasoline. Chubby Dean, the A's first baseman, is at bat to start the 8th inning for Philadelphia. Kennedy throws the first one. He hits it to left field, but it's foul down there and just misses one of the warm-up catchers, and it's strike 1. 1 strike to count. Joe Morris, he's down there taking a workout, warming somebody up, warming up Cellini, and that ball just missed him. There's ball 1 high and wide, and the count is 1 ball and 1 strike on Dean. 1-1 is the count. Swings again, hit a ball back through the box. Appling almost gets it back to second base, but not quite, and it goes through into center field for a base hit. Single to center field by Dean, putting him on first base. Nobody out in the 8th inning, and Puccinelli, the Athletics right fielder, is at bat. Puccinelli up there at the plate. Throws, and George swings it, a ground ball down to Appling, who gets it, throws to Hayes. Jackie throws the first, and it's another double play. Well, that White Sox infield is certainly turning in those double plays these days. got that ball flipping around out there in real championship style. So it's 2 out in the 8th inning for the Athletics. And the next man up there is Bob Johnson, the A's second base. Johnson at bat. And he throws the first one, and Bob swings to miss a high fastball inside, and it's strike one. Right, George. Strike one. And there's a ball wide and low, so the count is 1 ball and 1 strike on Johnson. 1-1 the count. Johnson swings the next in a high fly down back at first base. Sonora's following it over into foul territory and makes the catch for the 3rd out. So it's no runs, 1 hit in the first half of the 8th inning. And the score remains 4-2 in favor of the White Sox as they come to bat in the last half of the 8th with Jackie Hayes the first man at bat. Broadcast the White Sox Philadelphia game comes to you direct from Comiskey Park, home of the White Sox in Chicago, as a presentation of your neighborhood Texaco dealer, distributor of Texaco Fire Chief Gasoline. The broadcast comes with the permission of the White Sox and the Athletics to stimulate interest in our national game and in your own local baseball team. This is WCFL Chicago. Rhodes finishing his warm-up. As Jackie Hayes stands there waiting to take his turn at bat to start the 8th inning. Finishes the warm-up. There goes the ball again out to second base. And we'll be ready to go now in the last half of the 8th. Hayes waits there at the plate as Rhodes gets his sign, gets ready to pitch to him. Starts his wind-up. Throws and Jackie reaches out and sort of pushes the bunt out toward first base. Dean gets the ball and races for the bag, and Hayes beats it out for a base hit. Dean couldn't make any other play on that ball but that. He started for the base and realized that the pitcher couldn't get it, so he raced out to his right, grabbed it. And Rhodes wasn't anywhere near getting to first base, so Dean, without losing any time on the play, didn't hesitate at all, raced for the bag, but Hayes, a fast man, beat him, and it's a base hit for Jackie, his second of the ball game. Puts him on first base with nobody out in the 8th inning, and Tony Pyatt is at bat. Pyatt runs up on the first one, he's going to try to hit it to right, the pitch came in high and inside, and it's ball 1. There's a high one inside for ball 2, and the count is 2-0. 2 balls and no strikes on Pyatt. 2-0 the count. Throws again, and Tony swings in a line drive, and the shortstop leaps high in the air to grab the ball, and then holds it when Hayes gets back to first base so quickly that to make a throw would be to take a chance on and there. The ball was hard hit, so hard hit that Hayes, who had made a break for second, saw where it was going and hadn't had time to get far away from the base by the time it was caught. So he was able to get back. And so Hayes is still on first base, 1 out in the 8th inning, and Luke Sewell, White Sox catcher, is at bat. Rhodes swings around, ready to pitch the first one. Throws, and Luke swings in a drive out into right center for a base hit. Going on out there, it's past the right fielder, going clear through to the wall. Hayes is around third base on his way home, and Sewell is pulling up at third base. He makes the turn, but the ball is being run in. The center fielder raced up to the wall and stumbled and fell on that incline of the side out there at the far end of the scoreboard, but that triple by Sewell hit the wall. That is bounded out as far as the wall, landing against it at the far end of the right field scoreboard. And it's Luke's second extra base hit of the game. First one going to him by virtue of wind and sun. And it drives home Hayes with a run that gives the White Sox the lead by a score of 5-2 and brings Vernon Kennedy, the White Sox pitcher, to bat. Rhodes out there, gets ready to pitch the first one. Vernon throws, and Kennedy hits the ball into left center for a base hit. His second hit of the game, and it scores Stool easily from third base with the second run of the inning and the White Sox sixth run of the game. Kennedy's other hit was that terrific smash off Rhodes' shin that bounded out into right field for a two-base hit. And he scored right after that on Radcliffe's single. Now the Rippers up there at the plate. 1 out, 2 runs home. In the 8th inning, and the first pitch is inside and low for ball 1. The stocky left-handed hitter. The A's have started 2 pitchers warming up in the right field bullpen, both of them right-handers. Throws another one, and Kennedy hits it down the right field line for a good base hit. Radcliffe does. Kennedy is around second base. Ball is coming over there to second base, and it bounds up rather peculiarly. Newsom knocks it to the ground in time to hold Radcliffe at second and Kennedy at third. It's a double down the right field line by Radcliffe, and it looks though there's going to be a change in pitchers. Rhodes turns and starts for the clubhouse, and Earl Mack, son of Connie Mack, and one of the coaches of the club, walks up there to tell the umpire who the new pitcher is going to be. I believe it's Ross, do you? Mr. George believes it's Ross. Mr. George very often is correct. Very often correct. He didn't do very well on that one. Lisenby, I didn't know he was with this club. We used to call him Lisenby when he was with the same fella. He used to be with Boss. He isn't even in the program here. Can't tell the players without a scorecard. In this case, you can't tell this one with one, can you? Lisenby's a right-hander. Looks very much like the same boy who some years ago was with Boston and Washington. Whether it is or not, I'm not sure. He's been up in the International League and going pretty well lately. And he's finishing his warm-up out there in the mound. With catcher Hayes as Previch waits to take his turn at bat. White Sox now have runners on second and third. 1 out, 2 runs already home in the 8th inning. Now 6-2 in favor of the Sox. And Previch finally steps up there as umpire Quinn dusts the plate, and the infielders trot to their positions. Again, the infielders come into the edge of the infield grass. Try to cut off any run at the plate if possible. He throws, and Previch takes a fast strike over the outside corner across the waist. 1 strike on Previch. Winding up once more, throws, and Mike takes a high one wide for ball 1. Count is 1 ball and 1 strike on Previch. 1-1. He winds up again, throws, and Mike swings it a slow foul to the left of the plate. Waiting back here is Haas, and he grabs the ball on that high bounce, looks it over, tosses it back to umpire Quinn, who had already given the catcher another ball to put in play. Umpire pockets that one as fit for further use, and Previch steps back up there once more. White Sox runners on second and third. Mike starts to swing at the next one, stops, the ball hits the bat and goes foul back to the stand. He was pulling away from it to keep from finishing his swing because the pitch was high and inside, and in pulling away from it, the ball hit the bat and went foul to the stand, and Haas is walking back to get it. Still 1 ball and 2 strikes. Lisenby throws again, and Mike swings it a slow bounder into the infield. The third baseman, Higgins, comes in fast, gets the ball, and throws to first, nipping Previch by an eyelash over there on a very, very close play, and it scored 1 run. Kennedy scored easily, and Radcliffe went to third. On Previch, infield out, and Higgins, incidentally, had to make a beautiful play on that ball to get the run. And he nipped him by an eyelash. That's 3 runs this inning. White Sox leading the Athletics 7-2, with Radcliffe still on third base, 2 out, and Mule Haas at bat. The first pitch to Mule is a wide one low for ball 1. once more for a strike over the outside corner, waist high, and it's 1-2. 1 ball and 2 strikes. 1-2 to count. Hitter hits the next one, a bounder out back at second base. Shortstop Newsom gets it, throws the first, and Haas is out for the third out, ending the 8th inning. In the 8th inning, the White Sox had 3 runs, 4 hits, and 1 man left on base. And the score at the end of the 8th inning, the White Sox 7, Philadelphia Athletics 2. As I said before, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to bring some mail out meant to today that I've received from fans who have gone over the scoring system that we have in the Texaco scorebook that you can obtain so easily, that the Texaco company is giving away with great pleasure. That system in there is very complete, more so than a lot of systems, but naturally there are some certain little tricks that we have that you can hardly put in a system because everybody has certain of those differences. And if you want to have any questions about the scoring, drop me a line. I'll either give it on the air or possibly, if I can, if there aren't too many questions, do it by mail so that you can have all the dope. But remember to get this book with room for 17 games, a complete scoring system, the stocks and tops, rosters. Shop in at any Texaco station, ask for a request card, fill it out. All he asks for is your name and address. Mail it. It's already addressed to me. Put a 1-cent stamp on it and mail it, and you'll get your book. Now to start the 9th inning, Higgins at bat, and the first pitch comes by wide for ball 1. 1 ball called. And there's ball 2 wide across the knees, making it 2-0 on Frank Higgins, known as Nicky Higgins, the Athletic third baseman, who already has a walk and 2 hits in this ball game. Fired through the ball out of play that was being used there, and the next pitch comes high inside. Ball 3 didn't do much good, did it? Down is 3-0, 3 balls and no strikes. There comes the first strike. Catch at the inside corner just above the knees. Run the count to 3-1. 3 balls and 1 strike. Kennedy winds up again, throws for ball 4. It's wide and low, and Higgins now has a perfect day at bat with 2 walks and 2 singles. I think he's on first base. Nobody out in the 9th inning for the Athletics. And Frank Hayes, the catcher, is at bat. Hayes up there at the plate. Kennedy throws the first one, and Hayes takes a strike. A fastball over the outside corner, about knee high. 1 strike on Hayes. He swings the next one, hit into left field for a good clean base hit. Runner for first is stopping at second. And the Athletics have started what might turn into a serious rally here. They have runners on first and second with nobody out in the 9th inning. And Newsom, Lamar Newsom, known as Whitey Newsom, the Athletics shortstop. Stocky little blonde-haired right-handed hitter is at bat. He takes the first pitch for a strike over the heart of the plate, about waist high. 1 strike to count. Pinch hitter going to come up here now. Bat in place of the pitcher, following this man. I haven't spotted quite yet who it is. Probably Nemec. Hitter hits the next one, a bounder back through the box. It goes on into center field for a base hit. 1 run is coming into the plate, and they let the ball go. The pitcher started to get the ball and deflected it so that it changed the course enough, and the catcher couldn't see it. It hit his leg and bounded back to the stand, letting the other runners go to second and third. And now Kennedy is really in the spot. The last instant, Kennedy, who had his hand up, tried to pull it down to let it go apparently at the catcher's call, but he deflected it so that Luke couldn't see it. So on Newsom's single to center, Higgins scored. And Hayes went to second, and now just who they called that error on, I'm not sure. We're trying to find out from Wayne Otto, the official scorer, was back from his vacation. Then Nemec, batting for Lisenby, hits the ball down to Appling and is thrown out at first base for the first out, with Hayes scoring on the play. We give the Athletics 2 runs this inning and make the score 7-4. And the head of the batting order, Lou Finney, is at bat, taking the first pitch inside and low for ball one. It dropped out of Sewell's glove, but he grabbed it fast. Then he hits the next one, a high fly coming down foul back at third base. Platt follows over there and makes the catch for the second out. So that makes it 2 out in the ninth inning. 2 out in the ninth inning for the Athletics. And Moses is at bat. Wally up there at the plate waiting now. And the first pitch is high and inside for ball one. Hitter swings the next, hit a high fly, also foul going down back at third base. Platt is following it over and makes the catch right in front of the stand for the third out, and the White Sox win the ball game 7-4. You say they signaled to Whitey that was an error on the throw, George? Well, that's what I figured it probably was, but we wanted to make sure of it. That error that let the man go to second and third is given to the center fielder on the throw. Faded on his throw, and that's the way that was scored. Now in the ninth inning, the Athletics had 2 runs, 2 hits. There's 1 error and 1 man left on base. And the score is 7-4. White Sox making 7 runs, 13 hits, 1 error. They had 8 men left on the base. The Athletics had 4 runs, 9 hits, 2 errors. They had 7 men left on base. Time of the game, 1 hour and 45 minutes. The winning pitcher, Kennedy, and the losing pitcher, Rowe. Summary again, for the benefit of those who keep all those things in the scorebook and are checked with them. Technical scorebook. White Sox, 7 runs, 13 hits, 1 error with 8 men left on base. The Athletics, 4 runs, 9 hits, 2 errors, and 7 men left on base. Time of the game, 1 hour and 45 minutes. Winning pitcher, Kennedy. Losing pitcher, Rowe. Tomorrow is Ladies' Day, and the Boston Red Sox will be in town to open their 4-game series in 3 games. Single games on Friday and Saturday, and a doubleheader on Sunday, and the doubleheader, the first game as usual, starts at 1:30. We'll see you on a lot of those days, but if you're not out here, why, we hope to be talking to you, but that's all for now. And speaking for George as well as myself, Hal Totten, bid you good afternoon from Comiskey Park, and we return to the studio. Bye now.
Speaking to you from the studio, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you a summary of the other baseball games that have been played this afternoon. First, in the National League, in New York, the Chicago Cubs. Snappier roadwork. It has the stamina, the quick getaway, the reserve of extra power and speed for the open stretches that make sluggish cars look like part of the scenery. Texaco Fire Chief is emergency-type gasoline. That means Fire Chief meets rigid federal specifications for emergency use. It's fast-firing, crowded with action. Fill up with a tank full of Fire Chief, then try out your car. You'll find that in response to the same pressure on the accelerator to which you're accustomed, your car will step out faster, and that you'll get more enjoyable miles from each gallon. Reason enough why more tourists buy Texaco Fire Chief gasoline than any other single brand. Remember, when you get a filling of Fire Chief at the Texaco station near you, you'll be getting more for your money. So drive with Texaco and save. Your neighborhood Texaco service station has brought you this broadcast direct from Comiskey Park by permission of the Chicago White Sox and the Philadelphia Athletics to stimulate interest in our national game and in your own local team. Fred Fowler, speaking for the Texas Company, invites you to tune in tomorrow afternoon at 2:45 for another baseball broadcast with Hal Totten at the microphone. And now out to Comiskey Park and Hal Totten, who's going to give us some inside information on today's game right from the playing field. Take it away, Hal Totten.
Good afternoon from Comiskey Park, home of the White Sox in Chicago, where the White Sox and Philadelphia Athletics are about to play the 3rd game of this present 4-game series. Usually at this time, we greet you from the playing field with an interview with one of the ball players or some of the sports celebrities. today I'm going to change things a little, and for a very serious reason. Over the weekend here in Chicago, we had a very turbulent and hectic baseball series, as all of us must remember. It was bad on Saturday, but it reached a climax on Sunday when umpire Bill Summers was felled by a bottle thrown by a thoughtless, criminally careless spectator. Many people might think it a good idea to let all this drop. Not to forget it, remember, but to stop talking about something many days old. That would be all right, maybe, except that some of us insist on keeping the matter alive and on trying to pin it on everyone from the radio announcer to the poor jet who gets his penny or so commission for selling soft drinks in the ballpark. One of Chicago's morning papers yesterday printed an interview with Mr. William Harridge, president of the American League. Now, I consider Will Harridge one of my best friends in baseball and a credit to the game in every way. I look upon him as one of the ablest of executives, and I've always tried at every turn to cooperate with him and aid him whenever possible in anything he wished. But this morning paper story contained a quotation from the league president that I believe must be answered. It makes a very serious charge and one that I do not believe is deserved. I've attempted all day to contact Mr. Harris to find if he was quoted correctly. I've been successful, but I hope he wasn't quoted correctly. The portion of the quotation to which I refer is this, quoting, Sunday's demonstration was the worst that ever occurred in the league, but it was entirely due to a few leading roughhouse fans who I believe are not typical Sox rooters. They were antagonistic to the umpires from the very start, and I believe much of the blame rests with the radio announcers. A couple of the radio announcers went way offline in rapping the umpires Saturday and apparently aroused the fans to such a pitch that they were just waiting for some excuse to get on the umpires Sunday. The newspapers were not to blame because all the articles I saw were very fair. Then the quotation goes on to say this. The psychological setup, of course, was perfect for such a thing to happen. Here the Sox turned in such a brilliant record on the road and then ran into trouble when they came home. Since the Sox weren't winning, the umpires became the GOAT. Now I ask you, how about that? In the first place, the placing of the blame on the radio announcers is so obviously unfair and untrue that the issue must be taken with it. I'm sure we're deeply flattered by the insinuation that we control the feelings of you fans to such an extent. But even this might have been okay if that further crack about the newspapers hadn't been made. As we all know by now, the baseball writers are eager to have the broadcasting of their ball games abolished. Some believe it hurts circulation, others just want us out. They don't seem to stop to consider the thousands of shut-ins, invalids, sick people, and others we serve each day. They try to advance their cause by insisting that broadcasting hurts attendance at the games, and yet the Sox had over 50,000 people there Sunday and turned away 20,000 more, and the Cubs didn't do so badly with a couple of field crowds on big days so far this year. So we know we don't hurt attendance, we help it. But the charge that radio announcers brought on the conflagration Sunday plays right into the baseball writers' hands and gives them something to shout at them. So to play further into their hands, the league executive is quoted, I hope incorrectly, as saying that all the articles were fair. I wonder, let's look at the stories in the Sunday papers about what happened Saturday. One writer refers to the ousting of Dyke, Sewell, and Shea several times in his story. In his lead, this writer, among other things, said, quoting, in a battle that reduced 15,000 adherents to heap wrath on the head of Charles Johnston, who was doing the best he could with a job of plate umpiring, end quote. Of course, I may be wrong, but could there be a note of sarcasm in that? In the next paragraph, I find this, quoting, Sewell made harmless gestures while walking out to confer with Lyon. Dyke strolled into the plate to talk. In about a half a minute, both had vanished by a request. And here's another sentence. And the task also was the cause of a police squad appearing to escort the annoying Johnston to cover at the end of the struggle. End quote again. Further along in the detailed account of the incident, this same writer reported as follows, quoting, without even dignifying the man in blue with an icy stare, Sewell walked out to appease Lyon, meanwhile raising his hands in the air. Johnston made gestures indicating he wanted Sewell to leave the party. Dykes trotted in to find out what Sewell had done to warrant expulsion. Being the manager, Dykes thought he was entitled to information, but all he heard from the arrogant gentleman in blue was, ask the American League office, end quote. The quotation in yesterday's story said that all the articles Mr. Harridge had seen were very unfair. Maybe if the quotation was correct, he didn't see that one, because nothing I said was less fair than the above, and I believe I was probably the most, well, at least among the most outspoken of the announcers, although I may be wrong in that. Incidentally, the other two Sunday writers reported the incident respectively as follows. One said, quoting, however, the defeat was spiced up by some violent protest by Messrs. Luke Sewell and Skipper Jimmy Dykes of the Sox. The other one also referred to violent gestures, and both men mentioned to saving of the umpire from violence by the police squad. Now, most baseball fans can read. Being able to read, they don't need radio announcers to point out the violence of what happened and would involve. Anytime a newspaper mentions a police squad and so forth in connection with an umpire, that umpire is trying to get us the next statement that fans, radio or no. Some of the worst pop bottle episodes in the history of the game came either before the days of radio or without radio's aid. Sunday's incident was hardly the worst that ever occurred in the league. And those other two stories, I hardly think they can be pointed out as exceptional jobs of reporting. Everyone in the park knows that the ejection of Sewell and Dykes came with neither man making a demonstration of any sort until after they'd been ordered from the game. I do know that my account was accurate at least. Summing it up, as I said at the beginning of this comment, I bring it up again only because a serious charge has been placed unfairly at our door. To let it stand without comment would be a cowardly thing. So I've given you the charges, the newspaper angle, and now I'll report briefly what I said. As I saw Bart Johnson motion Sewell out of the game for making a harmless gesture of hopeless despair, and when I saw him immediately point Dykes to the bench as he walked slowly and quietly toward him without making so much as a gesture, I declared that if the umpire really had ejected these two important men in such vital series for so trivial a reason, he didn't rate as a major league umpire. That was meant as a reflection on no one else but the umpire, which I believe is obvious. We're told to report the game as we see it. Perhaps there's an intimation that we make no personal comments, yet similar to those that I uttered, made by the writers and are called fair. I leave it to you fans. As I leave it as a radio announcer, I deny responsibility for Sunday's episode in any greater degree than anyone else. If we were responsible to any extent, I'm being sorry. And as to my opinion of anyone throwing missiles onto a ball field, anyone who heard me Sunday knows my sentiments, which are not complimentary and not at all mild. Perhaps those comments are uncalled for at the present time, but I don't think so. The field announcer is announcing the lineups, and Uncle George in there is writing them down as he does it, so that we'll have the thing all ready for us in just a moment when he finishes. The thing has been finished, and I think George will be out here in just a minute with that thing. You ready, Georgie? You missed part of it? Well, I'm ashamed of you, George. Why did you miss part of it? What part did you miss? Part of the Philadelphia lineup or part of the White Sox lineup? Philadelphia, huh? Well, you mean he starts with Finney? No, Finney's back before the pitcher. Oh, Finney is. Oh, you mean Newsom is batting before the pitcher? Yeah, Newsom is batting before the pitcher. Yeah, Finney, Moses, Dean, Puccinelli, Johnson, Higgins, Hayes, Newsom, and Fink, huh? Well, we didn't miss anything. It's bad. White Sox lineup, I think, is the same lineup. Pyatt is in there, and Cleavage is in there, and Sewell and Kane. Well, that's all right. I don't know how this wind is going to take care of this scorecard here, but we'll try our best. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we can give you those lineups. For Philadelphia, Finney first. No, Finney is in left. Moses center. Dean first. Puccinelli right. Johnson second. Higgins third. Frank Hayes catching. Newsom short. And Fink, F-I-N-K, the pitcher. For the White Sox, Radcliffe left. Rosenthal center. Cleavage right. Vanura first. Appling short. Minter Hayes second. Pyatt third. Sewell catching. And Kane pitching. And the umpires will be Quinn behind the plate and McGowan on the bases. Now I imagine the umpires will be out here. In fact, I see them coming along out here right now, which means the ball game will be underway very shortly. And so in order that we get our little chores, including the scores, taken care of downtown, why, we'll do a little return to the studio.
Because the chassis parts of your car are out of sight, all too often they're out of mind. But if you could look under your car as you drive along, could see the mile after mile pounding these vital parts receive, you'd give these vital chassis parts the best lubrication you can get. So drive into the nearest Texaco station and ask for a Marvac job. Marvac is the scientifically applied Texaco chassis lubricant that lasts twice as long as old-fashioned grease. It's used by the largest bus companies and airlines in the country because it lubricates better and for a longer time. Marvac is a tough lubricant with a strong lubricating film that won't break down under the hammering impacts of hard, fast driving. It guards your car against chassis repairs and the loosening up that quickly depreciates its value. Marvac adds to your riding enjoyment. Don't drive a noisy, expensive-to-operate car. Tomorrow, it's your Texaco dealer for a Marvac job. You'll drive out a quieter, easier-handling car, a car that you'll find safer and more economical to run. And now, while we're waiting for the baseball game to start, we'll give you the schedule of the other games to be played in both leagues this afternoon. In the National League, in New York, the Cubs are playing the Giants this afternoon, and the game is already in the first half of the third inning. At the end of the first half of the third, the Giants lead the Cubs 1-0. Lee and Hartnett are working for the Cubs, Gabler and Mancuso for the Giants. The doubleheader baseball game in Philadelphia between the Phils and the Cincinnati Reds have been postponed. Both games are postponed because of wet grounds. In Brooklyn, the St. Louis Cardinals play a doubleheader ball game against the Dodgers. At the end of the first half of the seventh inning, the Dodgers are leading the Cardinals by a score of 13-4. Parmalee and Davis working for the Cards, Longo and Berries starting for the Dodgers with Baker pitching in the seventh. The first game of the Twin Bill in Boston between the Bees and the Pirates was taken by the Bees 4-1. Swift and Patton worked for the Pirates with Welch pitching in the eighth, McFadden and Lopez the battery for the Bees all the way. The Bees won the first game 4-1. In the second game, the batteries for the Pirates, Weaver and Patton, for the Bees, Smith and Mueller. Now over to the American League. In St. Louis, the Browns take on the Boston Red Sox this afternoon, the game starting at 4 o'clock. In Detroit, the Tigers play another game with the New York Yankees. The warm-up pitchers, for the Yankees, Rupping, for the Tigers, Sullivan. In Cleveland, the Indians play a doubleheader ball game with the Washington Senators. At the end of the first half of the fourth inning, the Indians are leading the Senators 8-5. Cohen and Millie started for the Senators with Appleton pitching in the third, and the Indians starting Lee and Pitlack with Hildebrand taking over the mound duties in the third. And now for a look at the standing of the clubs in both leagues. In the National League, the Chicago Cubs are still in first place. They've played 91 games, of which they've won 57 and lost 34. Second place, St. Louis Cardinals, 2.5 games behind. Third place, the New York Giants, whom the Cubs are playing today in New York. They're in third place, 8 games behind. Fourth place, Pittsburgh Pirates, 10 full games behind. Fifth, Cincinnati Reds, 12 games behind. Sixth, Boston Bees, 14 games behind. And in seventh, Philadelphia Phillies, 21.5 games behind. And in eighth place, the Brooklyn Dodgers, 24 games behind. In the American League, the New York Yankees are in first place. They've played 96 games, of which they've won 63, lost 33. Second, Cleveland Indians, 9 games behind. Third, Boston Red Sox, 10.5 games behind. Fourth, Detroit Tigers, 12.5 games behind. And the Chicago White Sox are in fifth place, 13 games behind the New York Yankees. And now I see that Hal Totten is ready, and we'll go back to Comiskey Park to the baseball game brought to you by permission of the Chicago White Sox and the Philadelphia Athletics to stimulate interest in our national game and in your local team. Take it, Hal Totten.
Good afternoon again, ladies and gentlemen, from the ballpark. And the Athletics' first hitter, Finney, is already up there at the plate waiting to hit. The only trouble is that there's no White Sox on the field. Really good. There they come out of the dugout. And on their way out, Krivich started out, and Luke Appling grabbed him by the neck and pivoted around him to run out to his position. And the Sox boys trot out on the field with Sugar Kane walking out to finish his warm-up on the mound with Luke Sewell. Kane has been absolute murder to this Philadelphia club ever since he left them. With St. Louis, he beat them continually, and He's done it with White Sox, except that the other day when they were hitting everything everybody threw anyway, he couldn't stop them after Mr. Evans started getting his ticket to Kansas City. That ticket was well punched. Did I tell you what Red on many of us, I went downstairs after the game. He was already on his way up the office to get his transportation. He took it good-naturedly. He knows he'll be back. He looked up at me and he says, "Hey, Al," and I said, "Well, hello, Red." He says, "Boom, boom, boom." Boy, boom, boom. All he heard was base hits. But he knew that's all he heard. Well, we're almost ready to go now. The Sox infield starts to talk it up. As he finishes his warm-up, the ball goes out to second. Have a nice, cute little arrangement this afternoon. I don't know whether the official scorer is still going to refuse to pass the word along to the radio announcer, so the radio announcer's had an election, and I'm elected the radio official scorer. How do you like that? Well, I don't have to score anything on that one, because Finney, as he did 2 days ago, started on the first pitch and drove it hard out into left center for a base hit, just in a good spot right between the outfielders that lets him get to second base. That's the third day in a row in which Finney has gone after the first pitch, and the second of those 3 times that he's driven it out for a base hit. A double to left center by Finney, putting him on second base. Nobody out in the first inning for the Athletics. And Moses. Well, Wally Moses is up there at the plate. Another left-handed hitter and a dangerous one, very fast man. And the A's center fielder, Kane, looks around rather surprisingly at the runner on second base. Now gets ready to pitch, throws, and Moses bunts the ball perfectly, but it rolls foul to the left of the plate. Started out like a perfect bunt, rolling along toward third base just far enough so that he had a very good chance of even beating it out, although they were playing for a bunt, because he's very, very fast. But the ball rolled foul, and it's strike one on Moses. 1 strike to count. And Kane out there gets his sign again. He's ready to pitch, looks back to second, and throws. And the hitter acted as though he wanted to bunt again, but the pitch was high and wide. He let it go by for ball 1. The count is 1-1. 1 ball and 1 strike on Moses. 1-1 the count. Kane throws again, and ball 2 misses the outside corner down around the knees. And it's 2-1. 2 balls and 1 strike. Stretches, look back at second base, throws again, and the hitter gets the 3rd ball. It also misses the outside corner down around the knees, and it's 3 balls and 1 strike on Moses. 3-1 the count. Is the count. She throws again, and the hitter takes ball 4. It's inside and low, and he gets a base on ball. And now the A's are starting out as they did the day before yesterday by acting very, very dangerous out here. King walks slowly in toward the plate, talking to umpire Quinn. I don't think he's talking a little bit, but I don't think he's really objecting to those decisions, because every pitch there looked like a bad ball. And so the A's have runners on first and second with nobody out. And Chuck Dean, the first baseman, a dangerous hitter, left-handed hitter, is up there at the plate. Dean finally seemed to get settled there in the mound. They certainly expect a bunt this time. And Dean reaches out and bunts the ball perfectly. Bryant comes in, gets it, throws to first base. And Venura, facing back, shifts across the back and takes the throw. Perfect sacrifice by Dean. The play going from Pyatt to Venura for the first out in the first inning, moving Finney to third base and Moses to second. So the A's have runners on second and third with 1 out of the first inning, and George Puccinelli, Big Pooch, Husky right-handed hitter, is up there at the plate. Pitch starts his wind-up, throws, and the hitter takes it inside and low for ball 1. 1 ball called. Ready again, throws, and it's ball 2. Well, Shug's having trouble getting that ball over the plate today. That makes it 2-0, 2 balls and no strikes on Puccinelli. 2-0. And there's the third ball. It missed the inside corner across the waist to make it 3 balls and no strikes. How do you like that whistle, George? Isn't that cute? Fans might wonder what that whistle is. Well, that's the wind blowing through the slats, these boards in the rear of the grandstand. As it sings all sorts of keys. There's the 4th ball, high and wide. Pooch gets a base on balls, and the A's have the bases full with only 1 man out of the first inning, and Bob Johnson, the second baseman, is at bat. Johnson up there at the plate, tosses one bat aside, another right-handed hitter, and a dangerous one. Winds up, pitch the first one to him, throws, and the hitter takes it inside and low for ball 1. 1 ball called. Ready out there again. Winds up, pitches, and it's a strike. Finally got one in there. A strike over the heart of the plate, waist high in the count. Is 1-1. 1 ball and 1 strike. Up again, throws, and Johnson swings in a high fly to right field. Pivich is waiting back there under it. Follows it over as the wind carries it toward the foul line, makes the catch, and starts the ball toward the plate. Benura cuts it off, throws to second, and the runner is out sliding in there, but the run from third base had already scored. Run from third base had already scored. It goes as a double play from Pivich to Benura to Appling. Pivich to Benura to Appling. But not until Finney had already scored on Johnson's fly to Pivich. So it's 1 run in the first inning for the A's. 1 run, 1 hit, and 1 man left on base. Score is 1-0 in favor of the Athletics. The White Sox comes out in the last half of the first inning with Rip Radcliffe, as usual, the first man at bat. Radcliffe, the first man up there. And they're waiting, talking to umpire Quinn. There's 3 umpires out here today. I saw one in 2 at the beginning. See how they're lined up. Different lineup is 2 and 3 show on the board. McGowan and Quinn. McGowan is behind the plate. Quinn on first. Oh, Hubbard. Hubbard rejoined him. Swell. And McGowan working behind the plate for the... he should be behind the plate. I had these umpires mixed up for no reason at all. McGowan was on the bases yesterday. McGowan behind the plate. Quinn on first and Hubbard on third. Incidentally, it's very easy to mix up McGowan and Quinn because they look a great deal alike, and McGowan gets a big kick out of the fact that John Quinn is now just almost duplicating every move that Bill makes. Quinn is, as I said the other day, a fellow who has improved as an umpire more than almost any man ever did in 1 year. Of course, umpires, like ball players, have their bad year, and the first year is always a little bit shaky. If they have the right attitude, work hard, they come through that year and then become a better umpire. And that's what Quinn certainly did. He's quite an umpire now, good, steady man, and he's worked hard at it. Well, we're ready to go in the last half of the first inning. Radcliffe at bat. Pitcher winds up with a double windmill wind-up, and Rip swings, hit the first one into left field, but it's right straight out to Finney, who makes the catch easily for the first out. 1 out of the first inning for the White Sox, and Rosenthal is at bat. Hubbard happens to be one first-year man that has shown no signs of being very much of a weakling out there. He's been very, very good. Throws the first one, and Rosenthal gets a good strike over the inside corner down around the knee. 1 strike on Larry. And the pitcher winds up again, throws, and it's a curveball wide and low for ball 1, making the count 1 ball and 1 strike on Rosenthal, hitting for the White Sox with 1 out in the first inning. Again, the pitcher throws. Larry swings it, an easy bounder down to Johnson, who fumbles it, recovers it, throws to first, and the runner is safe. And it's an error by Johnson. Error by Johnson. It's Rosenthal on first base with 1 out in the first inning. And Mike Creeditch, the right fielder, is at bat. Creeditch up there at the plate. Right-handed hitter, stocky little chap. So looks at first base, then throws, and Mike takes a wide one across the knees for ball 1. 1 ball call. Ready again, takes another look at first, throws, and Mike swings the line and foul down the right field line, back into the seats, and it's 1-1. 1 ball and 1 strike. Ready once more, throws, and Mike swings in an easy bounder down to the pitcher who gets it, fumbles it, picks it up, throws to first, and the runner is out for the second out of the inning. Rosenthal going to second base. It makes it 2 out in the first inning for the White Sox. 2 out, and the man on second base with Zeke Venura up there at the plate. Venura at bat. Right-handed hitter, husky fellow, and a dangerous one. Stands there waiting to speak, is getting a sign from Hayes. And there's a ball inside and low, making it 1 ball call. 1 ball on Venura. Call, and the pitch is ready out there again. He throws, and the hitter takes it inside across the chest for ball 2. That makes it 2-0, 2 balls and no strikes on Venura. 2-0 the count. Pitch is ready, takes a look back at second, throws, and Zeke swings in a slow ball high out into left field for a long, lazy fly. Then he has it, and it's 3 out. No runs, no hit, 1 error, and 1 man left on base in the last half of the first inning. And the score at the end of the first inning of this game between the White Sox and Philadelphia Athletics is 1-0 in favor of the Athletics at the end of the first inning. Before starting on a long drive, be sure to have the crankcase of your car drained and refilled with a proper grade of new Texaco motor oil. There is an oil that is known from coast to coast. You can get it everywhere, and wherever you get it, it's always of the same high quality. The difference it makes in the operation of your car is amazing. Try new Texaco motor oil. Try it today if you haven't tried it before, and it'll be well worth the try. You'll gain by it in many, many ways. Happened to run into Joe Barry, the secretary of the White Sox, downstairs for the game, and he tells me that Will Corrigan of Lawler, Iowa, a personal friend of his, is here enjoying the ball game as his guest today. The first pitch is a strike. There comes the next pitch for strike 2, and there's 2 strikes on Piggy Higgins. He swings the next, hit a ball on the ground back into the left of the plate, and it's still 2 strikes on Piggy Higgins, the Athletics third baseman. About to start the second inning. Game stands out there massaging that ball pretty carefully. Finally swings around, steps on the slab, starts to wind up, and throws, and the hitter swings his head, a high fly out into short left center. Rosenthal's jogging in easily, and Appling circles out there to make the catch. So Rosenthal and Radcliffe are jogging in, but Appling was out there to make the catch easily, and it's 1 out in the second inning. The wind today is very, very strong, as you can tell by that whistle that you hear of the wind blowing through the boards in the back of the second deck here, and it's blowing from the north, slightly northeast, blowing right back toward the plate. 1 out in the second inning for the Athletics, and Frankie Hayes, the A's catcher. Hey, they're playing the scale now. Hayes up there at the plate with 1 out of the second inning. Starts to wind up pitches, and Frank takes a curveball wide for ball 1. 1 ball called. Pitcher again is winding up. He throws, and Frank takes a wide one across the knees for ball 2. So it's 2-0, 2 balls and no strikes on Frank Hayes. Got the ball over well for Higgins, but he's having a little trouble getting it over for Frank. Pitcher's ready again, throws. The hitter swings in a bounder out into left field for a base hit. It went out between Platt and Appling. Pretty well hit, and it's a base hit. Putting Hayes on first base with 1 out of the second inning. And Newsom, Whitey Newsom, the A's shortstop, is up there at the plate. Newsom at bat. Takes a look over there first. Looks at the plate. Gets his sign. Pitches. Newsom runs up on the ball, tried to punch it to right, but he fouled it over against the stand to the right of the plate. And it's 1 strike on Newsom. 1 strike to count. Stands there beside that new ball with his bare hands, get that shine off, get it so he can hold it and control it. First and pitches, and the hitter takes it inside across the waist for ball 1. Count is 1-1. 1 ball and 1 strike on Newsom. 1-1 the count. And there's ball 2, a high fastball outside, making it 2-1. 2 balls and 1 strike on Lamar Newsom, known as Whitey. The A's shortstop. That was 1 out in the second inning. And Hayes on first base. Throws again, and Newsom hits 1 out into left center, a little looping fly, and it drops in there for a little Texaco leaguer. That's it, gets the ball fast, throws it to second base. The Athletics have runners on first and second with 1 out in the second inning. And Fink, Herman Fink, the Athletic pitcher, is up there at the plate. He's a right-handed pitcher, and I also notice now he bats right-handed. Walks slowly up there, stops to rub dust over his hands, and then steps up to the plate. And there's the first pitch, inside and low for ball 1. 1 ball called. Ready out there again. Pitcher looks back at second. Pitcher, the hitter hits a line drive out to Jackie Hayes, who turns and throws to Benura at first base. It's another double play. That ball was very well hit. Hayes leaped far to his left, grabbed it on the line, and then with both runners having been on the go, as soon as the hitter swung, apparently it was a hit-and-run play on it. Fink must be a better hitter than a lot of pitchers. Neither runner had a chance to get back to his base, and it was easy for Hayes to throw to Benura at first, doubling Newsom for the 3rd out. So it's no runs, 2 hits. 1 man left on base the first half of the second inning, and the score remains 1-0 in favor of the Athletics as the White Sox come to bat in the last half of the 7th of the second in this ball game over fast. And Appling, Luke Appling will be the first man at bat. Fink is already there warming up, and Appling stands at the plate watching. Boy, what an ideal day for just being out in the air and getting a lot of sunshine this is. Moss, the reserve catcher, is down there warming up the pitcher, but now the other pitcher comes walking out of the dugout, is almost up to the plate. Mott's going to take another warm-up throw. Finally throws the ball out to second base, where the second baseman and shortstop are standing alongside the bag. Johnson gets it, juggles it, and flips it backhanded to Newsom. He returns it to pitcher, and now the Easthorne men back to their positions, backing up and talking to each other as they go, as Mink takes his place on the mound, and Luke Appling steps up to bat. Appling at bat, start the second inning. The score 1-0 in favor of the Athletics. Goes through a double or triple windup, I don't know which. So Luke swings, hits a long high fly to left field, but it looks easy for Finney. He's jogging over toward the foul line and makes the catch easily for the first out of the second inning. 1 out of the second inning for the White Sox, and Jackie Hayes, the White Sox second baseman, is at bat. Winds up and throws, and Jackie swings, hit a ball out into center field. Looks like an easy fly. Center fielder jogging in under it, and makes the catch without any trouble for the second out. He's just letting the boys hit that ball into the air, and with the wind holding it up the way it is, almost always somebody can get under it. It makes it 2 out of the second inning for the Sox, and Tony Platt, White Sox third baseman, while Jimmy Dykes is taking this little rest down there, is up there at the plate. Platt at bat. Winds up, throws, and it's a fast one that misses the inside corner about waist high for ball 1. 1 ball called. Hank looks around the boys in the field and gets ready again. Time, starts his wind up. Pitches and the hitter takes a strike over the outside corner letter high, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike on fire. 1-1. Throws again, and there's ball 2 wide and low, and it's 2 balls and 1 strike. He's throwing a lot of slow stuff at Tony, trying to make him go after that change of pace. So it's 2 balls and 1 strike on Platt. Hank winding up again. Pitches, and the hitter swings and misses a slow curve that time for strike 2. Looked very funny going around on that one, because he went around with almost no swing at all. He just so completely missed the ball. He tried to stop up, but too late. So it's 2-2. 2 balls and 2 strikes. He throws again, and Platt leans back to get the third ball inside. And it's 3 balls and 2 strikes on Tony Platt. 3-2 is the count. There comes the 4th ball. It's over the plate, but too low, and Platt gets a base on ball. So Luke Sewell, was standing down there waiting, takes off the shin guard, which he was still wearing, and walks up to the plate. Thatcher Hayes walks out into the infield to talk to Pink, turns around, starts back behind the plate. Steps off the slab, takes a look around at the boys, then gets ready to pitch again, takes another look around, and Luke steps back out of the box, so he's back up at the plate again. He's out there looking around, finally is set, ready to pitch, pitches, and the catcher calls for a pitch out, leaps out and grabs the ball, because Platt had made a break as though to go to second, but he fades back to first, and the pitch is wide for ball 1. 1 ball called. The runner's really on to go now. The hitter takes a high one wide, and Platt slides in safely, getting past the shortstop, who had to go over to the first base side of second to make the catch. So Platt has a stolen base, and it puts him on second base with 2 out in the second inning. And Luke Sewell still at bat. The count now of 2 balls and no strikes. 1-0 on Sewell. Billy Webb talking it up down there plenty, trying to get the boys to get things moving. Pink pitches, and Luke fouls this one onto the roof of the stand above and to the right of the plate for strike 1. The count is 2 balls and 1 strike on Sewell. 1-1 the count. second base, and throws again, and Sewell swings. The pop fly coming down, foul out near first base. The catcher follows over there and makes the catch almost down to the visiting dugout for the third out. So it's no runs, no hits, one man left on base in the second inning for the White Sox. And at the end of the second inning, the Athletics still lead the White Sox by a score of 1-0. May we remind you again that the offer is still open of the 1936 Texaco scorebook. If people that haven't obtained it or have obtained one and have it practically filled, better get your request card in for another one. This attractive book contains not only the complete layout of pictures of the White Sox and the Cubs, their rosters and league schedules, but a complete scoring system, the same one we've used in the press box for many, many years, with illustrations and explanations of how to work it, examples of it, and the official scoring blanks, the same as we've also used up here for many, many years, in fact, since the start of the game, practically, for 17 full games. If you got this book, all you have to do is stop in at any Texaco station, fill it in with your name and address, put a 1-cent stamp on it, and mail it, and that scorebook will be sent to you. We're ready to go now in the third inning with Lou Finney, the Philadelphia left fielder, leadoff man at bat. They call time for a moment while Jackie Hayes goes over at first with Luke Appling's assistant, and now alone is fastening that second base down a little tighter, seem to be getting a little loose. Now the boys are back in position, and Finney, who opened the game with a double on the first pitch and eventually scored the lone run so far, is up there taking the first pitch for a strike over the outside corner about knee-high. One strike is the count. She winds up again, throws, and the hitter swings, hit a high fly out into left center. Rosenthal's waiting for it out there, makes the catch, and it's one out of the third inning. One out of the third inning for the Athletics, and Moses, Wally Moses, the center fielder, is at bat. Moses is up there. Pitcher starts to wind up, hits the first one to Wally, throws, and the hitter swings in about it, back past the pitcher. Appling comes over, grabs it on a hard try, and fumbles it, but the runner is safe. And I think, what do you think on that, George? Well, we'll give him a base hit on it. Give him a base hit because he had to go over fast near second base to get it, and then fumbled it on a tough try out there. He was a hard one because he had to go a long ways to get it, and reaching on the dead run for a ball taking a bad hop, it got away from him and goes as a scratch hit, says the radio official scorer today. Hitter hits the next one for a high foul going into the stands back and drives to the plate, goes up on the roof of the stands above third base, and it's strike one. One strike on Dean. Moses on first base with one out of the third inning for the Athletics. And the pitcher waits there again. Kane has his time. He pitches and Dean swings and misses for strike two. Swung well around on that ball. Umpire McGowan, in that very careful way he has of studying plays, thought a second, took a look at where that bat was, and then called it a strike, or waved it a strike. He may have called it before that, but he got out where he could see how far he swung. And now the hitter hits the next one into left field for a base hit. Ball went out there fast on the ground between Hyatt and Appling for a base hit into left field by Dean, moving Moses to second base. And the Athletics have runners on first and second again with one out in the third inning. And Puccinelli, George Puccinelli, the right fielder, is up there at the plate. Hits the first one right back at the pitcher, who throws it clear into center field, and the runner from second is round at third and is coming home. The ball is coming in at the plate, but he scores, and Sewell cuts the throw off, and they get the runner. No, they missed him going into second base. He got in there safely. Error on the throw. Error on the throw. Back at second base by Kane. He should have had the third double play in 3 innings there if he made any kind of a throw, but he threw the ball behind Appling as he was dashing over to the base instead of in front of him, and it went clear into center field for very bad error on what should have been an easy double play to end the inning, and as a result another run scores, and the runners are on second and third. Now Kane winds up, throws the first one at Johnson, who takes it inside and low for ball one. Pitches, and it's a high one inside. Give him a base hit because he had to go over fast near second base to get it, and then fumbled it on a tough try out there. He was a hard one because he had to go a long ways to get it, and reaching on a dead run for a ball, taking a bad hop, it got away from him. It goes as a scratch hit, says the radio official scorer today. Hitter hits the next one for a high foul going into the stands, back and drives the plate, goes up on the roof of the stands above third base, and it's strike one. One strike on Dean. Moses on first base with one out of the third inning for the Athletics. And the pitcher waits there again. Kane has his sign. He pitches and Dean swings and misses for strike two. Swung well around on that ball. Umpire McGowan, in that very careful way he has of studying plays, thought a second, take a look at where that bat was, and then called it a strike, or waved it a strike. He may have called it before that, but he got out where he could see how far he swung. And now the hitter hits the next one into left field for a base hit. Ball went out there fast on the ground between Hyatt and Epling for a base hit into left field by Dean, moving Moses to second base. And the Athletics have runners on first and second again with one out in the third inning. And Puccinelli, George Puccinelli, the right fielder, is up there at the plate. Hit the first one right back at the pitcher, who throws it clear into center field. And the runner from second is round at third and is coming home. The ball is coming in at the plate, but he scores and Sewell cuts the throw off, and they get the runner. Now they missed him going into second base. He got in there safely. Error on the throw. Error on the throw. Back at second base by Kane. He should have had the third double play in 3 innings there. He made any kind of a throw, but he threw the ball behind Epling as he was dashing over to the base instead of in front of him, and it went clear into center field for very bad error on what should have been an easy double play to end the inning, and as a result another run scores, and the runners are on second and third. Kane winds up, throws the first one at Johnson, who takes it inside and low for ball one. She winds up again, pitches, and it's a high one inside for the second ball, making it 2-0. 2 balls and no strikes on Johnson. Waiting out there again from sign, starts to wind up. Pitches, and Johnson got the third ball inside. He doesn't seem to want to take a chance on him. He'd rather fill that base out there with this man, give him anything good to hit at. While he won't walk him on purpose, he'd rather do that. There's the next one, the fourth one. They really do throw wide on purpose. And it gives Johnson a base on balls, which fills the bases for the Athletics. In the third inning, 1 out, 1 run home. Hayes now leading the White Sox by a score of 2-0. And Higgins, Pinky Higgins, the Athletics third baseman is at bat. Another right-handed hitter and a dangerous one. Hits the first one and boundered on a Pine, who grabs it, runs over and starts to and throws the ball clear over against the stand after finally making up his mind of what to do. 1 run scores, the other runner 2 runs score, and the other runners get the second and third. Pyatt got that ball, started to run over to get it, and I would call 2 errors on that. An error on the fumble, which let the man get to first. Let's see, would that be right? Yeah, an error on the fumble and then an error on the throw. 2 errors, fumbling error and a throwing error, both on Pyatt, which scores 2 runs and leaves runners on second and third with only 1 out in the third inning, and Frank Hayes at bat. Winds up, throws the first one, and the hitter swings, hit a high fly into center field. Center fielder Rosenthal's waiting back there for it. He's under it, he has it, and the runner from third is going home easily after the catch with the fourth run of the inning. Hyatt was very peculiar on that play. He got the ball and seemed undecided what play to make. He started to run over to third base to get the man there. And then the man ran right in front of him. He started to tag him, and then finally made up his mind to throw to first. And the runner was already at first, and the throw went clear over Venura's head, and that runner got to second base. And 2 runs scored on it. And the hitter at bat now, Newsom, swings hard at the first pitch and misses it for strike 1. Back at second again, pitches, and the hitter swings in another fly in the center field. Rosenthal starts in, backs up, and then does come in and make the catch easily for the third out. And one of the wooziest innings of the year, or half innings of the year, is over with in a great big hurry. 4 runs, 2 hits, 3 errors, and 1 man left on base in the first half of the third inning. And the score is 5-0 in favor of the Athletics as the White Sox come to bat in the last half of the third, with Keane, the pitcher, due to be the first hitter. He's walking slowly up there toward the plate. Rather disgruntled young man. He himself had the chance to get out of that inning without a run scoring when he had a chance to make a double play there on Dean going to second. But he threw the ball into center field to let the first run of the inning score. And after that, 3 more runs scored, and all 4 of them were definitely due to errors. And for that reason, there were 4 unearned runs that inning, which gives the Athletics a 5-0 lead. Now the Sox better get going if they're going to get back in this ball game, but they're a hustling group. Can't tell what's liable to happen. They haven't made a hit yet. They've had 2 men on base, 1 on an error, 1 on a base on balls. And here is Kane at bat to start the last half of the third inning. And he takes the first one wide across the waist for ball 1. Now, are you going to get buttered all over a little business, George? 1 ball called. Pitcher again winds up, throws, and it's ball 2. It's over the plate for too low, and the count is 2-0. 2 balls and no strikes on Kane. Boy, you should see me try to talk with popcorn in my mouth. Here comes ball 3 wide across the knees, and it's 3 balls and no strikes on Kane. 3-0 to count. Walks back on the slab again. He's winding up. Throws, and the hitter takes ball 4. It's over the plate but too low. And Kane opens the inning with a base on balls. Well, when a pitcher walks the other pitcher to open an inning, why, you can't tell what's going to happen. Sometimes that presages all sorts of excitement. Call time for a moment while the bat boy takes Kane's leather jacket down to him. He pulls it on. It's brisk breeze. It's got the coolness of the lake with it and could very easily tighten up a pitcher's arm out there in it. Now the pitcher is ready again, and he's got a pitch to Rex. And the Ripper takes the first pitch inside across the knees for ball 1. 1 ball called. Time is called. There's a balk. The pitcher balked out there. He started to wind up and then stopped and then started his pitching motion again without stepping off the rubber. And umpire McGowan called it instantly, even before the 2 White Sox coaches started to call it. And so Fink is charged with a balk. If that isn't shown in your, I think it is shown in the scoring system, a little BK, capital B, small K in the scorebook. First pitch to next pitch to Roger, rather, is outside and low for ball 2, making it 2-0. 2 balls and no strikes. Boy, that wind blows the noise of that train over here like it was right across the street. It's 3 blocks away. Over east of the park. 2-0, and there is a wide one. No, cut to the outside corner, a little above the knees for strike one, and it's 2 balls and 1 strike on Radcliffe. 2-1 the count. Ripper swings the next to drive it out into center field for a good base hit. And the ball goes clear through the center fielders, going clear to the wall. Radcliffe's around first base, around second base, pulling up at third base. And he starts for the plate. The ball is coming in. But Radcliffe scores easily to give the Sox 2 runs. It's a single and an error, not a home run, naturally. And little old Ripper was really going that time. Goes as a single for Radcliffe, center field, and then he scored all the way, went all the way around to score. Haas is going to bat for Rosenthal here. I don't know whether Larry had something happen to him or hurt himself or what, but Haas is up there in his place. And he takes the first pitch for a strike over the outside corner, about waist high. 1 strike on Haas. And there's strike 2. It's over the outside corner, about knee high, to make it 2 strikes. 2 strikes to count. He swings the next one to drive it out into left field for a good base hit. Single to left field by Haas. And just pitch to miss side for strike 1. 1 to count. Think ready out there again. Takes a look at first base, then pitches. And Mike takes a slow one inside across the chest for ball 1, making it 1 ball and 1 strike on Krivich. 1-1 to count. Throws again, and Mike gets a ball. It's over the plate, but a little bit too low, and it makes it 2 balls and 1 strike on Krivich. 2-1. Pitcher suddenly started to throw the ball into the plate. He thought the umpire was calling for it, but he was really calling time because Krivich had stepped partway out of the batter's box. But he's up there again, and so Fink is ready to pinch, throws. Mike swings to hit a ground ball to the shortstop, who gets it, throws to second. Johnson throws to first, and it's a double play, which makes the first 2 outs of the inning and wipes the players off the bases. The double play going Newsom to Johnson to Dean. The Athletics suddenly had started to warm somebody up in the bullpen, but now he goes back and sits down again because it looks as though the danger is over. He wasn't going to leave him in there as long as Mr. Doyle was yesterday. Now Fink pitches to Benura, who takes a strike over the heart of the plate about waist high. 1 strike on Benura. Winding up again, throws, and it's a curveball wide and low for ball 1. So the count is 1 ball and 1 strike. 1-1. Hit a long drive away out to deep left center, and Moses waits back there, makes the catch for the 3rd out, and it ends the 3rd inning with 2 runs, 2 hits, 1 error, and nobody left on base for the White Sox, and the score is 5-2 in favor of the Athletics at the end of the 3rd inning. And now, 4 scores, 3 batteries from other cities, we return to the studio.
The National League. In New York, the Giants lead the Cubs at the end of the first half of the 7th inning, 4-0. Leon Hartnett, the opening batter for the Cubs, with Bryant pitching in the 5th. Gabler and Mancuso going the entire route for the Giants so far. In Brooklyn, the first game of the doubleheader between the Dodgers and the St. Louis Cardinals was won by the Dodgers, and they had a score of 22-7. Parmalee and Davis worked for the losing Cards. The Dodgers starting Mungo and Berries, with Baker pitching in the 7th. First game of the doubleheader in Boston between the Bees and the Pittsburgh Pirates was won by the Bees 4-1. Patton working for the Pirates with Welch pitching in the 8th. McFadden and Lopez for the Bees the entire route. In the second game in Boston, Weaver and Patton, the battery for the Pirates, the Bees using Smith and Mueller. At the end of the first half of the fifth inning, the Pirates lead the Bees 2-1. The warm-up batteries for the St. Louis Cardinal Brooklyn Dodger game, Earnshaw for the Cards, Clark for the Dodgers. The American League in Detroit, the New York Yankees lead the Tigers at the end of the second inning 7-0. In the first game of the doubleheader in Cleveland, the Indians lead the Washington Senators at the end of the eighth inning by a score of 11-6. And now back to Comiskey Park and Al Totten. Take it, Al.
Back at the ballpark for the fourth inning, and we come on the air just after one of the most thrilling plays of the year. Radcliffe came tearing across from left field and made a reaching, scooping, one-handed catch of a fly ball out there. Almost bumped into Appling after catching it, but Radcliffe caught that ball reaching out with one hand and just managed to scoop it off the top of the grass on a beautiful play for the first out. Radcliffe also carrying out, crossed paths with him for just a moment, and I brushed each other, but everybody seems all right. The old roomies out there are almost collided. So it's one out of the fourth, and Finney, the leadoff man, hits the first pitch and drives to right field. Out tears over to his left, gets it and throws it on in. Change in lineup as a result of Haas batting for Rosenthal. Puts Haas in right field and moves Krivich out to center. Haas got that ball and fell out there for a base hit. He caught it on the hop. So Finney is on first base with one out of the fourth inning, and Wally Moses, the center fielder, who's letting that drive get through him, let 2 runs score that inning. One of them never would have scored, so the Radcliffe run must go as an unearned run. And Moses fouls the next one into the second deck above him to the left of the plate. It bounds out and over and finally lands down amongst the box seat holders down near the Sox dugout. And it's one strike. One strike on Moses. Throws the next one, it's inside and low for ball 1, and the count is 1 ball and 1 strike. 1-1 on Moses. And Wally swings the next one. Benora leaps high into the air, grabs the ball with a hop, steps on first base and throws the second, and the runner sliding in there is tagged out. Appling almost forgot to tag him. He stepped on the base and then suddenly realized that he had to tag him then because the runner had already been put out at first. There was no force play possible, so he put the ball on him fast and completed the White Sox third double play in 4 innings. They'd have had 4 in 4 innings, except for that error in the third, and they would have been on their way to some sort of a record. As it was, Moses was out. Benora unassisted, and then Benora's throw to Appling at second base, double Finney sliding in for the third out. So it's no runs, 1 hit in the fourth inning for the Athletics, and the score remains 5-2 in favor of the A's as the White Sox come to bat in the last half of the fourth inning. Just had a little visit during the intermission for scores with Presbyter, the Reverend Alphonse Press at Columbia College at Dubuque. They listen to us out there, and that is the place, if you people don't remember offhand, where Red Faber did his college pitching before he came to the White Sox. So naturally out there, they're very, very loyal White Sox fans. We were awfully happy to see Father Dress. Hope he'll come back again. He said it was a little breezy up here. He was going down to Sunburnett. It's warmer. I don't blame him. Here's Appling at bat. Start the last half of the fourth inning. Pitcher out there takes a look around the boys, sees that they're all set, starts to wind up, and throws, and Luke takes a good strike over the heart of the plate about waist high. 1 strike on Appling. And the pitcher again is winding up, he throws, and Luke swings it, a pounder down past the pitcher. Second baseman Johnson gets it easily, throws the first, and Luke is out for the first out in the fourth inning. 1 out of the fourth inning for the White Sox, and Hayes is at bat. Jackie Hayes up there. She winds up and throws, and Jackie takes a fast one high and inside for ball 1. 1 ball called. count is 2-0, 2 balls and no strikes on Hayes. He's ready again. He's winding up, throws, and Jackie takes a strike over the outside corner about knee-high, making it 2-1. 2 balls and 1 strike on Hayes. Well, Mr. Pennsylvania remembered it today. He forgot it yesterday, came in without blowing. And the next pitch is runs the count to 3-1. 3 balls and 1 strike on Jackie Hayes. Was at bat for the White Sox with 1 out in the 4th inning. Throws again and it's strike 2. It got the outside corner knee-high and it's 3-2. Hey, his whistle sounds as though he had caught cold or bronchitis or something. Frog in his throat. 3-2 is the count, but she throws again and Jackie fouls this one back to the screen. It's still 3 balls and 2 strikes on Hayes. 3-2. Winding up once more, throws, and Jackie swings in a long drive out to left center. Moses going back fast, slows up as the wind gets it and holds it up and makes the catch. Go pretty well back in left center for the second out. That makes it 2 out in the 4th inning for the White Sox. And Tony Pyatt, the White Sox third baseman, is at bat. Pyatt up there at the plate. Takes quite a while getting his sign, finally starts his windup. Throws and the hitter takes it inside across the waist for ball 1. 1 ball called. Winds up again, throws, and the hitter swings a little pop fly out back at second base, and the shortstop is back there following it as the wind blows it, makes the catch nicely, and it's 3 out. No runs, no hits in the 4th inning for the White Sox. And the score at the end of the 4th inning still stands 5-2 in favor of the Philadelphia Athletics. From coast to coast, more and more car owners are turning to Marpac. They know that when they want dependable, thorough chassis lubrication, they can find it at any Texaco service station with Marpac. They save time and money too, because Texaco Marpac lubrication lasts twice as long as ordinary grease job. First man at bat of the 5th inning for the Athletics. George, you hungry today? I never saw a man eat so much. First you were buttered all over, and now you're red hot, and a piece of cake, and now you're back with the butter all over again. Sure. Dean up there, takes the first one, lays it down there, down over the heart of the plate about knee-high for a strike. 1 strike on Dean. Dean throws again, and jump swings, hit a bounder down, and Jackie Hayes gets it, fumbles it, picks it up again, throws it to first, and the runner is out for the first out in the 5th inning. 1 out in the 5th inning for the Athletics, and Puccinelli is at bat. Puccinelli up there at the plate. Next pitch is wide and low for the second ball, for the first ball. Wait a minute, is that the first pitch to him? Yeah, ball 1. Yeah, that's quite a score. Hitter swings the next hit, a high fly coming down, foul back of the plate. Luke Sewell is back, coming back slowly under it. Has it, and it's 2 out in the 5th inning. 2 out in the 5th inning for the Athletics. Bringing Bob Johnson, the A's second baseman, to bat. Johnson up there at the plate. Winding up now. Throws and the hitter swings, hit a ball hard into right field for a good clean base hit. Line single to right. by Johnson, putting him on first base with 2 out in the 5th inning. And the next man up there is Higgins, Frank Higgins, known as Piggy Higgins, the A's third baseman. Frank's a pretty husky fellow. When he stands there at the plate, he stands there with the bat held way out in front of him, almost stationary and almost straight up in the air, way out in front of him, waiting for that pitcher to pitch. Standing that way now, and he swings hard at the first one to miss a high, slow curve for strike 1. 1 strike to count. He's ready again. Stretches. Over at first base. Throws the rebounder right back at Kane, who gets it, throws to first, and it's 3 up. And the score, 5-2 in favor of the Philadelphia Athletics, as the White Sox come to bat in the last half of the 10th. First White Sox hitter being Kane, the White Sox pitcher. This broadcast, the White Sox Philadelphia game, comes to you direct from Comiskey Park, the home of the White Sox in Chicago, as a presentation of your neighborhood Texaco dealer, distributor of Texaco Fire Chief Gasoline. Broadcast comes with the permission of the White Sox and the Athletics to stimulate interest in our national game and in your own local baseball team. This is WCFL in Chicago. Wait a minute, I said Kane was the first man at bat. It's Sewell, the first man up. Luke Sewell, the first man at bat for the White Sox in the 5th inning. You people who were keeping track on the Texaco scorebook probably had me caught up on that long ago. Sewell tosses it to the bat side. He always comes up swinging 3 and steps up there at the plate. The umpire takes a moment to dust the plate. Sewell waits there as Fink looks around the boys. They play loop a little bit around toward left field. And the pitcher starts his windup and throws, and Sewell takes a fast strike over the heart of the plate about waist high. 1 strike to count. He's ready again, winds up once more, pitches, and it's over the plate but too low for ball 1, making it 1 ball and 1 strike on Luke Sewell. 1-1. Then the pitcher throws a slow ball. Luke hits it out to the third baseman. Higgins gets it, throws to first, and Sewell is out for the first out in the 5th inning. Mr. Fink is pitching himself a nice ball. The last 2 hits, and one of the 2 runs scored against him is earned, 1 unearned. Sugar Cane, White Sox pitcher, walking slowly up there to the plate. And he walks around behind the umpire, takes his place at the plate. Pitcher's winding up, he throws, and it's wide and low for ball 1. 1 ball called. Again starts to wind up pitches, and it's a strike over the heart of the plate, waist high, making it 1-1. 1 ball and 1 strike. Throws again, and the hitter swings in an easy bounder out in front of the plate. Hayes, the catcher, goes out, gets it, throws rather badly, but Dean, who to my mind looks like he has the makings of quite a fielding first baseman as well as a good hitter, reached right out in front of the base runner, grabbed the ball, and then got out of the way to prevent a collision on a very nice play. So it's 2 out in the 5th inning. 2 out in the 5th inning for the White Sox, and Radcliffe. Rip Radcliffe, leadoff man, left fielder, is at bat. Leans over, gets the sign, winds up, pitches, and Rip takes a wide one across the waist for ball 1. 1 ball called. Then he's winding up. He throws, and Radcliffe takes it inside across the waist for ball 2. So it's 2-0, 2 balls and no strikes on the Ripper. 2 balls and no strikes. Winding up again, throws, and the hitter takes it for a ball wide and low, and it's 3-0. 3 balls and no strikes on Radcliffe. Nothing. Throws again, and Rip takes a strike over the heart of the plate about knee-high, and it's 3-1. 3 balls and 1 strike. Throws again, and there's the 4th ball wide across the chest, and Rip gets the base on ball. They put him on first base, 2 out in the 5th inning, and Mule Haas is up there at the plate. Haas at bat. So Connie Mack's only got 1, maybe 2 fellas sitting down there in the bench with him. A few in the bullpen, the rest of them on the field. Watching first base, suddenly throws over there. Throw is high, but Dean steps back and takes it. It's just a lob throw. Didn't have much on it, but it wasn't very straight either. Now he pitches, and Haas gets a wide one low for ball 1. 5 consecutive bad pitches by this fellow. Big waits there again. As he signs, takes a look at first base and throws, and it's inside and low for ball 2, making it 2-0. 2 balls and no strikes on Haas. Still watching first base, throws, and the hitter takes it inside and low for ball 3. Fellow really has lost control all of a sudden, hasn't he? That's 3-0. He walked Radcliffe on 4 pitches. Now he's got 3-0 on Haas. Ready again, watches first base, throws, and there's ball 4, wide and low, and he gets a base on balls also. Hey, the moon on isn't blowing today. Just went by without blowing a whistle. So the White Sox have runners on first and second with 2 out in the 5th inning. And Mike Krivich is up there at the plate. Pitcher and catcher have a little confab out in front of the flare, in front of the mound. And the A's have a pitcher starting to warm up again in the right field bullpen. Cellini is taking quite a workout out of the bullpen for the Sox this afternoon. Apparently he may be either getting ready for tomorrow or be taking a little tutoring from Money Rule. The first pitch to Krivich is a bad ball wide for ball 1. 1 ball called. Throws again, and Mike swings to push the ball through toward right field. He gets past Johnson, goes out there for a base hit. Runner first, Hoff stops at second, and the shortstop, for some reason or other, let the ball get through, but the third baseman, after he deflected it, chased it out and got it before the runners could advance. The throw from right field came right to Newsom. Newsom, for some reason or other, just tagged it and deflected it and almost rolled to the stand, but Higgins recovered it quickly so the runners couldn't advance. So Krivich singled to right, scored Radcliffe, put Haas on second. And so the White Sox still have runners on first and second. 2 out, 1 run home. Zeke Manura at bat. Score now 5-3 in favor of the Athletics. Manura up there at the plate. And Zeke swings, hit a long drive way out to deep right center. Center fielder's chasing it. Way back there. He might get it. He makes a great dive for the ball and hangs onto it on another sensational play. Man, what a play. Moses carrying across into right center as hard as he could go, suddenly threw himself headlong and caught that ball and landed right on his face and skidded along, but he held onto the ball and his hands were outstretched, so he couldn't possibly have been just trapping it. He really caught it. And it ended the inning on what looked like a hit that was going to at least tie the score, because that ball was really hit. And Moses is getting a beautiful hand from the fan as he comes in there after making that great play to end the inning. 1 run, 1 hit, 2 men left on base for the White Sox in the last half of the 5th. And the score is 5-3 in favor of the Athletics at the end of the 5th.
Have you sent in your request card for the 1936 Texaco Baseball Scorebook yet? If not, don't put it off. Thousands of baseball fans are already enthusiastically keeping their own play-by-play records of these games and having lots of fun doing it. The instructions are easy to follow. In them, Hal Totten tells you just how he does it, and there are plenty of blank score sheets for you to use. In addition, in the 1936 Texaco Texaco Baseball Scorebook, you'll find schedules of all major league games, data on all players of both the Cubs and Sox, plenty of other interesting baseball data on both teams. It's easy to get your free copy. Go to any Texaco service station and ask for a request card. Write your name and address on the card, stamp it, and mail. Stop at any Texaco service station and get your card in the mail tonight. And now back to Comiskey Park for the continuation of the baseball game, brought to you by permission of the Chicago White Sox and the Philadelphia Athletics to stimulate interest in our national game and in your local team. Take it, Hal.
Back at the ballpark for the sixth inning, first man at bat. Frank Hayes lines the ball out into left field for a base hit to open the sixth, and he's on first base. Nobody out in the sixth inning, and Newsom, Whitey Newsom, the shortstop, is at bat. He gets ready to pitch the first one to him with the first base throws, and he bunts the ball, but it's foul to the right of the plate for strike one. Tried a bumper, went foul. One strike on Newsom. Hayes on first base. There's nobody out in the sixth inning. Turns to throw at first, and oh boy, it was a close play, but he got back very close because Kane made a good throw over there. Throws, and Newsom again tries to bunt, and again it rolls foul. This time, though, it hung right alongside the line, and Benua, to make sure of it, scooped it on more foul so that it couldn't hit something and found fair. Coach over there, Lena Blackburn, grabbed it, threw it back to Kane, and Hayes goes back to first base. So it's two strikes on Newsom. Two strikes count. Goes again for the first ball. It's wide and low, and the count is 1 ball and 2 strikes on Newsom. 1 and 2. Here comes the next one, wide and low, and it's ball 2. So it's 2 balls and 2 strikes on Newsom. 2 and 2 to count. Suddenly walks out of the box to dry his hands in the dirt. Umpire calls time. Whitey gets back up to the plate. Pitch is ready. Throws, and the hitter takes a wide one across the knees for ball 3. And it's 3 balls and 2 strikes on Newsom. Three and 2 is the count. Ready again, throws, the runner's on the go, the hitter takes the third strike, and the ball out to second base, gets the runner out. Apparently, Hayes, in taking the ball, tagged the fellow almost in the face. He managed to miss his face, but touched him on the shoulder, and it goes as another double play. Newsom is mad and throws the bat on the ground in disgust as he starts back toward the bench, called out on strike. Umpire McGowan turns around and watches him walk off there to make sure he doesn't make any more of a demonstration. But it's another double play for the White Sox, who now have 4 of them today. They almost had 5. 4 in 6 innings. And Fink, the pitcher, Herman is up there. Throws the first one, and he swings, hit a foul down past first base. Blackburn, who was standing more or less back at the plate, ducked his head and sort of shrunk all up as the ball bounded past him. Not very close. 1 strike on Fink, and that was 2 out of the 6th inning for the Athletics. Kane throws again, and Fink swings to foul the ball into the stand back at first base. Pretty well back there, back of the aisle. And it's 2 strikes on Fink. 2 strikes to count. He swings again to miss a curveball inside, striking out for the 3rd out. So it's no runs, 1 hit in the 6th inning for the Athletics. They still lead the White Sox by a score of 5-3. The Sox come to bat on the last half of the 6th with Luke Appling, their first man at bat. Appling will be the first hitter in the last half of the 6th inning. This is the 3rd time in a row that Luke has come up there to lead off in an inning. warms up the pitchers. Catcher by trade. He's old in his playing days. Is warming up pitcher. I don't know if Earl did any playing to speak of, but he did some work out with Portland, I believe, as did his brother. Umpire calls for the ball, looks it over pretty carefully, finally decides it's all right. Turns, walks out, throws it back to Fink so he can continue his warm-up. Meantime, Hayes, the catcher, gets up there to the plate. The ball is thrown out to second base. With Johnson flipping it over to Newsom. Newsom returning it to pitcher. They walk back their positions. Pitcher's on the rubber. And Appling steps up to bat. Appling at bat. Start the last half of the sixth inning. Pitcher starts to wind up, throws, and the hitter leans back to take a ball inside across the shoulders. One ball called on Appling. Pitcher winds up again, pitches, and it's a strike over the heart of the plate, waste time, making it 1-1. 1 ball and 1 strike on Appling. And Luke watches a slow one curve wide and low for ball 2. So it's 2 balls and 1 strike on Luke. 2-1. Comes the next pitch and Luke lets it roll over to the right. Catcher let it roll to the right, rather Luke let it go by, and it's 3-1. 3 balls and 1 strike on Appling. First man at bat in the last half of the 6th inning of the ball game in which the Athletics are leading the White Sox by a score of 5-3. Big throws again, and Luke lets ball 4 go by wide. It's a base on balls for Appling, putting him on first base with nobody out in the 6th inning. And Jackie Hayes, White Sox second baseman, steps up there at the plate, stops, looks down to Billy Webb to see if he should take this one or hit it the first one. Apparently got his sign. Now looks back at the pitcher, and Fink has the sign. There's the stretch. He pitches, and it's a slow curve that gets the outside corner about knee-high for strike 1. Strike on Hayes. Ruddy again watches first base, then throws, and it's a high one inside for ball 1. It's 1 ball and 1 strike on Hayes. 1-1 the count. The throws again with Appling on the go. Hayes drives the ball out into left center for a good base hit. A good hit and run play in which he drove the ball right through the spot. The shortstop is vacated to go over that and cover second. A good hit and run play which Hayes lines the single to left center, moving Appling to third base. Appling on the go. The shortstop dashed over to cover second. And Hayes just pulled that ball right through the spot he left open. So Appling has no trouble reaching third base. Hayes is winding up the pitcher pretty hard in the bullpen. As Tony Pyatt steps up there. Pyatt at bat. He gets ready, watches first, then throws, and Tony swings hit a flounder down to the third baseman, and they trap Appling between third and home. Luke runs back there and is out as he slides back in with the third baseman taking a throw from the catcher. Play went from Higgins to Hayes to Higgins. And Appling is out. These White Sox runners on first and second. Goes to the fielder's choice, putting Pyatt on first base. And Appling was out. Higgins to Hayes to Higgins for the first out. That makes it 1 out in the 6th inning. White Sox runners on first and second. And Luke Sewell is at bat. Watches second base and pitches, and Luke takes a curveball wide for ball 1. 1 ball called. On the edge side. Pitches, and Sewell swings in a high fly to right center. Center fielder and right fielder closing in on it. And the right fielder comes through to make the catch for the short fly for an easy out of the second out of the 6th inning. White Sox still have runners on first and second. 2 out now in the 6th inning. And Kane is at bat. Back at second base and throws and swings it a high fly down the left field line. Left fielder racing over, and the ball lands just out of his reach as he turns around and leaps into the air to come down, sitting on a roll of canvas down in front of the stand. He hit it head on and would have thrown him right on his face and probably catapulted him into the seat. So it's one strike on Kane. Back at second base and pitches again. Kane swings it upon the shortstop coming across fast, grabs it, steps on second base, and forces Fiat out for the third out. Ending the sixth inning with no runs, no runs, one hit, and two men left on base. And at the end of the sixth inning, the Philadelphia Athletics are leading the Chicago White Sox by a score of 5-3. Now, once again, for up-to-the-minute scores and complete batteries from other cities, we return to the studio.
In the National League, the Chicago Cubs lost their game to the Giants today by a score of 7-2. The Cubs scored 2 runs, 8 hits, and 2 errors. The Giants 7 runs, 12 hits, and 1 error. Leon Hartnett, the opening battery for the Cubs, was Bryant in the 5th, Root in the 8th. Bieber and Mancuso went the entire route for the Giants. First game of the doubleheader in Brooklyn between the Dodgers and the St. Louis Cardinals was won by the Dodgers 22-7. In the second game, Earnshaw and Ogrodowski, the battery for the Cards. The Dodgers warming up. Clark and Phelps with Butcher pitching in the first. At the end of the first inning, the Cards lead the Dodgers in the second game 3-0. In Boston, the Bees took the first game of the doubleheader from the Pittsburgh Pirates. Scored 2 runs, 8 hits, and 2 errors. The Giants 7 runs, 12 hits, and 1 error. Leon Hartnett, the opening battery for the Cubs, was Bryant in the 5th, Root in the 8th. Bieber and Mancuso went the entire route for the Giants. First game of the doubleheader in Brooklyn between the Dodgers and the St. Louis Cardinals was won by the Dodgers 22-7. In the second game, Earnshaw and Ogrodowski, the battery for the Cards. The Dodgers warming up. Clark and Phelps with Butcher pitching in the first. At the end of the first inning, the Cards lead the Dodgers in the second game 3-0. In Boston, the Bees took the first game of the doubleheader from the Pittsburgh Pirates 4-1. In the second game, at the end of the sixth inning, the score is tied at 3-3. Weaver and Patton, the Pirate opening battery in the second game, with Brown and Finney, the battery in the sixth. Smith and Mueller working for the Bees. In the American League in Detroit, the New York Yankees lead the Tigers at the end of the first half of the fifth inning by a score of 13-0. Ruffing and Dickey working for the Yanks, Sullivan and Myatt for the Tigers, with Walker pitching in the second. First game of the doubleheader in Cleveland between the Indians and the Washington Senators was taken by the Indians 11-6. The batteries in the second game, the Senators, Weaver and Millies. For the Indians, Galehouse and Sullivan. In St. Louis, the Boston Red Sox and Browns are tied with no score at the end of the first half of the first inning, with Ostermuller and Berg working for the Red Sox, the Browns using Hogsett and Giuliani. And now back to Comiskey Park and Hal Totten. Take it, Hal.
Back at the ballpark for the seventh inning. Finney at bat, started off, takes a ball, and then fouls one into the second deck to our left for strike one. Kane winds up again, throws, and Lou swings in a high fly in left field. Left fielder's jogging in under it. Ratcliffe's waiting. Has it, and it's one out of the seventh inning. One out of the seventh inning for the A's, and Moses, Wally Moses, the center fielder, is at bat. Smoothing the dirt down. Hey, George, they don't think the wind's blowing here. They should have seen me crawling around digging up my pencil and scorebook a minute ago, huh? First pitch to Wally is a slow one that just misses the outside corner across the waist. One ball called on Moses. He winds up again, throws, and Wally swings and misses the curveball outside for strike one. So they get one ball and one strike. 1-1. Throws again, and Wally swings, and this is a fastball inside for strike two. So it makes it 1 ball and 2 strikes on Moses. 1-2. Waits out there again. Winding up pitches, and Wally tried to dodge that one, but it hit the bat and went foul over against the stand of the left plate. Bounced right back out to the plate, and Luke Sewell scoops it up and into the umpire's hand. It's 1-2, 1 ball and 2 strikes. balls and 2 strikes on Moses. 2-2. Little youngster went over there and got that ball right off from the grasp of some man who was trying to get it. 2-2 now, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Wally swings, hit a bounder. Venura races over to his right, gets it, tosses the cane, but Wally, a very fast man, beats it out easily for a base hit. Ball was really Hayes' ball, but Venura went out to get it, and as a result, they lose that man. It's a base hit for Moses. He's so fast, you can't fool with him. When it comes to a play like that, he's going to beat you. And so Moses is on first base with 1 out of the 7th inning, and Chubb Dean, the first baseman, is at bat. Throws, and it's the curveball inside and low for ball 1. 1 ball called. For a base hit, Radcliffe fields it fast and throws it into third base, holding the runner from first and second. So it's single to left field by Dean, moving Moses to second base. Well, Dean can really throttle that ball. And that puts Philadelphia runners on first and second with 1 out of the 7th inning. And Puccinelli, the right fielder, is at bat. Hits a long, high fly away out deep left center. Radcliffe's way back there near the end of the scoreboard. Makes the catch. The runner from second is trying to go to third, and he's making it easily. Boy, how that fella can run. He's a streak. A long, long fly away out deep left center, right into the wind, or it would have been into the stands, I believe, with any kind of west wind blowing. That would have been a home run by Puccinelli. As it was caught by Radcliffe. And Moses, a very fast man, easily went to third after the catch. Big husky fellow, ready to pitch the first one to him. Throws. Bob takes it high and inside for ball 1. 1 ball called. He's ready again. Swings the ball at the plate. Quite a while while he rubs up this new ball, smooths the dirt down in front of the slab. He's pitching carefully to Bob. Finally, he's ready. Throws, and Johnson gets ball 2, very high and inside. So it's 2 balls and 1 strike. 2-1 on Johnson. There's ball 3, a fastball inside across the waist. So it's 3 balls and 1 strike on Johnson. 3-1 the count. Kane throws again, and Johnson swings and misses a fastball inside for strike 2. And in swinging and missing it, he swung himself right off his feet. But he got around before he fell. In other words, it wasn't an attempt to get away. When he didn't start to get away from that inside pitch till after he'd completed his swing. Now the runner from first on the go. Johnson hits a pop fly, coming down foul to the left of the plate. Luke Sewell is over there and makes the catch over in front of the stands for the third out. Kane has pitched mighty fine ball, but in the first part of the game he was wild, and then in that third inning, everything went haywire with all those errors and things, and it was just too bad. So it's no runs, 2 hits, 2 men left on base in the first half of the 7th inning, and the score remains 5-3 in favor of the Athletics as the White Sox come to bat in the last half of the 7th with the head of the batting order, Rip Radcliffe, the first man at bat. Broadcast, the White Sox Philadelphia game comes to you direct from Comiskey Park, home of the White Sox in Chicago. It's a presentation of your neighborhood Texaco dealer, distributor of Texaco Fire Chief Gasoline. Broadcast comes with the permission of the White Sox and the Athletics to stimulate interest in our national game
and in your own local baseball team. This is WCFL in Chicago. Hank is finishing his warm-up down here with Hayes while Radcliffe stands there waiting to take his turn at bat. Ball finally goes out there to second base. And we're ready to go in the last half of the seventh inning. Crowd sitting down after its seventh inning stretch. Pink slams the ball into his glove a couple of times. First pitch to Radcliffe, a high one wide for ball one. One ball called. And Pink again goes through his windup throws, and it's a ball two. It's inside by the knees. 2-0 on Radcliffe. Ted Lyons is also warming up in the bullpen now, but I imagine he's warming up in preparation for tomorrow. There is strike one, a pretty one over the heart of the plate, down around the knees to make it 2 balls and 1 strike on Radcliffe. 2-1. Winding up again, he throws. Radcliffe swings hit a ball out through the shortstop into left field for another base hit, making 2 hits for Ripper today. And it puts him on first base with nobody out in the 7th inning, and Mule Haas is at bat. Haas up there at the plate. Left-handed hitter stands there waiting. Takes a look at first base, throws. Haas takes a slow curve wide for ball one. 1 ball called. He's leading 5-3. The last half of the 7th inning. Sure get it steady, throws, and the hitter swings, hits the ball in the center field. Center fielder comes in fast. The ball lands in front of him, and he makes a grab for it, gets it on the hop, throws it in, and Radcliffe has to stop at second base. The ball wasn't quite short enough to be a technical leaguer, but it was a sinker, a little looping fly out into left center, which moved Radcliffe to second base. And the White Sox have runners on first and second. Nobody out in the 9th inning. And Mike Krivich is at bat. Krivich up there. Infield playing around as though they expect a bunt from Mike. Pitcher throws, and Krivich does bunt down towards third base. Third baseman Higgins comes in fast, gets the ball, and throws to first, where Dean had gotten back to make the play. And it's a good sacrifice. Perfect sacrifice by Krivich. Play going Higgins to Dean for the first out in the 7th inning, moving the tying runs to second and third. Sox leading hitter before today's game, but right now he hasn't made a base hit although he's had a walk. Radcliffe has made 2 hits besides having a walk. And Ripper is out in front again, although not, I don't think, in front of the league. And the hitter hits one into the second deck, a high fly going into the second deck, and it bounds down and knocks a straw hat right off the man sitting down there in the box seat, and everybody got a laugh out of it, including the fellow who lost the straw hat. Boy, it made a mess of that straw hat, too. Plunk right on top. Kurt Plunk. It's still 2 strikes on Appling. And a pitcher throws again. Luke swings and follows this one into the stand, back into the right. So it's still 2 strikes on Luke. Panura's on second base. 1 out, 2 runs home in the 7th inning. White Sox now tied with the Athletics, 5-5. Ready once more, throws, and Luke swings, hit one down past first baseman, is going on down the line. Luke makes the turn, and keeps right on for second base because the right fielder throws to the plate and pulls in at second base. A single down the right field line by Appling, and he goes to second on the throw to the plate as Panura scores. Give the White Sox the lead for the first time this afternoon. White Sox are leading the ball game now by a score of 6-5. Brings Jackie Hayes to bat. Hayes up there at the plate. With Appling on second base. 1 out. 3 runs home in the 7th inning. That little Lucius Luke came through when it counted, didn't he? And the next first pitch to Jackie is a strike over the inside corner about knee high. 1 strike on Hayes. Ready out there again, throws, and Jackie swings, hit another one into right field. Right fielder comes in fast, grabs the ball, fumbles it for just a moment, then grabs it, throws it to the plate, but the runner scores easily, and it's a base hit with no error. The right fielder couldn't be charged with an error, although he fumbled that ball momentarily after falling to a knees trying to make a diving shoestring catch. No error. Single, no error. Fumbled the ball momentarily, but that was because he'd made that great try and was on his knees and couldn't be expected to handle the ball quickly after making that try for the ball. Scores another run, so the Sox now lead 7-5 and have Hayes on first base. With 1 out, 4 runs home. 25 at bat, swings around, tries to hit the first one to right, but he follows it down the right field line and pretty well back into the seat. Ready again, throws, the hitter swings, hit a bounder down the third base line. Third baseman gets it right over the bag and then fumbles it, and the runner is safe. Higgins got that slow bounder right over the bag, and then dropped it. He apparently was watching to see whether it was fair or not, instead of making the play, forgetting about the foul line, and as a result, by the time he got it, dropped it. You think Tony would have that beat? I don't think he would have. He made the right play on it. That was a boot. And it puts runners on first and second. 1 out. 4 runs already home in the 7th inning. Luke Sewell's bat hits the first pitch for a high, easy fly to center field. Moses circles in under it, makes the catch, and then throws hard to third base, chasing Hayes back to second. So it's 2 out in the 7th inning. White Sox runners on first and second. 2 out, 4 runs home, and Sugar Cane, the pitcher, is coming to bat. Pitcher throws now, and Cane started to swing but changed his mind and took a curveball wide and low for ball 1. first, and Kane is out by a step for the third out, ending the seventh inning. Not until the White Sox not only had tied the score, but gone into a two-run lead. In the last half of the seventh inning, were 4 runs, 5 hits, 1 error, and 2 men left on base. The error did not figure in the scoring. And the score is 7-5 in favor of the White Sox at the end of the seventh inning. Don't buy just any old gasoline for your car. Be as smart as the United States government. It buys gasoline on specification. You too can buy the same way. Fill up with Texaco Fire Chief, and you're getting a gasoline which meets the United States government specifications for emergency motor fuel. And it costs no more than ordinary gasoline. Ready to go in the eighth inning. First man at bat for the Athletics is Higgins, the third baseman. He starts his windup. Throws and Pinky swings it a long drive out deep left field. Radcliffe chasing over there, but it's foul. I believe foul. It hit the railing of the upper deck of the grandstand. Foul by only a few inches, and Higgins has to come back. Oh, that ball was really hit, and the wind was more or less against it rather than blowing it out. Still, it went up into the second deck, hit the railing right in the front of it, and carried him downstairs. But was fouled by a foot or two, and it's one strike, but a very long strike on Mr. Higgins. Kane throws again for strike two. Fastball over the inside corner, about knee-high, so it's 2 strikes on Higgins. And the White Sox are going to keep a couple pitchers warmed up there in case of emergency. Kane winds up again, throws, and the hitter follows the ball into the stand to the right of the plate. It's still 2 strikes on Higgins. Certainly somebody caught that ball down there and gets quite a hand from the fans. Hitter swings again, hit a high fly. Hayes is coming over back of it, waving Appling away, but suddenly Appling calls for it and follows it on into the infield in front of second base and makes the catch for the first out of the 8th inning. One out in the 8th inning for the Athletics, and Frank Hayes, the catcher, is at bat. Kane starts to wind up, throws, and the hitter takes the ball. It's over the plate, but it's too low. 1 ball called. Kane throws again, and the hitter swings a high fly going foul into the stands back at first base. That makes it 1-1. Pitcher throws again, and the hitter swings it, a bounder down to Wyatt, who fights it a little bit, fumbles it momentarily, then throws to first, and a beautiful play by Benura. Got the man. Zeke leaped out, caught the ball one-handed, and then kicked back to get the bag just before the runner got there, and it's 2 out in the 8th inning. Very nice play by Big Zeke. So it makes it 2 out in the 8th inning for the Athletics, and Newsom, Whitey Newsom, the shortstop, is at bat. Kane throws the first one, and Whitey takes a curveball wide and low for ball 1. Now the pitcher on the slab is ready once more. He's winding up. Pitches, and the hitter started to swing, but changed his mind and took a ball wide. And so it's 2-0. 2 balls and no strikes on Newsom. 2-0 with the pitcher ready again, winds up, throws, and it's a strike, a fastball over the heart of the plate, making it 2-1. One of those wandering clouds suddenly blew across the below the sun, and it got the field completely in shadow, but all around us the sun is shining. Hitter hits the next one, a grass cutter out past the pitcher. Hayes gets it, throws it first, and it's 3 out in the 8th inning, although Hayes' throw is a little wide. Manure reached way out to get it. 3 out in the 8th inning for the Athletics. And the score is still 7-5 in favor of the White Sox. White Sox coming to bat in the last half of the 8th with Rip Radcliffe, the leadoff man, again, the first man up. Let's see if we have a change out here. Number 20. Gumpert, Gumpert, is the new pitcher for the Athletics. And he's a great, big, rangy fellow, right-hander. Gumpert, now pitching. Gumpert, the pitcher. Here's a very easy pitching motion. Bring that ball pretty much overhand, or it's a little bit high sidearm. He finishes his warm-up. Somebody else is keeping warming up down the right field bullpen for the A's. And Rip Radcliffe is up there at the plate to start the last half of the 8th inning. First pitch to Ripper is wide and low for ball 1. One ball call, pitcher throws again, and it's a strike over the inside corner, waist high, so the count is 1 ball and 1 strike on Radcliffe. 1-1 the count. Throws again, and Rip swings in, a foul out of the roof of the stand above and to left the plate, and it's 1 ball and 2 strikes. Uncle George just almost got his neck broken up here. My goodness, that's a terrible thing to say. You know, the wind blowing, why, he's got a handkerchief tied over this microphone to try to break the roar of the wind, and he says, we ought to have a fine broadcast today. We're straining it. Yeah, I had to restrain myself when you said that. The next pitch to Ripper is wide for ball 2, and the count is 2 balls and 2 strikes on Radcliffe. And he swings this time to miss a high fastball and strike out for the first out of the 8th inning. 1 out of the 8th inning for the Sox. And Haas is at bat. Ewell Haas has 2 hits and a walk since coming into the ball game. Starts to wind up, throws, and Mule takes a high one wide for ball 1. 1 ball called. Ready once more, starts to wind up again, throws. The hitter swings to get his third hit, a drive out into left field for a base hit. Ball is fielded fast by Finney, who throws it into second base. And it's a single to left field by Haas for his third hit of the ball game. So it puts Haas on first base, 1 out of the 8th inning. And Mike Krivich is at bat. Hitter hits the first one, it's a bound to the shortstop, who makes a nice play on it, throws to second, and the throw to first completes a double play. The shortstop made a very fast play on that drive of Krivich. Flipped it to Johnson, and Johnson made a nice pivot and throw to first to complete a twin killer. So it's 3 out, no runs, 1 hit in the 8th inning for the White Sox. And at the end of the 8th inning, Sox are leading the Athletics by a score of 7-5. Have you stopped in to get your new 1936 Texaco scorebook, or at least got the request card to get it? You know, these books are going to be very precious possessions later on. It's going to mean that you can relive the games that you hear, thrill about, those that you see, all the rest of your life. Because in this scorebook, not only is space for 30 full games, 17 full games. I'm looking at number 30 on the back of the coach down there, Earl Mack. Rhythmic is batting in place of Comfort. It'll give you this complete scoring system, and the room for 17 games, pictures the Sox and Cubs. It's so simple to get. Just stop in at any Texaco station, ask for a request card, fill it out, put a stamp on it, and mail it. It's all right. anybody addressed to me, and you'll get your score. Rhythmic batting for Comfort takes the first pitch high and inside for ball one. And there's the next one for a strike over the outside corner, so it's 1-1. She winds up once more, throws, and there's ball two. It's inside and low. Swings the next in a high fly, coming down foul back to the plate. Sewell is jogging back with umpire McGowan running right with him. Luke grabs it, hangs onto it, and it's one out of the ninth inning. Luke's caught himself a lot of foul balls down there today at that, hasn't he? Well, that makes it one out of the ninth inning for the Athletics. And the next man up there is Lou Finney, the leadoff man at left field. Throws the first one, he swings hit a bounder down to Jackie Hayes. Jackie soaks it up, throws the first, and the runner is out for the second out of the ninth inning. 2 out of the ninth inning for the Athletics. And Moses, the A's center fielder, is at bat. Moses, another left-handed hitter, waits there as Kane starts to wind up throws. And it's a wide one across the knees for ball one. One ball called. Sugar has the sign again, starts to wind up. Pitches, and the hitter tried to get away from that one, but it came into him and hit the handle of the bat and bounded foul back to the stand. So it's 1-1. 1 ball and 1 strike on Moses. Waiting there again for the sign. Suddenly the umpire calls time, walks up, talks to Sewell about something or other. Oh, he changed that last one to a ball? How could he? It hit the bat. Well, he did, so it's 2-0. There must be some reason. It might have hit Sewell's glove or something first and tear him down against the bat. Anyway, the next one does come over the plate for a strike, and it's 2-1. 2 balls and 1 strike. And there's ball 3 wide and low. And it's 3-1. 3 balls and 1 strike on Moses. Kane is winding up again. He throws and the hitter takes a strike over the inside corner about knee-high. It runs the count to 3-2. Now we'll see what happens. Balls and 2 strikes on Moses. Throws and Wally swings the foul one way down the left field line, back underneath the second deck, far down beyond third base, and it's 3-2. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Winding up again, throws, and the hitter takes ball 4, high and wide, and gets the base on balls. Well, that puts Moses on first base, 2 out in the ninth inning, and brings Chubb Dean, very troublesome young man at that, up there to the plate. He really looks like a lot of hitters. Dean stands there looking at the bench. Oh, the umpire discovered the catcher's paraphernalia lying out there on the ground in front of the dugout. It's supposed to be in it, so they wait until it's taken in. And there's the first pitch to Dean for a slow curve that comes over the heart of the plate around the knees for a strike. 1 strike on Dean. Dean throws again and the hitter swings it a foul down the left field line, clear over the roof of the stand, and it's 2 strikes on Chubb. 2 strikes count. Waiting for that next one. It's ready again. Throws and the hitter takes a high one wide for ball 1, and it's 1 ball and 2 strikes on Dean. Moses on first base, 2 out in the ninth inning, and the White Sox leading 7-5. Again, Kane pitches and the hitter swings in a high fly to center field. Krivich is coming in fast. Finally slows up under it. Has it, and it's 3 out that score 7-5. In the ninth inning, no runs, no hits, one man left on base. And the final score, the total, White Sox had 7 runs, 10 hits, 3 errors, and 8 men left on the bases. The A's had 5 runs, 10 hits, 3 errors,
1 hour and 54 minutes.
They had 7 men left on the bases. Time of the game, 1 hour and 53 minutes. 1:53. The winning pitcher, of course, was Kane, and the losing pitcher was Fink. The summaries again. White Sox had 7 runs, 10 hits, 3 errors with 8 men left on base. The Athletics 5 runs, 10 hits, 3 errors, and 7 men left on base. Time of the game, 1 hour and 53 minutes. The winning pitcher, Kane, the losing pitcher, Fink. Tomorrow, the White Sox and Athletics play the final game of this series, and then on Friday, the Boston Red Sox come to town, and Friday is Ladies' Day. Ladies admitted without ticket. All they got to do is get that tax ticket that the government requires. It's a doubleheader Sunday between the White Sox and Red Sox here at Comiskey Park, and we'll be seeing you a lot the rest of the week, won't we? That's all for now, so Hal Totten speaks for George as well as himself. Bid you good afternoon from Comiskey Park, and we return to the studio. Goodbye now.
Now stands 2 wins for the White Sox and 1 for the Athletics. I don't know who will pitch for the White Sox. Teddy Lyons may be nominated to go into action against the Athletics. And Connie Mack's pitching selection is also a mystery because Connie rotates his hitters as he sees fit. The time of the game, 1 hour and 54 minutes. 7-5, Chicago coming from behind with a 4-run rally in the last half of the 7th inning to sew up the ball game. That's all for today, ladies and gentlemen, for Phillips 66. Don't forget to tune in this evening at 8 o'clock for the March of Sports. So now, this is Russ Hodges speaking from the ballpark, and I'll be seeing you.
All right, thank you, Russ. There's no question about it. All gasolines, or nearly all of them, are better than they used to be. They've all been improved, stepped up, made pure, and freed from knots. But only Phillips offers you at all its stations the benefits of the new scientific polymerization process. Every gallon of Phillips 66 polygas is enriched with the resulting extra energy units. You notice the difference the first time you try a tank full. Your motor runs sweeter, quieter, smoother, and cooler, with extra power and extra mileage. And the big news is that you don't have to buy a single penny extra for this wonderful new hot weather gasoline. For just the price of ordinary motor fuel, buy Phillips 66 polygas. Phillips 66 has brought you the baseball game by permission of the Chicago White Sox and the Philadelphia Athletics to stimulate interest in our national game and in your local team no matter where you may be. Don't forget, the Phillips Petroleum Company will present Russ Hodges again tomorrow in the broadcast of another baseball game from Comiskey Park. Be sure to listen in tonight at 7 o'clock for the reenactment of today's Cubs game, dramatized. WIND in Gary, the tip-top spot on your dial. The game between the Boston Red Sox and St. Louis Browns has just concluded the 3rd inning. The score, Boston 1, St. Louis 5. Boston using Ostermuller as the pitcher and Bird the catcher. St. Louis, Hogsett the pitcher and Giuliani the catcher. Going into the last half of the 7th inning at Detroit, the New York Yankees 13, Detroit Tigers 1. The batteries in the game for New York, Roughing the pitcher, Dickey the catcher. For Detroit, Sullivan, Hawker, and Kinsey all doing the pitching, and Myatt the catcher. While we wait for the rest of the scores, let me tell you ladies of the wonderful opportunity that's awaiting you at Newark. You can actually get the smart new dresses you need. Fresh, clean frocks that will carry you through the rest of the summer in beauty and comfort at a low sale price right now when you need them most. Valued to $8.95. Satins, sheers, nets, crepes, every fabric that's popular in white, pastel shades, print, and even some new blacks. And they're just $2.95 on terms of 25 cents down and 25 cents a week without interest or carrying charge. Go to Newark and see these extraordinary values for yourself. there's a complete selection in your size, and New Art's courteous clerks are truly eager to help you. For 25 cents down, and no red tape or fuss at all to take your choice right home with you. It's New Art, 232 South State Street and 6319 South Halsted Street. Now here come the scores in the National League. At Boston, the end of the first game of a doubleheader, the Pittsburgh Pirates, 1 run, 9 hits, and 2 errors. Boston, 4 runs, 10 hits, and 3 errors. Boston 4, Pittsburgh 1. The batteries for Pittsburgh, Swift, Welch, the pitcher, and Patton, the catcher. For Boston, McFadden, the pitcher, and Lopez, the catcher. The final score of the second game that has just come in. Pittsburgh, 10 runs, 16 hits, and 1 error. Boston, 4 runs, 9 hits, and 2 errors. Pittsburgh 10, Boston 4. The batteries in the game. For Pittsburgh, Weaver and Brown, the pitchers. Patton and Finney, the catchers. For Boston, Smith and Rice, the pitchers, and Mueller, the catcher. The final score of the first game of the doubleheader between the St. Louis Cardinals and Brooklyn Dodgers. St. Louis, 7, and the Brooklyn Dodgers, 22. The total, St. Louis, 7 runs, 7 hits, and 3 errors. The Brooklyn Dodgers, 22 runs, 21 hits, and 1 error. The batteries in the game for St. Louis, Parma Lee and Davis. For Brooklyn, Van Lingle Mungo, the pitcher, and Barrett, the catcher. At the end of the fourth inning of the second game, the St. Louis Cardinals 5, Brooklyn Dodgers nothing. The batteries working that game for St. Louis, Big George Earnshaw, the pitcher, and Ogrodowski, the catcher. For Brooklyn, Park and Butcher, the pitchers, and Phelps doing the backstopping. The doubleheader between the Cincinnati Reds and the Philadelphia Phillies was called because of wet ground, being able to play neither of the two games scheduled. The final score between the Chicago Cubs and the New York Giants, played at New York, Chicago 2, New York Giants 7. The totals, Chicago 2 runs, 8 hits, and 2 errors. The New York Giants 7 runs, 12 hits, and 1 error. The batteries for Chicago, Big Bill Lee started, Bryant relieved, and Ruth relieved Bryant. 3 pitchers, Lee, Bryant, and Ruth, and Gabby Hardnett behind the plate. For New York, Gabler the pitcher, and Gus Mancuso the catcher. Fellows, you don't know what real comfort is until you've worn one of the smart new summer suits that New Arts are featuring. Nationally advertised, genuine loom cool and beach weave masterpieces in single and double-breasted models. Porous, lightweight suits that let the air circulate close to your body are priced just $12.50. And all you need is 50 cents down to take your suit home with you. 50 cents a week will take care of the balance, and at New Arts, there's never any interest or carrying charge. And while you're there, don't fail to see the smart accessories on display. Shirts and ties, polo shirts, white vinyl trousers, white shoes, all at the Loop store. Get everything you need at New Arts on easy credit. Go to New Arts, N-E-W-A-R-T, New Arts, 232 South State Street and 6319 South Halsted Street. Open Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday evening. Listen tomorrow right after the game for scores of other games presented by New Arts, Chicago's favorite family credit clothier.
Your neighborhood Texaco service station welcomes you to another baseball broadcast brought to you direct from Comiskey Park by permission of the Chicago White Sox and the Boston Red Sox to stimulate interest in our national game and in your local team. And now up to Comiskey Park and Hal Totten, who is going to give us some inside information on today's game right from the playing field. Take it away, Hal Totten.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon from Comiskey Park, the home of the White Sox of Chicago, where the White Sox and Boston Red Sox are going to play a Ladies' Day game to open up the series of 4 games to be played in 3 days. The crowd this afternoon is laughing in ecstasies right now because Al Shack is out here putting on his toe dancing act at third base, and he's going to have a lot of other funny things happen before he's through. He'll really have himself an afternoon and keep people in hysterics. He just did the stunt of catching one, letting one ball go, and then throwing another one as though he'd fielded it, and now he's sitting on third base and catching throws from Frank Grube. And now he gets up and throws the ball backwards without looking, but the throw is a little wide. Usually at this time, before the start of the game, we have a little chat with the ball player, but I'm going to try something a little bit different today. Right down here along the front of the stand, as you know, you people who are out here a lot, you know there's a number of faithful rooters that are here day after day and day after day. And they've been here, a lot of them, for many, many years. One of them's a young lady down here. I don't even know the young lady's name, but I'm going to just fool them all, and I'm going to talk to them today. What is your name?
Marge Kirby.
Marge Kirby?
Yes.
And how long have you been coming out to this ballpark?
About 10 years.
You started when you were about 6 years old.
Just about.
Well, how long you been a Sox fan?
About 10 years.
Length of time? How'd you start being a fan?
Well, I don't know. I just came out here and...
You really are a real
I'm a
Sox
fan. When they were down, I was with them, and I'm with them when they're up.
Well, I'll give you credit. I know you were, because I used to see you here every day right down here in this same seat right here alongside the bench. You never missed, did you? Who's this young lady alongside you? What's your name?
Ann Morty.
Ann Morty?
Morty.
And how long you been coming to these games?
About 10 years.
You've been coming here 10 years, too. And are you a real Sox booster? Why do you two people like the Sox so much?
Well, we just like them, I guess.
You have no answer as to what is a fan. Is that it?
A fan is a person that's with the team when they're down, and they're still with them when they're up.
And they don't throw pop bottles when they lose.
No, we don't throw pop bottles. Much as we'd like to, but we don't.
I'm going to go on down the line here a little bit farther, because a couple of other ladies, this is sort of ladies' day, so we got ladies on here. Can I bust in here and ask you to say something for a minute, you two fine people? And what's your name now? I'm going to ask you your name. I know it, but you're supposed to tell them.
Mrs. Adams.
Mrs. Adams, you were on the air with me downtown once and asked me
tell
questions.
everybody.
Yeah. Say, I want to ask you something, and I really mean this deeply. How long have you been coming to games out here?
Well, out here, ever since the year after I moved to Chicago, that'd be about 4 years.
And, but you've been a baseball fan before that?
Well, Mother said she took me in her arms.
You've been going ever since?
Uh-huh.
Well, how did you come to be so interested in the Chicago teams? You say the year after you came to town?
Well, the first year I lived in town, I couldn't get around very well. I'd been kind of sick, and I used to turn the radio on. I used to get this man called Totten. I always wondered who he was, you know.
Uh-huh.
And then I listened to him, and I thought, well, doggone, I used to like baseball. I'd better go out there. And then when they told Jimmy Dykes out here, you know, and I listened to that, I thought, well, sure enough, I'll have to go out there.
Sure enough. What's that sure enough come from? Where's your home?
Oh, kind of all over. I lived a long time down in Virginia, though.
You've a long time down in Virginia. Oh, I like that. Well, then radio really maybe had something to do with your coming out here.
I tell you, I think radio not only teaches the game to people that ordinarily wouldn't learn the game, gets them interested in it, but you get hot about the team, you got to come out and see them.
You're here pretty near every day, aren't you?
Well, as often as I can get out
You're
here.
not here on a pass, either.
No, sir, I'm not.
Radio hasn't hurt the attendance as far as you're concerned.
Not as far as I'm concerned. I only wish they gave the games while they were away, because as hot a fan as I am, I lose little interest while they're
In
gone.
other words, you're really a Sox fan rather than just a baseball fan, is that it?
No, I'm an American League fan.
Oh, American League fan. Oh,
but a real White Sox fan,
yeah,
too.
well, that's what I wanted. This young lady next to you, what's your name? Huh? That's what I'm going to ask you, how long you've been out here. What is your name?
Donald Sutherland.
And how long you been coming out here?
Well, since I was 6 years old. And believe it or not, that was in the old White Sox park.
Oh, down in the south of here.
I was going to go way back.
And, let's see, 6
I
years
saw Russ
old.
Faber pitch his first game in this ballpark.
Oh, you shouldn't admit all
I
those
know,
things.
I shouldn't, but after all, there it is.
Because I didn't.
You couldn't.
Probably not. I don't think I was even in Chicago then.
Well, that's how far back I was.
Because I've never been in the old park.
And hell, I think I heard you broadcast the first few games on an old battery set.
1923.
I won't say how many years ago it was, but we had a battery set at the time. And that's what everybody used to say. The World Series coming up. Everybody get your batteries charged.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, that's
Get your
what it
batteries
was.
charged up or get new ones. Or something like that. Well, that was before the days of Texaco. Now, as far as radio is concerned, of course, Texaco's that old, too. But then you people are really Sox fans from the word go.
Absolutely, Al. We've been coming out here for all these years, and I think that we'll keep right on coming out.
I'd like to know, and maybe you people can help me find out, just why Sox fans are so constantly loyal and why they stick the way they do. Just what is it about the Sox team that keeps you people so intent on the club, whether they're winning or losing?
Well, hell, because it's just our club, that's all.
Well, not only
And
that,
that's
the management's always so nice, and not like today. Look, all these girls out here to see the game, and
You never have any trouble. You're always a customer, and the customer's always right, and your team's in there, and whether they're in last place or first place, they're out there giving everything for you as well as Mr. Comiskey. Well, you can't help but like them.
That's a perfect answer, and I'm glad to hear you say it, because, I've lived on the north side ever since I was in Chicago. In fact, when I first lived in the north side, the Cubs were on the west side, and then I was a Sox fan. That was when I was a little boy in school. And then the Cubs moved to the north side, and, of course, we kids had to be Cubs fans then. And then we started broadcasting. You'll remember the first 2 years the American League wouldn't let us broadcast. Oh, you weren't up there then. You remember that. And then finally, so I got the reputation of being a Cub fan. I had more fun the first year in here at the Sox Park. Every time I walk out, the Sox fans, what they call me. But now I've finally persuaded them that we've stuck to them through thick and thin, and the boss and everybody else likes it. Oh, what is this? Anyway, Al Shax is putting on his tennis game here, and he's doing it all by himself. He ran almost all the way out to left. He's got the Suzanne Long effect with a long gown on. Sure looks like a nightshirt of some kind, sort of abbreviated. And he's going way down with slow motion now to come up toward the net, and he's got the crowd cheering for him as he does this slow motion business and he bows, and the crowd gives him a big hand as he trots off the field. Thank you, ladies, for a very, very nice broadcast, and I think you really told the fans something. No, that's better with the hat down. She turned her hat up so she could get the microphone under it, I think. Now, ladies and gentlemen, here are the lineups for today. For the Boston Red Sox, Cook, right. Kramer, center. Manush, left. Fox, first. Kramer, second. Cronin, short. Werber, third. Berg, catching. And Cove, pitcher. For the White Sox, Radcliffe, left. Krivich, center. Hawk, right. Appling, short. Hyatt, third. Sewell catching. And Lyon pitching. Right now, a little White Sox mascot is sitting on Al Shack's knee like the dummy in ventriloquist act, and Al's looking at him and making him do all sorts of stunts for the benefit of the cameras. That ought to make a good picture of that. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I think I'm going to have to encounter a lot of traffic on the way up to the booth, so I'd better get underway pretty soon. I might add again that it's another one of those days like the last two. Sunshine, clear, warm, but a nice breeze blowing from the northeast, making it worthwhile all the way. That's all for now. And while I'm on the way up to the booth, George, will you just do a little switching to the studio?
Here's good news for your pocketbook. Our great new motor oil, the new Texaco motor oil made by the new Furfural process, is now on sale at all Texaco stations. What is the Furfural process? It's a special refining method developed by the Texas company which washes out all non-lubricating impurities, giving to the new Texaco motor oil a stronger, tougher lubricating film, a film that resists burning up inside the engine. This oil film keeps the crankcase full longer because it is all lubricant. Gum-forming elements and all other non-lubricating materials have been removed. Ask for the new Texaco motor oil with the new Furfural film at any Texaco station. And try a tank full of Texaco Fire Chief, the emergency-type gasoline. This powerful driving combination will bring out the best in your car, and it will at the same time save you money. Now, while Hal Totten is on his way up to the booth to bring you this afternoon's baseball game from Comiskey Park between the Chicago White Sox and the Boston Red Sox, we'll give you the schedule of the other games to be played this afternoon. First, over in the American League. Well, let's start in the National League, inasmuch as the American League is in town. In the National League, the Chicago Cubs are in New York today playing another game with the Giants. That game has already started with French and Hartnett, the battery for the Cubs, the Giants starting Gumbert and Mancuso. At the end of the second inning, the score is tied with no score. In Brooklyn, the St. Louis Cardinals are leading the Dodgers at the end of the first half of the second inning, 3-0. Dizzy Dean pitching for the Cards with Ogrodowski behind the plate, the Dodgers using Pratt and Berry. In Boston, the Pittsburgh Pirates are leading the Bees at the end of the third inning, 2-1. Weaver on the mound for the Pirates with Patton catching, the Bees using Chaplin hurling and Lopez behind the bat. Philadelphia today in the National League, there's a doubleheader ball game between the Phillies and the Cincinnati Reds. The first game is already over, with the Reds coming out on top 12-2. The box scores, the Reds score 12 runs, 14 hits, and 1 error. To the Phillies, 2 runs, 6 hits, and 2 errors. Walters and Atwood went the entire route for the Phillies, with the correction for the Reds, with the Phillies starting Davis and Lombardi, Harris pitching in the 6th, Sivas in the 7th. And now for the American League. There are no batteries and no scores, with the exception of from Comiskey Park and the batteries out there for the Red Sox, Grove and Bird. And for the White Sox, Lyons on the mound and Sewell catching. The schedule: in Detroit, the Tigers take on the Washington Senators. In Cleveland, the Indians play the New York Yankees. And in St. Louis, the Browns take on the Philadelphia Athletics. And now for a look at the standing of the club. In the National League, the Cubs are in first place. They've played 93 games this year. They've won 57 and lost 36. Second place, the St. Louis Cardinals, only 1 game behind the Cubs. Third, New York Giants, whom the Cubs are playing today. They're 6 games behind the Cubs. Fourth, the Pittsburgh Pirates, 8.5 games behind. In fifth place, the Cincinnati Reds, 11 games. Sixth place, the Boston Bees, 13.5. Seventh, the Philadelphia Phillies, 20.5. And in eighth place, the Brooklyn Dodgers, 23.5 games behind. And now in the American League, first place is held by the New York Yankees. They've played 98 games this year. They've won 64 and lost 34. In second place, the Cleveland Indians, whom they're playing this afternoon. The Yanks and the Indians will play this afternoon. And the Indians are 7.5 games behind the Yankees. In third place, the Boston Red Sox, who are at Comiskey Park, they're 11.5 games behind. Fourth place, the Chicago White Sox, 12 games behind. If the Chicago White Sox win this afternoon, they will be in third position. In fifth place, the Detroit Tigers, 12.5 games behind. They're just 1/2 game behind the Chicago White Sox for fourth place, and the White Sox are 1/2 game behind the Red Sox for third place. In sixth position, the Washington Senators, who are playing the Detroit Tigers today, and they're 15 games behind. In seventh place, the St. Louis Browns, 34 games behind, and the Philadelphia Athletics are in eighth place, 31.5 games behind. The games this afternoon will have a very deciding effect upon what positions will be held tomorrow, as of starting tomorrow. And now for a look at the home run situation as it stands today. Lou Gehrig is still in first place. He's had 32 homers this year. Fox of the Red Sox, who's out here at Comiskey Park this afternoon, has had 29, 3 games behind the lead. The second place is also shared by Trotsky of the Cleveland Indians, who had 2 home runs yesterday, and he also has 29. And in fourth place, Mel out of the Giants with 21.
Back to the ballpark, ladies and gentlemen, and ready to start the ball game. The Sox team is out there on the field, with Ted Lyons finishing his warm-up, with Sewell, who now throws the ball out to second base. We're just about ready to get this ball game underway with the first hitter for Boston being Dusty Cook, a left-handed hitter with plenty of speed, good power, and a good all-round ball player. He's up there at the plate as Lyons starts his wind-up to pitch the first one. Throws, and Dusty takes a strike over the outside corner about knee-high. 1 strike on Cook. And Lyons winds up again, throws. Dusty swings the foul, this one back to the screen, and it's strike 2. That makes it 2 strikes on Cook. 2 strikes to count. Ted again starts to wind up. Throws, and Dusty swings, hit the ball right back through the box and into center field for a base hit. Single to center field by Cook, putting him on first base with nobody out in the first inning for the Red Sox. And Kramer, Roger Kramer, the Red Sox center fielder, another left-handed hitter, at bat. Kramer's one of the boys, as I think you know, who came to the Red Sox from the Athletics during the winter. Lyons is ready, throws the first one. It's a fast one for a ball. It just missed the inside corner across the knees, and it's 1 ball on Kramer. And there's a strike over the outside corner across the knees. So it's 1-1, 1 ball and 1 strike on Kramer. Lyons has his time once more. He's ready to pitch. Pitches. Rod swings, hit one also in the center field for a base hit. Runner from first round, second, starts for third. But a good fast throw from Previous to Appling chased him back to second base. Well, these boys start looking as though they're going to go out, and then both of them drive that ball straight through the box. Lyons must be right straight over that plate. While the balls are going on the ground or low, they're going safe. Now the Red Sox have runners on first and second. Nobody out. And Manush, another husky, dangerous left-handed hitter, steps up there, taking the first pitch wide for ball one. Lyons throws again, and Heine swings at a pop fly going foul to the left of the plate. Wind carrying it back toward the stands. This back well into the stands, out of reach for a strike. So it's 1 ball and 1 strike. One and one is the count. Pitcher finally swings around, steps on the slab again. Pitcher looks back at second base and throws, and it's inside across the chest for ball 2. So it's 2 balls and 1 strike. 2 and 1 on Manush. Again, the pitcher throws, and Heine swings, hit a pop fly out toward right field. Hayes is back on the edge of the grass, and so the man is called out on the infield fly rule as Jackie Hayes catches the ball anyway. Infield fly rule had him out. The umpire near second base, I believe it is. Let's see how we lined up today. Hubbard at the plate, McGowan on first, and our old friend Emmett Ormsby is on third base. Emmett come into town and takes the place of Quinn, apparently. And now the first pitch to Jimmy Fox, husky right-handed hitter at bat, is a good strike one over the inside corner down around the knee. Jimmy's a boy to hit a ball clear over the left field stand out here in the last trip. He fouls the next one back on the net back of the plate, and it's 2 strikes on Fox. 2 strikes to count. Lyons stands there getting his sign, getting ready once more. Finally has it. Takes a look back at second base. Pitches, and the hitter hits a long one. It looks like it's in way back. And it's a home run into the second deck, way back in the second deck of the left field stands by Jimmy Fox, scoring 2 runners ahead of him to give the Red Sox a 3-0 lead. That ball was a mighty wallop way out there. Lyons must have let the ball get away from him and pitch it where he didn't want to, because he certainly pitched the ball right down Fox Alley, and it's a long home run for Jim, high into the second deck of the left field stand, which scores 3 runs for the A's, whereas for the Red Sox, been talking about the A's so long, getting mixed up, and the Red Sox are now leading 3-0. All seemed to get away from Ted because both he and Sewell, after the ball was hit, were standing there dejectedly as though to say the ball didn't go where it was meant to. And now Kroner, who's playing second base, the right-handed hitter, takes the first pitch wide for ball 1. Ted throws again. He swings and misses a high fastball inside for a strike, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike on Kroner. 1 and 1 the count. Lyons throws again. Kroner hits a long drive to left field. Ratcliffe's going back, and he has it way back near the wall. Ball well hit, but Ratcliffe got back nicely to make the catch. So it's 2 out in the first inning for the Red Sox. 3 runs already home, though. And the next man up is Werber, Bill Werber, the Red Sox third baseman. Throws the first one. It's a high one inside for ball 1. 1 ball called on Cronin. Joe Cronin, the shortstop and manager at bat. Right-handed hitter. I said Werber was up. I skipped a name there in that lineup. My mistake. And the next one is a strike over the heart of the plate, a little above the knees. So it's 1 and 1. 1 ball and 1 strike on Cronin. Lyons throws another ball wide for ball 2, and it's 2-1. 2 balls and 1 strike. Ted goes through that swinging windup, throws again, and the hitter gets the third ball. A fast one that slips inside across the waist, and it's 3 balls and 1 strike on Cronin. Lyons winding up, pitches again, and the hitter swings, hit a ball foul down the right field line, and well back into the box seats way down the line. It's 3-2, 3 balls and 2 strikes on manager Joe. Then goes through his wind-up pitches. Cronin swings, hit a ball down to Platt, gets it nicely, throws the first, and Cronin is out for the 3rd out in the 1st inning. And Lyons, after that one bad pitch, ball that apparently he threw in the wrong place to Fox without intending to, got through the inning without further damage, but that damage was considerable. 3 runs, 3 hits in the first half of the 1st inning, and the score is 3-0 in favor of the Red Sox as the White Sox come to bat in the last half of the 1st inning. Ratcliffe, who walked out of the dugout just then, was greeted by the nice round of applause from the lady fans. Stocky little left-handed hitter who is the White Sox leadoff man and is second to the league standings today. Went back ahead of his teammate Appling yesterday and is trailing Gary Averill, who was up there for a day or so, dropped back down under the first pew. And there's the first pitch to Radcliffe, a strike over the inside corner about waist high. 1 strike is the count. He winds up again, throws, the hitter swings, hit a bounder back to the left of shortstop. Conan gets it near second base, throws to first, and Radcliffe is out for the 1st out in the 1st inning, bringing Mike Krivich to bat. Mike is a right-handed hitter, stands there waiting. And Grove winds up and pitches for a strike over the outside corner waist high. Grove still got that easy, graceful pitching motion. And still uses that system of smoothing down the dirt in front of the rubber before each pitch. Here's strike 2. Fastball also over the outside corner waist high. And it's 2 strikes on Krivich. 2 strikes to count. Grove throws again. Mike swings and misses a curveball inside, striking out for the 2nd out in the 2nd inning. Old Colonel Kirsch down there, Harry Kirsch back in town. He spotted Judge Doherty, Charlie Doherty, wandering around in here to see the game. That old Colonel Yank here today, too. Colonel Taylor. Yank Taylor's wandering around here in the 2nd deck with us. Hitter hits the Haas hits the first ball pitch to him. It's a slow bounder, which Cronin can't quite get back to second base. He snaps his fingers as though he is disgusted with that one, because he thought he might have gotten the man if he did field the ball. And I believe it'll go as a base hit, because I doubt very much if Cronin could have made the play. We haven't seen sign yet from Wayne Otto, who probably will sign it in a minute. And now the first pitch to Benore is inside and low for ball 1. 1 ball called. That's on that, George. The hitter hits the next one, a long foul away down the right field line and hits the front of the roof of the stand, bounds out into right field, where one of the boys from the Boston bullpen gets it and rolls it into Merv Shea, coaching at first base. And it's 1-1. 1 ball and 1 strike on Benura. He swings at the next, hit a looping drive down the right field line. It's going to fall for a base hit. There it does, inside the line. And Benura is at second base, and the runner from first is going home as Benura turns and goes all the way to third base on it. The ball bounded away from the right fielder down the line and rose along the front of the stand by the time he recovered it. Haas had scored from first base, and Benura pulled up at third. Well, we'll give him a hit on it and give him 3 bases on that one then. Hit on the other and a triple on this one. Wayne Otto isn't there, you said. The official scorer is not present? Well, if he was there, he'd relay him over. I know that. Well, anyway, it's 1 run home, and Appling at bat has 1 strike on him. Grove throws again, and Luke takes a high one inside for ball 1. Wait a minute, he didn't have 1 strike. The board showed 1 strike, but I didn't remember any pitch. I was going along with the board, and the board was wrong, and it's corrected. So now it's 1 ball on Luke Appling. And there's the next one for ball 2. A little bit wide across the waist. So the count is 2-0, 2 balls and no strikes on Appling. Grove winds up again, pitches, and the hitter fouls this one into the stand to the right of the plate for strike 1, making it 2 balls and 1 strike on Luke Appling. Benura on third base, 2 out, 1 run home in the first inning. Score 3-1 in favor of the Red Sox. 2-1 on Appling. Grove getting ready again. Starts to wind up once more. Throws and Luke starts to swing, stops. The ball hits the bat and then bounds foul back to the stand. And it's 2-2. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Appling turns, walks out of the box. Dries hands and steps back up to the plate. And Luke swings again to foul this one high into the second deck above him to the right of the plate. And it's still 2 balls and 2 strikes on Appling. Still 2-2. Balls and 2 strikes. He throws once more, and there's another foul onto the roof of the stand above and to the right of the plate. It's still 2-2 on Luke Appling. Old Luke fouling him off again. Grove again starts to wind up. He pitches and Luke swings to drive another one out to right field for another base hit. Past the right fielder and into the stands down the right field line. Go for a 2-base hit by ground rule. And naturally it scores Benura easily from third base. Make the score 3-2. Double down the right field line by Appling. Scores Benura. And the score is 3-2 now in favor of the Red Sox. With a tying run on second base. Appling on second base, 2 out, 2 runs home in the first inning, and Jackie Hayes at bat. Grove throws the first one, and Jackie hits a high fly to left field. Looks like an easy out, though. Manush is waiting under it. He has it, and it's 3 out. 2 runs, 3 hits, 1 man left on base in the last half of the first inning, and at the end of the first inning, the Red Sox are leading the White Sox by a score of 3-2. For a longer-lasting, sweeter-running engine, use nothing but new Texaco motor oil. Texaco is most economical because it gives more lasting lubrication, saves engine wear, and actually increases your oil and gasoline mileage. New Texaco motor oil stands up under heat and fast dries. Its purity is guaranteed by the refinery-sealed can. Try new Texaco motor oil. If you haven't tried it before, try it today, and you'll see the difference right away. Bill Werber, the Red Sox third baseman, is the first man at bat in the second inning. Bill's the right-handed hitter. Lyons starts to wind up the pitch to him. Throws, and he takes a wide one across the chest for ball 1. 1 ball called. Winding up again, throws. The hitter swings, hit one down the left field line. A beauty just inside the bag. Goes way on down to the canvas down there. Radcliffe fights around amongst the front of the stand and in amongst the canvas till he finally gets a hold of the ball and throws it in. And it's a double down the left field line by Werber, putting him on second base. Nobody out in the second inning for the Red Sox. And Mo Berg is at bat, right-handed hitter. Good old Mo was with the White Sox for a number of years, back some years ago. Started with him as an infielder, and then in an emergency one time when all the catchers were hurt, he volunteered to catch, and has been a catcher ever since, and a very smart one. Mo started to swing at the first one, stopped halfway through, and it breaks wide for ball one. One ball called. It's ready again, throws, and it's a wide one across the waist for ball two. The count is 2-0, 2 balls and no strikes on Berg. That shrill whistle you hear is Al Shack coaching down there. Now the hitter on a hit-and-run play with a runner on the go from second base, drives one out into left center. Radcliffe tries to field it, but just manages to tag it with his hand, and it rolls on around and out there in front of the scoreboard, and the runner keeps right on for third base, and the throw comes into Appling. That was funny. The ball scooted in under the bottom of the scoreboard there, and with Radcliffe and Krivich both looking for it, they suddenly discovered it popping out from underneath the scoreboard and bounding on now toward center field, and Krivich had to chase it and throw it in, and by that time Berg on third base. So it's another run home and a runner on third for the Red Sox in the second inning, and the White Sox start to warm a pitcher up as Grove, who is a pretty good hitter himself, steps up there and swings wildly at the first pitch, a curveball to miss it for strike one. There's ball one high and wide, and the count is 1-1. Incidentally, when he was with the White Sox, Berg and Ted Lyons were very great pals. They were together a great deal. It throws again for strike two, a fastball over the heart of the plate about knee high, and it's 1 ball and 2 strikes on lefty Grove. White Sox infield playing right in close, hoping to cut off the run at the plate. And there's the second ball, a fastball wide across the chest, and they get 2 balls and 2 strikes on Grove. Berg on third base, nobody out. 1 run already home, and the Red Sox now leading 4-2. Lyons throws again, and Grove swings, hit a pop fly out there in front of the plate. Luke Sewell is down there getting it, makes the catch, and it's 1 out in the second inning. Sewell got the ball about 6 or 8 feet out in front of the plate. And so it's 1 out in the second inning for the Red Sox. Berg still on third base. 1 run in. And the leadoff man, Dusty Cook, is at bat once more. Again, the infield stays in close, try to cut off that run at the plate, but the right side of the infield backs up a little. Hayes and Benura, because Cook pulls the ball pretty good. Winds up, throws, and the hitter takes a curveball inside for ball 1. 1 ball called. Winds up again, pitches the hitter, hits a slow bounder down to Hayes, who holds the runner at third, and then tosses the ball over to first base, getting Cook for the second out. Makes it 2 out in the second inning. And Kramer, Roger Kramer, the center fielder, is at bat. The infield now naturally backs up to normal position to play for the batter for the third out. Berg still on third base with 2 out, 1 run home in the second inning. Starts to wind up. Pitches, and the hitter starts to swing, stops to twist away and take a fast one inside for ball 1. 1 ball called. Winding up again, pitches, and the hitter swings, hit a bounder down to Appling, who grabs it, throws to first base, and although Benura had to lean way out to the left to get the ball, he made the catch on a nice reaching play for the third out, ending the inning, and Lyons pitched beautifully there after getting himself in a serious jam at the start of the inning by allowing a double and a triple. He pitched himself out of the jam with only that 1 run scoring his first run of the inning. They had Berg on third base with nobody out and couldn't get him home. 1 run, 2 hits, 1 man left on base, and the White Sox come to bat in the last half of the second inning with Tony Pyatt, The third baseman, the first man up. And the score, 4-2 in favor of Boston. And Oscar Malillo's out there warming up Grove while Bird gets into his catching cog. Walks slowly up there to the plate. He throws the ball out to second. And Kroner, the rookie, tosses it to Cronin. Cronin throws it back to Kroner after rubbing it up. And Kroner returns it to pitcher. Now Grove takes it, looks it over, and rubbing it up also in his bare hand. As Pyatt digs in there at the plate, ready to be the first man at bat in the last half of the second inning. Grove starts to wind up pitches, and it's a curveball inside and low for ball one. One ball called. She winds up again. Throws and the hitter swings, hit a bounder down to the shortstop. Cronin soaks it up, throws the first, and Pyatt is out easily for the first out in the second inning, bringing Luke Sewell to bat. Sewell finishes swinging three bats, tosses two of them aside, steps up to the plate, and the pitcher starts to wind up, throws, and it's a fast strike over the heart of the plate about waist high. One strike on Sewell. One strike at the count, but it's ready again, starts to wind up once more. Throws and Sewell swings in a foul going into the stands above first base, and it's strike two. That ball landed on the roof of the stand. Two strikes now, the count. Grove winding up again, pitches, and Sewell hits the ball out toward right center. Goes through for a base hit. The outfielders are chasing it. Luke is around first base. He's rounding second base, heading for third. The center fielder caught up with the ball, but couldn't grab it, and it rolled on through to the scoreboard, and Sewell pulls up at third base on a triple to right center. That's his second triple in 2 days, besides a double. When Sewell hits that ball out there, it is pretty well hit. And when it lands, it doesn't lose any of its speed, but keeps right on going. As a result, the right fielder and center fielder who had left that space wide open, right fielder playing near the line, center fielder over in left center, had to chase it. Kramer managed to tag it as it rolled past him, but couldn't grab it. And so it got through and put Sewell on third base. First pitch to Ted Lyons. Now at bat is inside across the waist for ball one. Ted switches around and is hitting depending on the pitching. So he's batting right-handed against Grove's left-handed throwing. Ted steps out of the box, rub a little dust on his hands, watches Grove for a moment, finally steps back up to the plate. Starts his wind-up. Pitcher pitches, and it's a strike over the inside corner waist high to make it 1-1. 1 ball and 1 strike on Lyons. Lyons again steps out of the batter's box. And they're watching the pitcher. Finally steps back up the plate. Grove is winding up. He throws and Ted swings and misses a fast one that breaks down inside. And it's strike two. 1-2. Grove winding up once again. Pitches and Ted swings to miss a fastball inside. Striking out for the third out. The catcher dropped the ball and then stood there holding it. Lyons started just sort of jogging toward first base. And finally, Berg turned threw the ball down there, so that completed the play. And it's 2 out in the second inning for the White Sox. Sewell is still on third base. And the man at bat is Radcliffe. He starts to wind up, throws, and it's a curveball wide for ball one. 1 ball called. Pitcher has to sign Ryan again starts to wind up. And throws and Rip swings in a high fly to short left center, but the center fielder Kramer's in there. He's waiting under it, makes the catch, and it's 3 out. And that time they didn't get that man home from third base. So it's no runs, 1 hit, 1 man left on base. And at the end of the second inning, the Red Sox are leading the White Sox by a score of 4-2. This broadcast of the White Sox-Boston game comes to you direct from Comiskey Park, home of the White Sox in Chicago, as a presentation of your neighborhood Texaco dealer, distributor of Texaco Fire Chief Gasoline. The broadcast comes with the permission of the White Sox and the Red Sox to stimulate interest in our national game and in your own local baseball team. This is WCFL at Chicago. Remember, still get your Texaco scorebook by stopping in at any Texaco dealer, asking for a request card, filling it out with your name and address. It's already addressed to me on the other side. Put a 1-cent stamp on it and mail it. The book contains not only the special scoring pages for 17 games, but a complete scoring system, illustrated and explained carefully. Manush is at bat to start the third inning, and the first pitch is inside and low for ball 1. 1 ball called. Lions ready again, starts to wind up. Pitches and the hitter swings and misses a fast one inside for strike 1. And the count is 1 ball and 1 strike on Manush. Dangerous left-handed hitter. Powerful fellow. Lions throws again and Heine swings a pop foul into the stand to the right of the plate. And it's 1-2. 1 ball and 2 strikes on Manush. Throws again now, and it's inside and low for ball 2, making it 2 balls and 2 strikes. Sewell cocked his arm back as though to throw the ball to third, apparently thinking that ball might have caught the inside corner, but it didn't, and so it's 2 balls and 2 strikes on Manush. 2-2. Lions takes an easy swinging wind-up, throws again, and the hitter takes it high and inside for ball 3. White Sox really want this game this afternoon. If they can win this game, they go into third place in the league. They're only half a game behind the Red Sox. Throws again, Manush hits a bounder down to Jackie Hayes, who gets it on his short hop, throws to first, and it's 1 out in the third inning. 1 out in the third inning for Boston, and Jimmy Fox, who hit that mighty home run in the first inning with 2 men on base, is at bat. Fox up at the plate. Fox takes a strike over the heart of the plate, waist high. 1 strike at the count. He swings, hit the next one. Pyatt goes to his left, gets it on the bounce, throws the first, and Fox is out easily for the second out. It makes it 2 out in the third inning for the Red Sox. And Kroner is up there at the plate. Kroner, the Red Sox second baseman. Throws now, and Kroner takes it over the plate, but low for ball 1. 1 ball called. Winds up again, throws, and it's a strike over the outside corner about knee high. So it's 1-1. 1 ball and 1 strike. And there comes ball 2. It's 2-1, 2 balls and 1 strike. Swings again to hit a long hopper. Pyatt grabs for it, but it gets through into left field. Took a bad hop, went through. He was going way out to left. And it's a base hit for Kroner. Ball that bounded past Pyatt. He couldn't quite get it out there. And it puts Kroner on first base with 2 out in the third inning. And Cronin at bat. Joe swings, hits the first ball pitch. It's a high fly in short right center. Haas is in there to make the catch and makes it easily for the third out, ending the first half of the third inning with no runs, 1 hit, 1 man left on base for the Red Sox. And the score, stands at 4-2 in favor of the Red Sox as the White Sox come to bat in the last half of the third inning. Ladies and gentlemen, sitting alongside of me here is a young man who has done, well, I don't know, he's seemed to have made me quite famous, or tried to lately. A lot of you people may have seen him or heard him. And ball players from visiting teams and home teams that were in Chicago a couple of weeks ago when he was playing at the Chicago Theater all came to tell me about an imitation he does, an impersonation. He does a lot of impersonations, but he seems to be impersonating a sports announcer, baseball announcer named Todd. Now, his name is Frank Payne. He's turning down at the College Inn also. And Frank is out here, and I told him, swore at him that he was going to have to go to work today if he came out here. Now, listen, Frank, you come up here and do a half inning, and let's see, I want to hear how I sound. And then the fans can write in and tell me if you really make it sound like me.
Mike Krivich is the first man at bat. Lefty Grove standing out there getting his sign. Starts his wind-up. Throws, and Mike takes one wide for ball one. One ball on Krivich. Grove is ready once more. Getting his sign out there again. Starts his wind-up and throws, and Mike swings, hits the ball down the right field line, but it's foul. Bounces up against the stands. One of the boys from the bullpen gets it and throws it back into Mervyn Shea, who's coaching at first base. 2 strikes on ball one and strike one on Krivich. Throws up there once more. Starts his windup. Throws, and it's ball 2. Probably a little bit high over the plate, but too high. And it's 2-1 on Mike Krivich. 2 balls and 1 strike to count. Lefty Grove is ready once more. Starts his windup. Throws, and the hitter hits the ball down the right field for a good clean base hit. Single to right field by Krivich. And Cook gets the ball, throws it into second base. That was a nice single to right field by Mike Krivich. Puts him on first base with nobody out in the second inning. Or third inning? What is it? Third inning. Second inning. Mulehaus at bat. Mulehaus at bat. Lefty Grove smoothing the dirt around out there in the rubber. Stretches, looks at first base, throws, and Haas takes a slow ball over the plate for strike 1. 1 strike on Haas. Grove standing with his back to the plate now. Now he's ready. Looks at first base, and throws, and it's wide for ball 1. And it's 1 ball and 1 strike on Mulehaus. 1-1 is the count. 1-1 the count on Haas. Krivich on first base. Boston leading 4-2. He throws the next one, and it's strike 2 over the outside corner, and it's 1-2 on Haas. 1 ball and 2 strike to count. Krivich on first base. Grove looks over there, stretches, throws, and it's ball 2, I believe. 2-2. Grove is ready once more. Looks at first base. Throws, and Haas jumps back to take the third ball inside. And it's 3-2 on Mulehaus. 3-2 the count. 3-2 the count on Haas. Grove seems rather nervous out there now. Smoothing the dirt down a little bit. Looks at first base. Throws, and Haas hits a bounder down to the third baseman who gets it, throws the second. He throws the... No, he didn't throw the first. He started to throw but stopped. And I don't know. And the runner was out at second. It was a force play from Werber over to Kroner. Krivich slid in nicely and broke up a double play there. Got the... Kroner was off balance and couldn't throw. Big Zeke Benura's up now. And if Zeke can get a hold of one here, it'll be just dandy. Grove looks at first base. Throws, and it's a ball over the plate but too low. Ball 1 on Zeke Benura. Ball 1 to count on Benura. 1 out in the second inning. Grove looks at first base. Throws, and Zeke gets one out toward right field. Way back there, but the right fielder goes back. And he gets it near the wall. That ball is well hit but it was a little bit too high. And it's 2 outs. This is still on first base. And Luke Appling is at bat. Luke Appling, the hitter. Old luscious Luke steps up there. He's waiting. He's batting around 377, I believe. Right up there with the top. So looks at first base and throws. And Luke hits the ball out into right field, but again Cook is back, ranges back easily and gets it. And it's 3 outs, no runs, 1 hit in the second inning for the White Sox, and the score remains 4-2 in favor of the Boston Red Sox. And here's the real Hal Todd.
Hey, you're terrific, my friend,
Thank
but
you.
right now, being at the end of the 3rd inning, I think
all right.
for up-to-the-minute scores and complete batteries from other cities will return to the studio.
In the National League in New York, the Chicago Cubs lead the Giants at the end of the 6th inning by a score of 3-1. French and Hartnett, the Cub battery, the Giants using Gumpert and Mancuso. In Brooklyn, the St. Louis Cardinals are leading the Dodgers at the end of the first half of the 4th inning by a score of 6-3. Dizzy Dean, working for the Cards with Ogrodowski behind the bat. Grant and Berry, the opening battery for the Dodgers, with Phelps catching in the 3rd and Winston pitching in the 4th. In Boston, the Pittsburgh Pirates are leading the Bees at the end of the first half of the 7th inning by a score of 7-3. Weaver and Patton, the Pirate battery. Chaplin and Lopez opening for the Bees, with Reese pitching in the 5th. The first game of the doubleheader in Philadelphia was taken by the Cincinnati Reds from the Phillies by a score of 12-2. Davis and Lombardi, the Red battery, the entire route. The Phillies opening with Walters and Atwood. Harris on the mound in the 6th, and Cybus hurling in the 7th. In the second game of the Twin Bill, Brennan and Campbell opened for the Reds, with the Phillies using Jorgens and Atwood. At the end of the second inning, the score is tied 1-1. In the American League in Detroit, the Tigers are leading the Washington Senators at the end of the second inning, 3-0. Newsom and Millies, the Senator battery, the Tigers using Bridges and Hayward. In Cleveland, the Yankees are leading the Indians at the end of the second inning, 1-0. Hadley and Dickey working for the Yankees. The Indians have Harder on the mound, Pitlack behind the bat. And now back to Comiskey Park and Hal Totten. Take it, Hal.
Okay, Frank, go right ahead again. I'm enjoying this red.
Thank you. The first man up was Bill Werber, and he lined out to Zeke Benura. Next hitter is Berg, catcher. First pitch is low and inside for ball 1. 1 ball on Mo Berg. Headline stands out there ready once more, starts his windup. Throws, and Berg swings, hit a pop fly over near first base, but it goes back into the stands for a foul. Here comes Eddie Cavanaugh, and the ball game's official. Hi, Ed. Eddie Cavanaugh's here. Ball 1 and strike 1 on Mo Berg, the catcher. Steps up there once more. Headlines is out there getting his sign. Starting his windup now. Throws, and Berg hits the line drive way out to center field, but Krivich is back there, and he gets it. And it's 2 outs. 2 outs in the 4th inning for the Red Sox. And Lefty Grove is at bat. Grove comes slowly out of the dugout. Strolling slowly up to the plate there. Really nice hand from the crowd back at first base. He's waiting. That line's out there getting a sign. Starts his wind up.